then see the request to speak and all that, and then it says City of Vancouver meeting in progress. That's
everybody, Rosemary's walking us through this, so just thanks for the help. But
Council, if you're getting a feedback, right click.
Council, if you're getting a feedback, make sure you have your VLC camera feed open. It will say the City of Vancouver meeting in progress. In the bottom right corner, you will see the volume part. Make sure you mute that. That's why you will be hearing an echo or feedback. So once you have muted that, then you should just hear a single source of audio.
We'll do one more check, sound check, test, test, test.
I'm sorry, I'm still getting massive feedback. Can I have those instructions again?
Yeah. Mayor Stewart, do you have your council chamber camera feed open?
I believe I do. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Yes, I do. Okay.
Okay, and then in the bottom right corner of that screen, you should see the volume button. So do you see like a little speakerphone icon?
Yeah, I fixed it now, thanks.
Perfect. And then is your sound okay now?
Fine?
Yeah, do you still hear an echo or feedback?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Testing, testing.
Okay, Council, we'll have a chance to test everybody when I do the call for the roll call. So I am just going to start, and then we'll just see how far we get. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 14th. This council meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order number MO83. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost, that's my connection as chair is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will immediately recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we will have staff on hand to facilitate getting back to you online quickly while we suspend the voting process. So if you fall off because of technical reasons, we will suspend any voting until you're back on and able to participate. This contact person, the number has been circulated to you. So the live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only, as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Also want to acknowledge, of course, that despite being remote, we're still on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And really, I think if there was any time to thank our amazing staff here at the City of Vancouver, it is today and under these circumstances. So I want to thank everyone who works for the city for all their hard work. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, are you on the line? Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, are you on the line? Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
Councillor Dejanova, are you on the line? How about Councillor Swanson? You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much, Council. And again, we'll try I'm not sure why the other councillors are not on the line. So we will, again, do our best to make sure that we're inclusive as possible here. So 1 second here. I have to move my screen and find my notes. Okay, Council. So for the plan for the day, the public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website and to follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. That's on Twitter at Van City Clerk. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using the web form in the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. We have 3 administrative items, that is 2 communications and 1 staff report. Please note the referral report 1 has been withdrawn. And if not, if we don't adopt these on consent, so these can all be adopted on consent. We also have 9 bylaws, a notice of council members' motions, and new business inquiries and other matters. In terms of timing, we're going to break at noon for lunch until 1 p.m. Then we'll go in camera from 1 till 3. And if we need to, we'll return at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move the motion to go into camera later this week?
Hardwick,
the
so
motion?
moved. So Hardwick,
Anybody?
Weeb,
Councillor
second.
DeGenova, second.
Council?
Hardwick moved.
DeGenova, second.
Mayor Stewart, the mover is Councillor DeGenova and second by Councillor Hardwick.
Moved by Hardwick, seconded by DeGenova.
Councilor Dominato, I think we may have lost the mayor in the feed here. Unless I've missed him, but I don't think he's responded.
Council, we're going to bring Mayor Stewart back shortly. Just hold on. Test, test, test. Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Point of information to the clerk. I'm just wondering if we should have a short recess or hold the line here while we get Mayor Stewart back. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. We'll recess for 5 minutes.
This is
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Did you need a mover for that?
Yes, I have you as a mover.
Councillor
Do we have a
Bryan.
seconder?
Okay. Is there a seconder for
Second,
recess?
that's Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Point of procedure, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. I wonder if the deputy mayor, who I believe is Councillor Bly, should be managing the motion. Procedurally.
We've moved a motion already. There's a motion on the floor to take a short recess.
Yes, and my point of procedure is whether that motion is valid without having it be done by the chair or the deputy mayor in the absence of the chair.
This is Councillor Bly. I'm happy to jump in. That's why I was coming off mute.
I'm looking to the clerk. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Hi, Councilor Bly, it's Dominato. I can hear you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I can, Councillor Carr.
Okay,
I'm gonna just step in if that's okay with the clerk. In absence of the mayor and his deputy mayor for this.
Thanks. I've moved a motion.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna step in,
Councillor
Councilor DeGenova, and all those in favor. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess?
Sounds like we have Kennedy back now.
Okay.
Kennedy, are you back? Can I suggest, Council, that we just wait a minute before we make a recess?
Well,
So let's just all sit tight. I'm just going to check in with him. So everyone just please wait 1 minute.
To the mayor, or to the deputy mayor, Bly, the motion on the floor is for the reason that we would have a recess while we figured out the technical difficulties that Mayor Stewart may be experiencing. I experienced them at the last meeting. So in speaking to the motion, that's the reason I wanted to do this, just to clarify for Mr. Johnston.
I'm on the queue. It's Councilor Dominato, and I am supportive of a recess.
I think. Okay, I've got a note here from Rosemary that we are in recess at the chat.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. This is Tamara from the office here.
Hi.
Hi, we're just looking into your audio here. Are you able to hear the chamber proceedings at all?
1 second. I think I logged back into the meeting.
We can hear you again.
I can't hear anything right at the moment. If I unmute myself, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay.
Kennedy, can you hear me? We can hear you again.
But it might be we're hearing him through Rosemary's.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Mr. Mayor, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear the rest of council?
I can't hear anybody at the moment.
Can you hear us, Kennedy?
Okay. Give it 1 second.
Okay.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. Are you able to unplug your headset and reconnect it?
I can unplug my headset. Oh, there we go.
Is everything okay? Can you hear the rest of the council now?
I can hear you through my headphones.
Can you hear, Kennedy, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, great.
Hang up.
Sound test from the chamber. Test, test.
Yeah, feedback.
Feedback.
And then echo again.
Test, test, test.
Still feedback. Okay. I've just turned. I think I've called in twice.
Test, test, test.
I think I've called in twice. Right there.
Thank you so much, dear.
Shall I stay on the phone with you or? Okay.
I'm gonna have to, a meeting there.
Sound check, test, test, test.
Sure. Okay, but I need my other screen back. Okay. Can anybody hear me? It's Jean.
Yeah, we can hear you, Gene.
We can
Yeah,
hear
they
you.
can hear me. Okay, thank you, Tina.
Test, test, test.
Hi, point of privilege. It's Councillor Kirby Young. I'm also getting kicked out of the, I'm not able to stay connected. I wonder if I can get some assistance offline. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Sound check, test, test.
Yeah, I can hear you, Sarah.
Okay.
Test,
I wonder
test,
if the clerk
test.
could have somebody call me on my other number to assist so I can join the meeting online.
Is Jean here? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Jean.
Thanks.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Hello? Testing, testing.
Is Councilor DeGenova, is everyone still on the line?
Council Bly's here.
We're still doing a sound check.
Jean here.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line? Mayor Stewart, are you on the line now?
He's muted.
Mayor Stewart, check, check, check. Can you hear me? Councillor Bly, are you on the line? Councillor Bly, are you on the line? Test, test, test. Councillor Bly, are you on the line? Test, test, test. Councillor Bly?
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Hi, Council. We're ready to resume. Councillor Bly will take over the chair. Mute everyone. Council, can I ask you to all mute your mic? And then we will have Councillor Bly as Deputy Mayor take over the chair. Thank you. Councillor Bly, are you on the line?
I am. Just bear with me for one.
We need you to turn up your volume a little bit. Test, test, test. Can you hear me?
Hi, this is Sadhu. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
But not the rest of the
Kennedy's having internet issues. He's going to come into City Hall, and I think out of respect for enabling him to participate, I think we should reconvene at 10:35. That gives him time to get here. We're currently recessed, so that'll give you 15 minutes to go read the memos I sent this morning or do emails, and we could reconvene at 10:30. 10:35. But if everyone dials back in at 10:30, that'll give you, enough. That'll give us enough time to kind of get everybody back up and running.
Can we just stay online?
Yes, most certainly you can.
It's Councillor Dominato, and I assume Councillor Bly is chairing in the interim right now, and I'm on the queue for a comment on that.
I think we're actually officially in recess, I think, right now, so we're not being broadcast.
So could I suggest, Sadhu, that we actually adjourn to 10:45? I think just having a little bit of extra time so that we don't reconvene. And
Yes,
still sort of
great.
just
10:45.
give an extra window for Kennedy to get there and get settled in. I just think out of respect for him.
We're recessed now anyway, so we'll put that out there. 10:45. We'll regroup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everyone hear that? 10:45. You're welcome to stay on this call or just dial back in, but do it a few minutes in advance, please.
Copy that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Great.
Sadhu.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, we could do a roll call again, maybe? Okay. Hi, Council. We're just coming up to 10:45 when we're resuming. I'm going to ask the clerk just to do a roll call again to make sure that everybody is available. I am in council chambers after my internet failed at my house, so that's a new one. Anyway, so I'll turn it over to the clerk who will take the roll call.
Councillor Carr? Councillor Carr, are you on the line? Councillor De Genova? Councillor De Genova, are you on the line? Councillor Fry? Councillor Fry, are you on the line?
Anybody on the line? Anybody on the line?
Councillor Carr, are you on the line? Councillor De Genova, are you on the line? Councillor Fry? Test, test, test.
Rosemary, can you hear me? This is Sadhu.
We can hear you,
Sadhu,
Sadhu.
yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can everyone make sure to mute while they're while we're not testing the audio with you directly?
Point of personal privilege, it's Councillor Carr here.
Right, Councillor Carr,
Somebody-
we're not quite reconvened. We're just going through a roll.
Is there a
Okay.
problem, Adrian?
Yeah, just that somebody's typing, so I can hear that too. The feedback is less, but the typing is still there. If somebody could make sure.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody, please mute your phones if you can, please.
And your toilets.
Councillor De Genova, are you on the line?
Okay.
Councillor Fry?
Folks, we need everyone to mute your phones. We're hearing water in the background.
And giggling.
That's a nice way of describing it.
I know. I was trying to.
Someone is doing council business on the toilet.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start
I think
again.
we're being broadcast right now, folks. So
Councillor Carr, are
try
you
to
on the
use
line?
I don't know.
And we're just trying to do a roll call
This is
here.
a whole new territory for all of us, clearly.
Great. Okay, City Manager, we're trying to
So
get through a
please
roll.
mute your phones,
We're trying to
and
get-
maybe we'll be ready to go pretty soon here.
We're trying to get through a roll call. So if we could start again with the clerk going through a roll call.
Councillor Carr, can you hear me? Councillor Carr, can you hear me? Councillor Carr? Councillor De Genova, are you on the line? Councillor Fry? Councilor
Okay, Rosemary, are you there?
Yes, can you hear us?
Kennedy, are you there?
Yes, can you not hear us? Can you hear us now?
Can I ask a
Now we can, Kennedy, yeah.
Okay, we are getting the clerk to try to go through a roll call, and we're going to start now.
Councilor Carr?
Great.
Here.
Thank you. Councilor DeGenova? Councilor DeGenova, are you on the line? Councilor Fry?
I'm here.
Councilor Swanson?
Here.
Councilor Hardwick? Councilor Hardwick, are you on the line? Councilor Weeb?
I am here, present.
Councilor Weeb?
Present.
Councilor Boyle?
Present.
Councilor Dominato?
Here.
Councilor Bly?
Here.
Councilor Kubiang?
Present.
Thanks very much, Council. So we have quorum, and as I said, I'll just go through the plan for the day, which is, again, my apologies. My home internet just totally collapsed, and so I was unable to do anything, and now I'm here in council chambers with the clerks properly physically distancing from one another. So just to repeat, the public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website and follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form is will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. So we have, let's see, 3 administrative items, and I think I've gone through this list, including the communications and staff report. And well, also 9 bylaws, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So council, just wanted to bring your attention. Of course, that's a full, the full regular council agenda is on today. We will proceed until say noon, and then we'll take stock on where we are. Just a reminder that we also need to go on camera today as well. So I will need someone to move the motion to go into camera later this week. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved. Councilor Dominato.
Thank you. Seconder?
Right.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'm going to say yay and nay for folks to agree or disagree with this. So all those in favor of going in camera, say yay.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Thank you, Council. That motion is
Point
carried.
of privilege?
Yes,
Mayor
Councillor
Stewart,
DeGenova, yes.
Councillor
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure I was acknowledged. I can hear all of you, but I couldn't be heard before. Thanks.
Okay, we're on to minutes now. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the special council meeting of March 31st. Any corrections to the minutes? Councillor Dominato, I have you on the list.
No, that's for another item.
Okay, thanks. So can we have a mover?
Move adoption, Adrian.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded, Councillor DeGenova. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks very much, Council. We're moving on to matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have 2 communications on the agenda for consideration. Note we have received requests to speak via the phone for report 1. So thanks for hanging on, folks, if you're calling in. And just a note that referral report 1 has been withdrawn by staff. Council may adopt the recommendations in the communication collectively in a single motion. I've got a list here of folks who may want to hold items. And I'll go to Councillor Dominato first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull item 2 for questions and clarification.
Item 2, communication 2?
Yes, communication 2, the LMLGA submission adjustments.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much. On to Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'd like to hold item 1. Is it my understanding that that's been taken off the agenda? Communication report number 1, changes to 2020 council meeting schedule?
That has not been taken off the agenda, but it is now held.
Okay, it's referral report. Yes, so I will hold that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, I was also going to hold communications item number 1.
It's held.
But I also have, it's held, and I also have an emergency motion that I wish to put forward, and I would like direction on that.
Yep, that'll be under new business, which would be later today.
Thank you.
And I believe there's a few motions that are coming forward. Thanks very much. Okay, so anybody want to declare, I guess we're not, look here. So clerk, we would still have the vote on. Great, council, so there's no items on consent. So we're going to move to reports then. I guess we move to communications report 1. Which is, so if you'd like to speak to that. Communication report 1, changes to 2020 council meetings schedule. Councillor Hardwick, I have you up to 5 minutes, please. You can ask questions to staff.
Thank you. Questions to staff. We have had varying legal opinions that have come in and a ton of feedback from the public on concerns about conducting public hearings during this period of time. I would like to have some assurances further to particularly a legal opinion that we saw this morning that there is no concern from the city that conducting online public hearings, especially on a short timeline, is not opening us up for legal challenges, among other things. It's the legal point first. I'd like to hear from staff.
Okay, thanks. Legal question first to you, City Manager.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I did communicate to you last time and this time. We will reiterate that the staff are confident that we can host the public hearings and meet all of our legal obligations to do that, and that was outlined in the memo. And we're happy to talk further in camera if council wants to discuss legal risks, but at this point we feel very confident, despite the shaky meeting this morning so far, technology-wise, that we can achieve hosting a public hearing virtually. Surrey has done it. Other municipalities in the Lower Mainland have done it. We feel we as a municipality can do as the other cities have been able to do and host a public hearing that way. And so we're confident we can do it and achieve our legal obligations.
Thank you for your answer on that. My next question is really the fact that we have had such a difficult start on our council this morning. Why would we think that when we had perhaps 60 speakers lined up to speak remotely that we would have more assurance that it would go smoothly? We were assured this morning was going to be a smooth process.
Okay, that's the question to the City Manager. City Manager, again, less commentary and just more questions. Thanks very much. Go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, we're all learning as we go. This is a whole new era. This is brand new for all of us. We did have internet connection issues this morning, but we're able to conduct the meeting nonetheless. And so I can't guarantee that there won't be challenges. And I just will say, I think, as I said last time, that if we are able to do it, we would start with reports that would likely garner less interest, so we can learn as we go. And we believe that lots of people, many applicants have had their projects in the queue for a very long time and have been working on them. And we think, fair to them that we give it a try. And we believe that we can do it, as other municipalities have. We are a tech-savvy city.
Final question. I'm mindful of running out of time.
Yes, please go ahead. A minute and a half.
Sorry, and that is, why should we do it? We're looking at 2 weeks to the end of April and another 4 weeks to the end of May. It's reasonable to think that within 6 weeks that the curve will have flattened and the province will have removed its restrictions. Why are we so anxious to move ahead with this instead of waiting?
I mean, I guess to say we're not anxious to do it, and we think it's the right thing to do because applicants have been waiting a long time already. Their projects have been in the queue for a long time, and there's some good projects to be done, and applicants are waiting. It's hard to say how long that the physical distancing will remain. I mean, we're hearing different messages that it could go until the end of summer, as the Prime Minister had indicated, possibly. So, I think we're thinking that it's the right thing to do to keep applicants' projects moving through the system and to continue to build housing in the community.
Is housing the only thing that would be covered under these public hearings?
No, there are a number of different projects. There's a commercial office building downtown, which would produce more job space for the community in the years to come. There's heritage designations. There's a variety of projects, including the rental housing one.
Thanks very much. We're over to Councillor DeGenova. Up to 5 minutes, please.
For 5 minutes. Thanks very much. Question to you, Samara,
You're a little bit faint there. You're a little faint to Councillor DeGenova.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Still a little faint. Councillor DeGenova, I'm going to move on to Councillor Kirby-Yung until you've got your phone sorted out. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
Thank you. My question can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. The question that I have, and I know that I haven't had a chance to fully digest this memo because Council did receive it less than half an hour before the meeting, which is unfortunate because I like to be able to review and be prepared.
Okay, questions?
But my question is why legal believes that a special meeting of council can equate to a public hearing when I understood that a public hearing is a quasi-judicial process and governed separately under Section 566 of the Charter. So could you elaborate on that, please?
Hope you heard that, City Manager.
Yes, Section 566 of the Charter requires the members of the public who deem themselves to be affected by the proposed zoning bylaw entitled to be at the public hearing and to speak to council about the bylaw. Members of the public who attend the public hearing should be able to hear and see the entire proceeding. And so we believe we can create that with the virtual experience. They can call in, they can hear the entire thing, they can see the proceeding, so we believe we can create a public hearing that the public can participate in. That's our sense.
I'm not sure that answered my question. I understand what Section 566 says, but my question relates for clarification to equating a special council meeting with a public hearing. And I understand that they're fundamentally different constructs.
I think what we'd be proposing...
What the special council covers that, the legislation, the emergency legislation.
What we'd be proposing is that we're not hosting a special meeting, we're hosting a public hearing and we're doing it virtually. We're enabling people to phone in. They could still come in if they wanted to, so we're giving them another way to participate that would enable social distancing. And I just want to be clear, I polled council and asked if you wanted to continue to do the business. The answer was yes, and so we tried to find a way to do it. Council, if you don't want to do it, this is a chance to indicate that, and we can not proceed. Okay. But we believe we can do it.
Well, I appreciate that. Follow-up question. It states, I believe, in the memo as well that this would apply only to public hearings where, for example, in public, you don't have too many people that would cause physical distancing concerns, so based on capacity to accommodate for residents who chose to attend in person. What happens if something goes forward to public hearing and we do have more people than we're able to accommodate? What would happen in that situation?
I think we would utilize the town hall so that we could invite people into the building, and there's, as you know, in the town hall, lots of different meeting rooms. We could have viewing down there so that people could come in and be socially physically separated that way, and then they could come up as their turn to speak came up, and we could use the stairs and the elevator for that if we needed to. So I think we have plans in place that we could accommodate people in physically distancing using the ground floor of the building as well as the third floor of the building.
Okay, and final question is, you mentioned that other municipalities have proceeded with public hearings. Can you speak to if this is the same type of technical setup that they followed, as i.e. giving the public the ability to phone in, or did theirs differ in how they were held? Do you know?
The conversations I had, I think particularly with Surrey, was a very similar approach as to what we're proposing. And I believe other municipalities are doing it the same way.
And specifically, was that giving people the ability to phone in instead of going to City Hall in person?
We are proposing to enable them to do both. We would propose to allow people to come into the building or to call in. And I believe that in at least one of the municipalities, they enabled people to call in. I'm not sure whether they enabled them to come physically still. I don't have that information before me.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there for now to save some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And through you to staff, I just wanted to follow up on the subject of that raised over the weekend around protection of personal information and privacy. And I know the memo indicates that we will have that the concept and the question around personal information being stored on US-based servers, that's still being addressed. And I'm wondering if we could get some indication of when we might have more information in that regard, and whether we're exploring other server options so that residents don't need to consent to that. There could be Canadian-based servers. So I'm just looking for some clarity as to when we might hear back on that.
Yeah, and I think the clerk is on. Rosemary, do you want to, can you answer that?
Sure. Through the chair, the work is in progress right now. We should have a decision fairly quickly, I would say, before the end, by the end of the week, before next week for sure, to determine whether it can be resolved. We're pretty confident that it will be, as other municipalities are in the same situation as well.
Okay, so just to be clear, is that we anticipate potentially by the end of the week or early next week that we might have some resolution to the concern about personal information being stored on U.S. servers, and so there may be some other means of dealing with that or some other options.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And just, I think, last question, just going back to the subject of the memo in section 566. I think this may be what Councillor Kirby-Yung was getting at, is that, and I'm just reiterating this to be very clear for all of us, is that that it's the opinion of our legal department that a public hearing may be considered a special council meeting within the meaning of the meeting regulation, and that's what the memo is articulating. So I think that was the question. Is that's the legal opinion that it falls within the realm of the meeting regulation as it stands today. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Dejanova.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a little faint, but please go ahead.
Okay. Trying my best with technology as well. I hope that's better. I've turned it up. So my question is, would it be possible to have a test public hearing? Through you, Mr. Mayor, the city manager, is this a possibility of something that we could do? Kind of like a mock, like we had the mock Council for Women for Politics, but just wondered if that was a possibility, so we could also maybe have, staff kind of, acting as members of the public, saying a few words, and we could kind of see how this would play out. Depending on how quickly staff could do that, maybe we could keep to the same schedule, but I am considering an amendment here and just wanted to know if that was possible, considering this morning's technology. And I don't want to say that's always going to happen, but it's happened to me before at a previous referral vote. So just wondered if staff could answer that.
Just before we go to the city manager, I'll just say that the problem with the technology this morning was completely on my end with my home internet. So we have a remedy for that. If it happens again, then I'll come in to council. But I would also say, Councillor Dejanova, that this is a test. So we have members of the public that have come in person, and then we're having one phoning in today. So I'll turn it to the city manager if there's anything else to add.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And I understand public hearing's a little bit different, and for applicants, there's millions, tens of millions of dollars possibly on the line, and for the public, their input's important in the quasi-judicial process. So, hoping for some clarity on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Like we did before our first virtual council meeting, I think we would want to do a similar experience with the public hearing where we could test out the systems before we're doing it. And so I would say, I'm not sure I'd call it a mock, but I would say we would definitely fire up the systems and try a couple of calls into it and see how it works. So I think, I guess my answer to your question is yes, I think we could do a trial in the lead up to doing the actual meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that feedback, and I do have something coming forward, but I see others on the queue for amendments, so I'll put myself on afterwards. Thanks.
I have a point of personal privilege. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, just to the mayor's comment about the tech was entirely on your end. I had difficulties also, and I wanted to share that for the record, and I was advised it was due to the VPN and the Dawn City Hall being slow. I was also kicked off and unable to access the meeting.
Okay.
So
thanks very much.
It was more than one issue.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
I think that's important.
Councillor Carr.
Great. Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. My first question is really around the point that was raised by Councillor Dominato around the privacy concerns and U.S. servers. And we did get a response from the city clerk, Sagawara, that staff are investigating alternatives. I would like to know if there's assurances that if we can't resolve the server issue, in other words, get Canadian servers, not U.S. servers, before the May 5th meeting, if staff are prepared to not proceed with that May 5th meeting, or if you need a motion or an amendment to this motion to that effect.
Perhaps over to the clerk.
Through the chair, Councillor Carr, we will figure out if it doesn't work, we would postpone the public hearing until the next day. We would not go forward until we have all the pieces in place.
Including not using the U.S. servers where private information would get stored in the U.S. Is that my understanding correct?
Yes, that's the only outstanding issue that we're trying to address this week. And if that's not resolved, we will continue looking for other options.
Yeah,
that's great.
Councillor Carr, I just want to reiterate, Sadhu here. We're only recommending proceeding because we believe that we can achieve all of our obligations to host a public hearing. We won't proceed until we're confident that we can do all of that. Doesn't mean there won't be glitches and it won't be bumpy the first couple times we do it, but we believe that we'll be able to figure it out, and we think it's worth doing in order to move these projects forward.
Great, thank you. A second question. One councillor has indicated that we could delay, till the end of May. It's not that long, and just by then things will get resolved and the social distancing issues won't be there. I would like to know what the intelligence is from a staff point of view, Mr. Johnson, probably from you, as to what estimates are being currently presented by our senior health officials, both in Canada and in British Columbia, in terms of how long we should, as a city, be prepared to operate under social distancing rules. Good
question. We're hearing different things from different jurisdictions. So at this point, we're hearing, I'm hearing kind of most of what we're hearing is through the media. And we're hearing that there may be periods of time when restrictions are loosened and then may come into effect again. And it may be that one region or one province is able to lift restrictions for a period of time and then may implement them again. They may be in effect on and off throughout the summer until the fall. And so I believe that we need to try to be as flexible as we can to continue to move the business of the city forward, and to be able to, when needed, be able to meet in public, and then when needed, to be able to do our business virtually. But at this point, we're getting our information largely from the media.
Yeah, I've heard some of those reports, as I know we all have, and some have indicated that there is a possibility of a resurgence, even if it's this current phase is through, that COVID-19 may do a resurgence, particularly in the fall. Okay, so that matches the information that I've been learning. My third question, final question is the concern of staff around the backlog of items that would be going to public hearing. So do we have a considerable backlog right now? We haven't been having public hearings for a while. And how long have some of those projects been on hold waiting for us to have public hearings?
Well, I would say I don't believe we have a considerable backlog at this point. We haven't been delayed for more than a couple of months at the most. But I do think that we could get a considerable backlog if we don't continue to host public hearings, because we're still processing applications through the system. And so we would build up a bit of a backlog if we weren't able to relieve that by hosting public hearings. But that just might mean longer public hearings when we're able to meet in public if we don't proceed this way. But at this point, it's not a long backlog.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. That's 5 minutes. Councillor Dejanova, did you have an additional question? You have 2 minutes left.
No, I see that others are on the queue, so I'll just
Thank you.
I'll remove myself and put myself on later.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, so my question is, I know there'll be some changes to the optics and how the public hearing will be run. I'm just wondering, like, when councillors will be able to see the architectural model, the change in the servers to make sure it's Canadian soil. I'm just wondering, what do you think the timeline is to have that information go to the public to ensure that people understand that there are more ways to speak at a public hearing? For the first time, we'll be able to have people call in. So we're actually going to give more opportunities for voices to be heard. So I'm just wondering, when do we think we'll have that kind of full package and that information to go out to councillors and to the city?
I'll turn that over to the clerk. Go ahead, clerk.
Through the chair, we have the information updated on our website already. We will provide more detailed information once we sort out the issue with the server, as mentioned earlier.
Okay, so it's on the website now that people will be able to come in person. They will be properly able to social distance themselves. They'll be able to call in if they would like to. All of that's clearly stated on the website as we speak.
Yes, that's correct. And today will be a test for one of our speakers who will be phoning in to speak to council.
Perfect. Thanks so much for this work.
Yeah, I just want to, Michael, Councillor Wiebe, I just wanted to reiterate, the approach that we're taking where we would enable speakers to call in is the first kind of test of that system.
Okay, well, hopefully it goes well, because obviously it'd be good to show leadership in moving forward with city business.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, questions?
Thanks very much. I see no one on the queue that hasn't had an opportunity for questions. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the motion with an amendment. And I'd like to add the amendment. It says add, but it's to be added before the language currently in there.
Right. So you're going to again, your voice isn't very clear, but from what I understanding is you're moving.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now better?
That's better.
I can yell into the phone, but it is my technology.
That's
and
right.
my headset's not working. So just
Okay.
on a point of privilege, just wanted to mention that. Trying my best here. Just wanted to add the council directs staff to plan a meeting where council may participate in a trial public hearing or a test or a trial public hearing with the technology staff proposed for virtual public hearings, and that this trial public hearing be modeled on the proposed electronic public hearing process, and include, it should say include, testing the technology for public participation in a virtual public hearing, and further that council have the opportunity to provide feedback before the process is finalized prior to scheduling for virtual public hearings. And that being said, I'm adding this to May 5th. So I intend for May 5th to move forward. But I would hope that we'd have this opportunity ahead of time, especially for public hearing, because it is a little bit different than our back and forth in council, and there are some nuances and changes to the procedure. So I would hope that that would be supported by council. I'm really trying to find some middle ground with still some uncertainty, and also noting all of the emails that we have received over the weekend that there are people who are feeling uneasy with the process. I'd like to see the process move forward, but I don't want people to feel uneasy about it. And if we have tested the public participation, if that's happening today, then maybe it's just one more call where we can all do that on a public hearing for those who can attend. No different than a staff briefing. We all try and do our best to attend. Sometimes we have other meetings, civic business, but I would hope that that would be supported and would offer some clarity.
Okay, thank you. Before I move over to the main queue, because this moved, I do have a question about this amendment, Councillor DeGenova. It says in the final section that council have the opportunity to provide feedback before the process is finalized, but after the comment says prior to scheduling dates for virtual public hearings. So it does look like you're, what you've moved is the actual dates for the next meetings, but then you say, it seems to be.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. My apologies. It should, and again, I'm having technology difficulties. So if you could maybe help me, because it would just be a clarification here. Future dates because we have a date that's proposed currently, but that this would happen ahead of the other dates. So my apologies. That's what I meant. And as I just described, so maybe if we could just add in prior to scheduling future dates. If you'd like me to send that in right now, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so you're, just to be clear for everybody on council, is that you would add the word prior to scheduling future dates for virtual public hearings, so that we would go ahead with the ones that you're moving, but any future ones would be, okay, that's good. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Kirby.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I'm moving over to the.
I have a point of
just a point of information or point of personal privilege.
I've got. Sorry, before you, Councillor DeGenova, there was somebody else who had a personal privilege.
It was Councillor Kirby. I have a point of personal privilege. I just want to confirm for myself and also folks at home that we're not able to display amendments during this meeting on screen. Is that correct? It's audio only.
No,
people that are.
We will be able to. Yes, it's coming now.
Because I'm not. Is it?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, it'll be there in a second.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. On to Councillor DeGenova, personal privilege.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to say I'm sending it in right now to add future, but hoping that will be.
I can add that. Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that's added. Okay, thank you. Great. So we have it seconded now, and if I'd ask council to put themselves on the queue if they would like to speak to this. And it's the amendment should be coming up on your screens now. We have Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so is this an amendment, or are we voting on a motion that was moved with changes?
Nope, there's
and
a
if so, I'm wondering why I can't.
Right, so there's a report coming forward to staff that Councillor DeGenova moved, but added this additional part to it. So it's not an amendment. This is what we are considering. There is an opportunity to amend and also to amend that amendment. So you've got the full range of options in front of you.
Okay, I would just like to see if I could have the final severed. I think that the first two make a lot of sense. I think that supportive of Digenova bringing it forward, that we do a test or trial prior to ensure that we have the best opportunity possible to hear from the public, because I think as a counselor, I want to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence and getting all the information, and hearing from the public is one of the best ways for us to really get an understanding of what we want to do moving forward. And I don't think any of us would vote if we didn't feel comfortable that we're hearing properly from the public. And so I think the trial is a great idea, and I will be supportive. I won't be supportive of the further that done but prior.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and happy to support the amendment, and largely coming from the perspective of I think staff have been working really hard behind the scenes to try to enable this, and in part because there's a recognition that some business may need to continue, but we are in a very unusual circumstance in terms of the pandemic, and so I've said this publicly already, but the importance of treading thoughtfully in this context. But for me, what has been really important in all of this is that we have a process that has integrity. And so if we can establish a public hearing process that enables people to physically participate, to participate virtually by calling in, as well as to continue by writing or making video submissions, I'm supportive of that. I think I think all of council has received an enormous amount of correspondence over the last couple of weeks, and I think people are really looking for the integrity of that process, transparency, understanding what it will look like and how it will unfold, and I think that having a test or a mock or trial public hearing, just to make sure we make sure there's no glitches, we can make sure we have phone lines available, there's not issues with phoning in and being on the line, I think makes a lot of sense. And allows us to still continue, but we test that out first. And so I think it's a very reasonable request, and so I'm supportive of that.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have forwarded an amendment to the motion. And my amendment, first of all, I appreciate the additional language that has been added by Councillor Digenova in moving the motion. And I particularly do like the idea of the test or trial, a full test or trial with council participating. But I feel that the phrase prior to scheduling future dates for virtual public meetings is not necessary. And the reason I don't feel it's necessary is that I absolutely believe that staff, as we work through the test or trial, we are, like we did this morning, we will be on a learning curve, and I absolutely have confidence in our staff to work out the details of that. Just to say, would not proceed with even having the May 5th public hearing if not all of the details were in place, including not having U.S. servers. So I'm trusting staff on that. I don't think that they would be scheduling dates if there were problems, and would just like to see that removed for now and putting our trust in staff on this.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I'll just remind you too that we, of course, have to approve all future meetings. That's something we do every council meeting. So we can also control that ourselves.
Thanks for that reminder too.
Yeah. Okay, so we need a seconder. Thank you very much. I'm going on to amendment Q then. If anybody would like to speak to this. Councillor Wiebe seconded. Councillor Digenova.
Thanks so much. Just had a point of information for Councillor Carr, specifically on this amendment, if you'll allow that, Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, just wondered if this also then included striking, because you've added something, and I understand, or I'm sorry, you've struck prior to scheduling future dates for virtual public hearings, and I'm not against that. I'm just wondering if you're also striking then the main proposal, which I hadn't struck from my motion, which is that we go ahead with May 5th.
No, but my understanding is that you haven't struck it, so I'm assuming that May 5th is still in place as per your response to, I believe, the mayor's question on that. So I'm assuming that that's going ahead. This would happen, the testing would happen prior to May 5th, and it's subsequent meetings that you were, so it's just that, yeah, that's my interpretation.
Thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to know if that was your intention, and I'm supportive of what you're proposing. So thanks very much, and I will be supporting the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, and it just relates to what was in the original communication report to move the date to Tuesday, May 5th, but at 1 p.m. and not traditionally in the evening when we have public hearings to maximize public participation. I realize a lot of people have lost employment, but a lot of people are still working, and I'm just wondering why we're moving to an afternoon time instead of our traditional evening.
City Manager?
Yeah, actually, and maybe Rosemary, do you want to, we talked a fair amount about it, but do you want to outline our reasoning?
Sorry, I'll turn it over to the clerks. Go ahead, clerk.
Through the chair, we recommend 1 o'clock start to give us time to deal with the technology, just to have the speakers call in. It takes some lead time to have them set up, so it gives us a bit of time to have it all ready before we can start the hearing. And having it in the middle of the day also.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Having the time.
I'm just wondering why I guess I'm just wondering why not in the evening, because that would give you the whole day for lead time. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can. This is City Manager. As we saw today, we lost an hour, almost an hour and a half with our technology kind of working through it. And so we felt that if we started it earlier in the day, if there were bumps, we wouldn't be going late into the night to work them out. So the 1 o'clock was reasoned, and the idea being that people can participate over the phone from their homes or wherever they may be. Gives us a little bit more flexibility for people having to leave.
And quick follow-up then, is that would the intent be to revert back to evening times when most people don't have work demands after this sort of, I guess, initial?
I think our sense was to, I think our sense was to, like, a little bit like Councillor Weed mentioned a few minutes ago, like this is an opportunity possibly to get more people involved or to allow more people to participate without having to wait at City Hall for hours to speak. And so we thought we would try it, see how it works, and we can revisit the time to see if it's better to do it later in the day. I think we're open, really.
Okay, I was just wondering about people working. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. On to Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I understand why this test idea has been put forward. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry, I just had some feedback there. Thank you. But I remain concerned that we are acting precipitously on this, and I'm further concerned.
Thank you, and then I can pay it by phoning or something.
Point of personal privilege.
Yeah, sorry, there's
Councillor Dominato.
Could somebody mute their phone? Everybody, if you could mute your phone so we can hear Councillor Hardwick, that would be appreciated. I'll stop your timer, Councillor Hardwick. I'll just have the clerks check on the muting. It sounds clear now. Please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
So I just also, I understand the test. I still think it's being rushed, and I'm concerned that we're putting the path of the development projects ahead of the interests of the people, of our constituents, and I'd ask people to be thinking about that. But my question again is going to go back to this 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's there's a reason that we have public hearings at night and after the work hours, and that is to accommodate our constituents that work during the day. And this is not about us being able to have the time in the afternoon to try and address technological issues going forward. It's about listening to the people of the city. And so I would strongly, I disagree with going ahead with the public hearings in the first place, but doing them in the afternoon, I would again suggest that that's something that staff should think about. It's not about them or us. It's about the public in the hearing. And that's just what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we will get to our first vote of the day, which is on Councillor Carr's amendment to the staff report that has been moved with an addition from Councillor DeGenova. So again, the first thing we're voting on is the elimination of the phrase prior to scheduling future dates for virtual public hearing. So I'll call that vote now. And that has passed with no one in opposition. Thank you, Council. We're on to Councillor Carr. You still have the floor.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I just wanted to offer one last comment, and that is I really believe that this COVID-19 epidemic and emergency, I think, is changing the way we do business. And I think for many people, working from home is becoming a reality that actually some are enjoying. And many conversations I've had with people are that they're hoping that there can be more of that in the future, and that there's just a very different style of operating now in the business world. And I anticipate that different ways of moving forward electronically. I have to say I'm quite a fan now of Zoom, that we can actually increase the participation in our public hearings. Notwithstanding, it's going to take some working through glitches, which always does happen in the experience of using new technologies. But that I really believe that it's going to enable people, even people who may be at work, who can get on a list, will know that they can call in at a certain time, which we've wanted to happen for people at public hearings for a very long time. That actually even earlier start times may work in the favor of increased participation, and the overall electronic meetings could work that same way too, in terms of enabling participation that we haven't been able to enable before. So I'm happy to see this move forward, and happy to see that there's an addition of a test or a trial one before the first.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I was just going to echo the North sentiment.
Sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you too, Councillor Boyle.
I would just add, I appreciate all of the work going into this, and the work staff have done in figuring out a good process. And I want to echo the sentiments I heard from Councillor Carr and Councillor Reid before, that I think there's some real possibilities that we might actually be able to improve accessibility in our public hearing process as we test out. So glad to see it move forward, and for the work being done to make sure it is accessible for people.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. We could barely hear what you were saying, so you perhaps may just want to work on your connection. I'll move on to Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this moving forward, and I think that trialing, having the opportunity to do electronic means will be really critical for a lot of people that struggle to make it to City Hall, or struggle to take that much time off work because of the importance. So I think this is great to trial and see what we can do to include new technologies to allow people, but also ensure that people have the ability to come in person, because I think there is power to having someone in the council chamber speaking to us. So I like the idea of trialing and ensuring that moving forward, we allow more options for people to voice their opinions on what's happening in the city. So I'm very supportive.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just a few final comments around this item. First of all, I think I'd like to say, thank you to our staff who have been striving to sort of respond to, questions and concerns we have raised around this and enabling participation. I'm incredibly disappointed today to read some of the comments on Twitter that is disparaging our staff and making incredibly negative comments about how council's proceeding this morning. Yes, there have been challenges. Yes, there have been glitches. And there may very well be some glitches as we proceed with potentially virtual public hearings. But I want to say, I was asked yesterday if there's some sort of silver lining around, the current situation we find ourselves in, and I think that I stand by the fact that we need to have a process that has integrity, but I think that we may come through all of this and have more ways for people to participate fully. Because having been I've got 2 young daughters, and I know how incredibly challenging it is and how busy young parents are. We often don't see certain people come out to public hearing meetings and other meetings, and I suspect it's because they're juggling a lot of things, and so coming physically in person isn't always an option. And so if we can create an opportunity for more people to participate in different ways, I'm supportive of that. But that doesn't take away from having a process that has integrity, which is why we're wanting to make sure we get it right and do it well, so people have confidence in it and there's transparency. And so I just wanted to articulate that, because I think we're really in very challenging times right now. We've never been in this before. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. And I think that the public who have written us over the last number of weeks about their concerns around the process around public hearing, they have legitimate concerns. They want to see things rammed through. We have a requirement under the charter to enable public participation and engagement. We need to hold true to that. But let's look at what we can do with the technology we have today, marry up the two, but make sure it has integrity. And so I'm supportive of this. I really appreciate the opportunity to sort of test it, trial run it, and so we can get it right for people. And appreciate the work that's going into this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Sorry, mute stuck there. Yeah, I'm appreciative of the thoughtful additions that Councillor DiGenova has.
Again, you're a little faint, Councillor Fry. If you can come closer to the mic, that would be great.
All right, how's that?
A little better.
Better? Okay. I'm certainly appreciative of the thoughtful additions that Councillor DiGenova has provided us here, and I'm supportive of the motion. Also confident in the opportunity to address this as a trial for virtual public hearings. All of our public hearings, virtual or otherwise, were intended to approach with an open mind. So I think that this presents us the option to pursue this, and I'm confident that we don't have to pursue this as well, so that there's a little bit of versatility in this approach. Issues that might require a more robust public hearing with more people, we don't necessarily have to address them now. We certainly do have a lot of smaller public hearings that we hear throughout the regular calendar year that are rather perfunctory in the approach, and I don't think we should necessarily stop all process in the city while we wait through this crisis. So happy to support this and appreciative of Councillor DiGenova's amendments.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking our Technogenius staff. If you can teach me how to do this, you can teach anybody. I really appreciate that. So this is a pandemic. With this process, people will be able to phone in. The sunny side of that is they won't have to sit in council chambers for hours waiting for their chance to speak, or they can come in if they want. The downside is that members of the public won't be able to organize a visible physical presence that sometimes some people think helps them win their point. But they can still send lots of emails. They can still sign up to speak. They can still answer questions from council. And I think it's okay for a temporary period and for us to check this out with a pilot and see how it works. I don't want to stall, especially social housing projects. I think physical distancing is going to continue for some time. It may not be in order, but people might want to do voluntary physical distancing, like, for example, me, a 77-year-old who's taking the bus. Maybe I would want to physical distance a bit longer than the medical health officer suggests is necessary for the regular population. So if we do this, that will give people that option that they can come in by phone. And yeah, I think it might be that in the future we want to add the phone in option and keep that so that people with kids or people who just get off work can stay home and still speak to council. And I was glad to see that it's a phone option rather than a computer option, because it seems to me like that might be a bit easier, not require as many resources, and most everybody has a phone. Although people don't have a phone, we need to think about that. How do we enable people who don't have phones to be able to make their comments like everybody else?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Of course, there is always still the option of folks writing in with email or by snail mail too. So there are. This just adds extra options. If we can just, if my internet works, perhaps next time we'll be a lot better than this one. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that I'm really glad that Council's having very robust discussions on the public hearing process, and I think it's testament to how important it is that we ensure not only that, and this was the spirit of my questions at the last meeting, and not supporting all of the referrals, because I didn't feel yet at that point in time that we were on solid legal footing for holding public hearings, and I didn't want to diminish public trust, and I felt we needed additional public communication clarity around the process. And I recognize that this is evolving, and we're all working to provide sort of definition of that in the new normal. And I am also hopeful that we'll have some positive outcomes, including increased public engagement, as well as more tech-enabled civic governance. Having said that, I do not want to put up any additional barriers to participation. And so I am troubled by the move to an afternoon public hearing. And I recognize that, yes, a lot of people in Vancouver, almost half have lost a job or have a reduction in income. But people are still trying to work, and I think that provides additional stress and could be a barrier to participation. So I have submitted an amendment that the clerk should have, and it's a very simple one, which is to be consistent with our previous commitment to maximize participation. Did you just hear me? I lost static. Can everyone still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Okay, great. That's much better. Which is to continue to maximize participation, not have any barriers, and so to amend 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. as is our normal procedure. And I would note a point of personal privilege. I don't know if everyone else is getting it. I'm getting a lot of static that intermittently goes on and off. It makes it a bit difficult to hear.
Yeah, I'm getting it too.
Okay, thank you. So we need
I'll
a
keep going.
seconder for this amendment.
Second, Councillor Wiebe.
Okay, so I'm going to put us on to the amendment queue. Somebody would like to speak to this amendment, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
To 6 p.m. as is our normal.
Hi, is Joseph Jones here?
Hello, councillors, if you could put yourself on mute, that would be great. Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have the floor on this amendment. Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
I support the 6 o'clock start for public hearings as we are asking people to deviate from what they're accustomed to doing for public hearings, which has been the longstanding practice of the city, by conducting online public hearings or telephone public hearings. So in my view, the least we could do is keep it at 6 o'clock to conform with our historical practice.
Point of privilege?
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Just a point of privilege, first of all, Mr. Mayor, if you could stop my timer. I just wanted to note that Cisco WebEx meetings, it says the host has removed you from the meeting. So that happened just before. You weren't able to hear me, but I could hear you. Just wanted to note that again.
Sure, no problem. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. So now I'll just go ahead and say that I do support this, and although it won't significantly impact me just because of my own schedule, to a point that Councillor Dominato had brought up, and I think that it's very important that we do, consider that there often are some pluses for people who have difficulties where they're working remotely or they're struggling to look for work right now to participate. So after what is known as typical business hours, I certainly support that. And I think that right now we're in a time of great uncertainty. And the more certainty that we can offer to people in our city, to the public, that's what they're looking for from City Council. They're looking for leadership. They're looking for a steady hand. And for us to be able to make sure that we keep things as steady as we can right now. So for that reason, I certainly do support this. I think that it adds just a little bit less confusion to the process. And also, in my closing remarks on my amendment later on, I also I'll elaborate on my thanks to staff for the careful consideration they've put into this process. But I wholeheartedly support this amendment, the amendment brought forward by Councillor Kirby-Yung. And again, I think it's important in uncertain times that we offer people more certainty.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, a point of information for you to perhaps the clerk or the city manager regarding the intent behind this original motion as drafted was to only have the May 5th meeting at 1 o'clock, or is the intent to have all meetings going forward start at 1?
I don't know. I will ask the clerk.
Through the chair, the intent is to just try out the public hearing on May 5th at 1 o'clock.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I am going to not support this amendment, although I do appreciate the intent behind it. I think we are trying new approaches, as we can see, to a lot of different meetings and how we conduct our business and in terms of public hearings. I think there's no time like the present to try something different at 1 o'clock, noting very few people these days work 9 to 5, and certainly we know are not going to an office, generally speaking, from 9 to 5, where 6 o'clock would be the most appropriate time to allow people to work, where we evolved how we work now, and certainly I know many people that are finding themselves working in the evening or flex shifts or overnight. So I won't support this amendment simply because I think it's worth trying at 1 o'clock to see what kind of feedback we get, since we are in a trial proposed by the amendment from Councillor DiGenova. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, we got you on mute.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Bly did speak to the same issue that I feel strongly about. In questioning, staff did indicate that in terms of future timing, they would be looking at starting, if this happened to work out, maybe some at 1, and also returning to our normal 6 p.m. I think this is a one-time test of this method, and at 1 o'clock, understanding that we may be in this period of need for electronic meetings for some period of time. I'm open to various options, but feel supportive of staff's suggestion to start at 1 for the reasons stated by the city clerk and city manager, that it would enable staff to have more time to deal with glitches should they arise in the first public hearing of this type electronically. So I appreciate the intent on the part of Councillor Kirby-Yung to ensure that we have always the most robust number of people able to participate in a meeting, but I think that can be accomplished through the fact that this is a virtual meeting, and will therefore not support the amendment, but the original timing.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I just heard Councillor Bly say that this was a pilot or a test, this proposed public hearing on the 5th of May. My understanding is that this is being treated as a fait accompli going forward, that we will be having telephone or virtual public hearings going forward, and that this is not a one-shot deal. Can that please be addressed?
You're asking a point of information to whom?
Yes, I guess it's a point of information to the city clerk and or the city manager, because again, I just, rolling back what I just heard from Councillor Bly, was that this was being interpreted as a pilot or a test and a one-time thing. And yet we are being told that these processes are going to be the status quo going forward. So I would like clarification on that.
Yeah, this is the city manager. Yeah, thanks. I definitely see this as a trial. And we've talked, council, about using this as a pilot. We only have the one meeting scheduled at this point. We have the projects lined up to go to it, and so I would see this as a trial. If it doesn't work, obviously we would need to regroup.
And then I just clarification on something that Councillor Carr said, that we need to do this, that we need to have this public hearing on the 5th of May. And yet I heard the city manager comment early on that there was not a significant backlog. So given those two considerations, again, do we need to have this meeting on the 5th?
And is that a point of information or something? Or
Again,
is that
to
rhetorical?
the city manager, no, this is a question. Councillor Carr said that we needed to have it, and I heard from the city manager that in fact there is not a backlog. So I'm asking, is there need to conduct this meeting on the 5th or not?
Asking the city manager?
Yes.
Okay.
Staff are recommending to do the public hearing, and ideally we set up a system so we can do other public hearings during this period of physical distancing, because we do have projects that we're planning to go to public hearing, and there are more that will be lining up. So as I said, there will be a considerable backlog that builds if we aren't able to move forward. And these are projects that people have invested a lot of time and money and energy into. And so we're recommending moving forward. It's obviously council's discretion whether you want to do that.
Okay, so it's a recommendation, not a need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll be supportive of the amendment. I think that I like the idea that staff brought forward of moving to 1 p.m. It's down the future, but I think for the first one here that we really need to recognize that we need to make people feel comfortable, that they understand the process and come in and deal with the changes. But I do like the idea of looking at different times moving forward. But for the first one, I'd like to see it be consistent. So I will be supportive of the 6 p.m.
Thank you. That's it for speakers list. So we'll vote on this amendment. Calling the vote now. Councillor Fry, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung.
I'm trying. My computer has been freezing with the City Hall connection all day, so I'm trying to do it.
If you want to vote assist, okay, you voted.
I think it's worked now.
Yes, thank you very much. That has passed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Carr, and myself in opposition. So thank you, Council. We'll go back to, I'm actually going to switch queues here. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, and Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Oops. Council, if you can just give me a second to load up the queue where it was before. Councillor Cly. And one more here, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, so Councillor, we're on the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'll just finish off comments on saying that I support the communications report as it has been amended, because I think it reflects the spirit of council, and I'm really happy to see that, of trying to support staff in their efforts, but also really respond, most importantly, to the feedback from the public where there's nervousness and concerns, and that I see this as a iterative process. And what I'm hearing is that there's a willingness to amend and adapt as we need to. And so if we have challenges with technology, we will adapt. If we want to look at new times in the future, we could consider it at that point. If we find that the public are really enjoying it, then we can do potentially more of them. If we find similarly that we're challenged with too many people attending City Hall, then we would look at that. So I'm given some comfort that I think that there's a willingness to evolve this and be responsive to the feedback that we hear. So I'm not wholeheartedly endorsing that we continue public hearings virtually like this if we have challenges, but I am supportive if we hear that it's working for the public, and particularly if we get to hear from people we don't normally that can't make the trek to City Hall because they're working or they have kids at home or a number of other commitments. And if this will sort of enable people to participate that traditionally haven't before, then I think that's a good thing for democracy. So I'm optimistic from that perspective, and I'm appreciative of the fact that we're willing to respond to challenges that may come up as they arise. Thank you.
Hey, Council, I'm going to need a motion to extend past noon. I would suggest just to finish this item, and then we'll go in camera an hour after that, and then come back as close to 3 o'clock as we can. So can I have a motion to extend just to finish this item?
Motion
So
to
moved,
extend.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hardwick moved it with Councillor Dominato second. So great. Thank you very much. Councillor Bly, then you've got up to 5 minutes.
Point of order?
Do we need to, I think we need to vote
Do we need
on
to
that motion.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry?
Point of order? Mr. Mayor, point of order? It's Councillor DiGenova. We have to
We just need to vote on that motion.
Sorry. All in favor of extending? Say yay.
Yay.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Thank you very much. Councillor Bly, I'll reset your timer. Go ahead,
That's
Councillor Bly.
great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I'll be supportive of this motion and changes to the meetings as put forward and amended by Councillor DiGenova. We were polled, and I think that although the consensus may have been way back when this all started to move ahead, I certainly can only speak for myself that I was cautious around that. So I think the staff has worked extremely hard to create a system that is going to be robust and clearly, given this morning's glitches, which are variables beyond our control, perhaps other people's internet, it's still going to factor into how we are able to ensure, as Councillor Dominato used the word integrity, that we have a system that meets that sort of measure of integrity that the public feels confident in. So I will be supportive. I think the trial ahead of time will be very important, and hopefully people in the public will be able to engage in that trial, those that may feel more concerned than others. And we give the options of phone, internet, in person for those that can, as well as letter writing and all the rest. So I think we are expanding our ability to engage the public on and I look forward to what that could mean in sort of a post-COVID reality. So I think 3 points is the intent is to continue with the system that has integrity. So as long as we're meeting that, and I believe that we're working on that, I think the trial is a good approach. And then I think we've amended our procedure bylaws since we all were elected, and have made efforts with various motions and whatnot to enable more participation. So I think in theory, that's what this ultimately could do. And it isn't necessarily to sort of prioritize developers over public. I think there is a lot of comments here from council that underscore how each councillor values the input from the public. And we've been listening to the various emails that we've gotten over the last couple weeks, which is why this has been a topic that's taken us all the way to lunch. All that being said, I think that when people come to public hearing in a more traditional form, pre-COVID-19, let's say pandemic, is that people may have been delayed for one reason or another that's out of our control, and there's always going to be that tension point. So I think it's just how do we reconcile that with new technology and a new reality going forward. So appreciate all the work that's been done by staff and also council to consider this with very thoughtful comments and questions. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
I had put in a strike and replace to the city clerk.
Okay.
Can we please put that up? We are in an emergency here, an unprecedented emergency, and we are trying, I understand the desire to adapt, but I also am mindful of the democratic process, and I'm concerned about ramming things through and acting precipitously, as I've said before. I'm suggesting here in this strike and replace that we delay public hearings until the end of April or the end of May, or the time when the province stands down on its current restrictions. To me, this is the responsible thing to do for our constituents, the people of Vancouver going forward. And I am concerned about the integrity of the process. Listen, I've been involved in technology and public consultation for the better part of a decade, and I understand the importance of it. But rushing it through, as we've seen today with our challenges, is not a good thing to do. And I am concerned about the integrity of the process. I'm concerned about how do we know when people call up that they are Vancouverites? How do we know what the purpose is of the callers calling in? Are they a member of a neighborhood, or are they there supporting a developer? We don't know those things, and those are the kinds of details that we need to figure out going forward. So I implore council, press pause. Let's do this. I know that there is an enthusiasm for trying new processes going forward, but we don't need to rush it. There isn't a backlog. We're only talking in what I've put in the strike and replace. We're only looking at 2, 4, 6 weeks worth of waiting time, or it could be sooner depending on what happens with the province. None of it prevents us from doing more work around coming up with a system that really works. So, again, for the people of Vancouver and the public process, I really urge you to press pause on this, and that is the reason behind my strike and replace.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Just before we move ahead, asking for a seconder, are you striking everything that's been also added from the amendment earlier?
While I don't have a problem with the testing aspects that Councillor DiGenova put forward and the subsequent amendments by Councillor Carr and Councillor Kirby-Yung, I am concerned specifically about the date of the 5th of May as rushing it. And so I had put forward this strike and replace.
Pretty straight question there.
Prior to those, I had put those forward before. I had put my strike and replace forward before those amendments were made.
And that's why I'm asking.
But I appreciate and embrace the amendments, but I don't think that we should have the meeting on the 5th of May.
So I just need an answer. Are you striking out everything or just this part?
I would strike out just the first part of having the meeting on the 5th of May.
Okay, first I'm...
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Just a second, Councillor DiGenova.
Mr. Mayor, you had asked if this was in addition to the amendments.
Councillor DiGenova, could you just hold on for a second? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder, you asked if this was in addition to the amendment that was passed. I understand there have been amendments to the amendment, but we're still on the amendment that I moved forward, in fact. And I'm just wondering if that's what you meant, that in talking to Councillor Hardwick, you had said that was this in addition to the amendment that was passed. So I'm just to be clear, the point of parliamentary procedure I have is, are we still on the amendment that I put forward that was amended first by Councillor Carr and second by Councillor Kirby-Yung? Is that where we are in the meeting?
Just 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor DiGenova, you moved the staff motion with additional language, so that was not an amendment. So that is still standing. It's been subsequently amended by Councillor Carr and then by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay. So Councillor so we are speaking to the main report as amended. And so Councillor Hardwick, you will need a seconder for Councillor Hardwick's strike and replace amendment. We have a seconder. Okay, Councillor Hardwick. Oh, I got Councillor DiGenova on the list. Councillor DiGenova.
Oh, I'm not on to second, Mr. Mayor. I'm just on to close on the motion.
Okay, thanks. So we don't have a seconder, so this this motion will not go ahead, and I don't. Councillor Dejanova, you now have the floor for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor this point, but I really did want to share my thanks and appreciation with staff, and also in helping with the language that this could be a test. The council has an opportunity to undertake a test of this. I know that, as I've mentioned, I'm still getting used to the technology, but that being said, the technology that we're using for this particular meeting, that being said, I think that there are some people that may indeed prefer technology, and I think we'll have the opportunity, and it may be an unfortunate silver lining of this process. I don't like to wish or think that there are any good outcomes from something that has been so divisive and devastating in this global pandemic. But that being said, as the first millennial elected to Vancouver City Council, I certainly heard from people of my generation, of other generations as well. I'm not trying to discriminate, but certainly from people in my age bracket and demographic, that was a way that they could participate with young families at home, with living and affordability costs being what they are. The most that they could do was maybe send in correspondence. There was no way to actually call into a meeting and give a testimony of sorts, and I say that with quotations, because there hasn't been that opportunity. So I very much appreciate the additions of Councillor Carr and Councillor Kirby-Yung, and I think that right now, in a time that is so uncertain for people, that we're rolling up our sleeves and we're saying that we're willing to move forward. That being said, we're doing so carefully. So I really appreciate, not only the support for the amendment that I put forward, but I think that it's better now than it was when I put it forward. So I wholeheartedly support the amended motion as it stands. And thank those who really showed leadership in moving that forward. And again, I think that it's really important that we do what we can to show that leadership, considering the uncertainty of the times that we're in right now. And that's what we, in my opinion, owe the public. And I'm going to do my best to serve the public, as I have promised to do, and putting my name forward for this office. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That's it. So we'll call a vote on this amended staff communication report. Okay, so I'm calling a vote. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So thank you, Council. It is 10 past 12. We're going to take a recess for lunch, and then we will come back in camera at 10 past 1 p.m. And then back in council chambers or virtually at 3. And we'll need you to reconnect to the in-camera meeting by 1:10 p.m. So thank you very much, council. Thank you for your patience, and we'll reconvene in camera at 10 past 1. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Hey, hello, Council. We're resuming now at 10 after 3 or 13 minutes after 3. We finished the first item in the communications, the changes to the 2020 council meetings. Councillor Dominato held the 2020 LMLGA submission adjustment. So I've got you on the queue, Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead with questions to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And these may be questions to the liaison to LMLGA.
Okay.
I'm just going to go on mute. I'm getting some echo. I see there's been some track changes done with the original motions, and I'm looking for some clarity as to where those proposed amendments came from, the rationale for removing language around political parties. I'm looking at page 2 of the memo. So I'm hoping we can get some clarity around that.
Okay, thank you. So who is the rep to the LM? Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you on the line and able to respond to that? Perhaps you're on mute, Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. I don't have, I guess we don't have Councillor Fry on the line. Anybody else know why these were amended? I can't help you there, Councillor Dominato, with Councillor Fry not in the chambers. Did you have an objection or a change you wanted to make? Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato, I've got you off mute. Do you have any changes you wanted to make to this? Councillor Fry is not available. Pardon me?
Hi, this is Sadhu. Has the meeting begun? Because none of us can hear anything, I don't think.
Yes, Sadhu, this is Rebecca.
Yeah.
Similar from Councillor.
Okay, everybody, mute your mics, please. Mute your mics, please. Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let's get you to mute your mics, please. So we're just going to unmute everybody but Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, there was a question from Councillor Dominato about why the amendments to the LMLGA submission adjustments. Sorry? Just 1 second, Council. We're just checking on a problem here. I'm going to call one more time for Councillor Fry.
Can you guys not hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Sorry, Mayor, could you repeat the general question? I'm having a hard time getting synced up here.
Sure. The question was, Councillor Dominato held the 2020 LMLGA submission adjustments, and she has a question as to why the amendments were made and the rationale behind them. The track changes.
So these were, generally speaking, rather perfunctory amendments just for process, eliminating some of the specific references. This is a conversation we've been having ongoing, but eliminating some of the more specific references to Vancouver City Council to try and give them a little bit more of a provincial scope for when they're going to the UBCM, because typically UBCM likes to see resolutions come forward that are more provincial in scope, not regional in scope. And so these amendments really just reflected that. They were prepared generally by Jamie Justison, who's a staffer at UBCM and also helps with LMLGA to steward some or shepherd some of those motions forward.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, is that satisfactory?
I do have a follow-up question through you to Councillor Fry. It's just with specifically, I appreciate the desire to have sort of provincial scope, but the thrust of the motion on page 2 was around reporting by provincial political parties, because often there's an affiliation between parties or they are one and the same across federal, provincial, municipal lines. And that's been struck entirely from the motion. And I'm just trying to understand that the rationale for that.
Councillor Fry?
I think, I wasn't actually CC'd on that specific motion because it wasn't my motion, but looking at it, I believe that it's really just to make it a little bit more wider in scope rather than focusing on provincial political parties alone.
Okay. Councillor...
Is there any urgency to this being passed today? Do we know, since LMLGA has been canceled?
I'm getting some head shakes here from the clerks.
Yes.
There doesn't.
Yes or no?
I don't think there is an absolute deadline.
Okay, so could I'm going to move a motion then to refer this to the April 28th council meeting, just to get some clarity on the rationale for the changes and follow up with LMLGA.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
I'll draft that up if I have to.
Okay, thanks, Council. So I'll just put us on the main queue, and if you'd like to speak to this seconded motion, referral motion, to move this item to the next meeting, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Kirby.
And do you need me, Mr.
Councillor
Do you need
Kirby,
me to write that referral? Or to postpone it to? Do I need to write that? It's Councillor Dominato.
I think that I'm happy if you send it in, but maybe we can just save some time and go to Councillor Kirby-Yung first. The seconded motion is to refer this to the next council meeting for discussion. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
It was actually a point of privilege because I was having trouble accessing the meeting and I just wanted to confirm my function's working, and it appears to be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else want to discuss referring this to the next council meeting? Please put yourself on the queue. If not, I'm going to call a vote. Okay, I'm going to call a vote then on the motion on the floor is to refer this item to the next council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, this is Councillor Bly. I need a vote assist.
Okay, Councillor Bly. How would you like?
I'm actually going to abstain. I've been on and off the WebEx throughout this debate, so I haven't been able to follow along.
Okay, okay. Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle.
This is Councillor Boyle, and I need a vote assist too. My screen seems to be frozen, but I will be abstaining for the same reason as Councillor Bly stated.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Boyle's abstain. Okay, so we have this passes. The motion to refer this to the next council meeting passes with Councillor Wiebe and myself in opposition. Okay, great. So that has finished, and so now we're on to the reports, the COVID-19 pandemic impacts of financial update and short-term actions. And I'm going to clear the question queue, and I think staff have a presentation for us on this. So I'll turn it over to the city manager initially.
Great, thanks. Yes, Mayor, we do. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, it's a little, we'll just try to adjust the sound here, but go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. And Patrice is on the line as well. And we've got a PowerPoint that we wanted to pull up.
Okay.
Great, I'm here if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can, thanks. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hand it over to Patrice, who will run through the PowerPoint.
Thanks so much, Sadhu, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. So as you know, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is significant, and it is still uncertain as to the timing and the extent of the crisis and the impact to our city and to the residents and businesses in the city. The purpose of today's report is really to provide Council and the public with some preliminary information on the financial impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to the city, as well as some recommendations on the upcoming property tax notice, and to talk about some of the actions that the city is planning to take. I am joined by Colin Knight, and he'll be sharing the presentation with me, and I have a number of our senior finance directors who will be available to answer any questions. I know you're already hearing from residents and businesses and staff on the impact that the crisis is having on the city. In addition to the serious health impacts from the virus,
Patrice?
the economic, yeah, can you hear?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't believe that the PowerPoint deck is up yet.
Rosemary, are you going to load that?
It does appear to be loaded.
I see it.
Oh, can people see
In
it?
here, I see it.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I can't see it.
No, me either.
I'm not seeing the WebEx. Rosemary.
Okay, it's no good if everybody talks at once. The clerk will work on this and come right back to you.
Point of personal privilege.
Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, I just wanted to note that it's being shown through the city council side of the site, not through the WebEx. If people are looking for it, it is there. Thank you, and pleased to see it.
Okay, so I'll continue. It is on the public website that we can see. So as I was mentioning, in addition to the serious health impacts of the virus...
Sorry, could you just hold on until we get the presentation up for... We're almost there. So I'll just let everybody know when we're ready to roll.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
See it?
Yeah, we could do it that way.
Yeah, that way we could do it. We could do it both ways. I think that's probably the easiest.
If you just share your screen, and I'll follow the public screen.
Okay, I'm just going to
Again, we can hear everybody. You're live, just so you know.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
Good reminder to council that one of our little mishaps today has made the national news. So good to just remember to mute as we're going through these meetings. Thanks.
Was that the water feature?
Yes.
Worthy of a movie. Colin, are you able to pull it up?
Yeah, just be one moment. I'm just trying to share my screen right now. Okay, I think I've got it.
Okay, we see it now. I think on the yep. Now, councillors, you should be able to see it. Mr. Mayor, I think we're ready to go.
Okay, if we could go and Ms. Impey, if you can just speak a little slower. You're not so clear on your line, so it would be great just so we can all hear what you're saying. Thanks very much. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay. I'll just continue on from where I was, and just knowing that you're already hearing from residents, businesses on the impact of the crisis that is having on the city. In addition to serious health impacts from the virus, we have an economic impact to residents and businesses and not-for-profit organizations who are experiencing significant financial hardships. Thousands of businesses within Vancouver have temporarily closed in order to comply with the provincial orders. And while the senior levels of government are taking action to support the citizens and businesses, the cities across Canada are also facing financial impacts. And the City of Vancouver, like all municipalities, do not have the capacity, municipalities don't have the capacity to deal with these unprecedented events. Our capacity is limited, and we are looking for senior government support for municipalities across Canada. Now, we don't know how long, what the length of the economic disruption will be or the recovery. That is uncertain right now. But staff have outlined scenarios to help us understand the potential impact on the city's financial health and on the 2020 budget. And we're here to share that with you in more detail. I think it's important to note, though, that we are in a good financial position as a city. We have a strong credit rating. We have good liquidity. Our existing debt is secured by a fully funded sinking fund. But we do need to pay attention to the financial framework that we work within as a municipality and how that's going to be impacted by this pandemic. I think we also need to be quite careful about and consider the city's long-term financial health and plan for the long-term as well as the short-term when we're looking at the impacts of our decisions. I think the other thing we need to remember is that the city is going to play a very important role in the recovery process, and we want to ensure that we're prepared to support that recovery. So there is a lot to consider, and we wanted to bring this report forward really to set the stage for that work that is still to come. So I will provide you with a summary of the report that you've received, and then we'll be available for questions. Okay, if you go back one slide, Rosemary. Can you go to slide 2? Oh, maybe not. Okay. We'll move to slide 3. Maybe we'll just talk through some of the key points that we wanted to make within the report. That across Canada, local governments are facing significant financial challenges. They do differ because we have different makeups within the services that we provide, but it is a consistent challenge across Canada. Many of the revenues, the non-tax and utility revenues, have declined significantly as a result of the closures of for non-essential services and the province-wide physical distancing order. Now, these decreases in revenue present a funding gap for local governments. It's okay, you can stay on slide 3. Provide a funding gap issue for local governments. So revenues that we lose during this time, we will not recover back. So if parking doesn't take place, it's not going to be double when we return. Similarly, swimming lessons and all of those things. So this is funding that we will not get back, a revenue we will not get back, and it creates for us a budget gap. So we aren't able to balance our budget without those revenues this year. But the city also faces a cash flow issue. And should delinquencies increase above what we would normally see as late payments, due to increased financial hardship, that is a different issue for the city. So payment delays, because what we mean by cash flow issue is the city can recoup those taxes, and we have a process called the tax sale process, where we can force a home to be or a property to be sold in order to recoup the taxes. That is a long process and usually takes about 3 years. So it's a cash flow as opposed to a funding issue, but it is a cash flow issue that we need to be aware of and to manage. So we do need senior government support for municipalities. We don't have the capacity to absorb those large losses and to manage all of those cash flow risks should they unfold. So we have developed potential scenarios, and we'll be preparing plans related to those scenarios. If you'd like to go to slide 4. So I just want to talk first about the financial framework within which the City of Vancouver and most municipalities operate, and that will be just as a reminder for Council. Unlike federal and provincial governments, local governments cannot run deficits or borrow to balance their operating budgets. Local governments' operating budgets are largely funded by property tax and utilities, generally 75 to 85%, City of Vancouver at 75%. And other revenues could be things like parking, permits, community, recreation programs would make up the balance, in the case of Vancouver, 25%. And those help support the delivery of key city services. So you can see the chart there. If you go to slide 5. So the local governments collect taxes on behalf of other taxing authorities. So those include the provincial school tax, TransLink, Metro Vancouver, BC Assessment, the Municipal Finance Authority, regional districts, etc. For Vancouver, these are quite significant. They are over half of the total tax bill that property owners remit to the city. And then the city in turn remits those to the other taxing authorities. So the risk of an increased delinquency in the payment of tax and utilities billings would have a significant cash flow for the city, particularly with respect to financing these OTAs over those 3 years. Those are just a couple of areas of a financial framework that we wanted to highlight and that we talk about within this report. So if you go to slide 6, I'll just cover the recommendations that we put forward in this report. So the first recommendation, it really relates to speaks to the challenges that many property owners are experiencing, many businesses and residents are experiencing. And should Council choose, they could choose to delay the main property tax bill that would normally be due July the 3rd to September the 2nd. I think that would be a 2-month delay in the payment. Now, the impact of that, and we talk about that in the report, is that it would be an impact of about $500,000 to $1 million, and depending on the interest rates at the time, of not having the dollars for that period of time. The other issue is the second point on that slide, which is that we'd ask Council to request that the province delay the remittance date for the other taxing authorities to after September the 2nd. So if the province doesn't do that, then we're actually financing, so we'll be forced to pay the other taxing authorities on July the 3rd, even though we may not get paid by all of the property owners till September the 2nd. So we'd be financing it over that period. So the second request we have is for the province to delay the remittance date, and then the city would not be financing those dollars over that time period. And then if you look at the next slide, slide 7, it speaks to the other recommendation, which is for the Council to endorse some of the requests that we've made through Metro Vancouver and UBCM that the city's been part of to the province to support local governments. The first one is expanding the provincial property tax deferment program. So we have the province has an existing program for eligible residents where they can take on a low-interest loan to the property owners that protects the tax revenues coming to municipalities as the province takes on the financing of that deferral. So municipalities get their funding and can then distribute that funding directly to the other taxing authorities. So by expanding that tax deferment to those who need it, both residents and businesses, that would allow that same process to follow, and the funding would be available for us to distribute. The second item that was brought forward through UBCM and Metro Vancouver is to provide a financial backstop to those regional authorities for those payments that are delinquent. And then if they are delinquent, the city is not having to pay the full amount of the tax and therefore having to finance that and use our own financial capacity to do that. And then the third item is related to funding gap as opposed to financing, is to provide direct operating grants to cover the city's significant revenue losses so that we can continue to provide public safety and other essential services while we're preparing for the recovery of the economy. The budget gap that municipalities are experiencing are significant. For Vancouver, again, that's 25% of our budget is impacted by those loss of revenues, and for other cities, it's an even more significant amount, particularly those who have transit as part of their city budget. So that is a specific ask around the budget gap and around supporting cities through operating grants to help to cover that budget gap. So one thing I just wanted to highlight for Council is that these are requests that have gone out to the province. We have not heard from the province as yet, and we are still waiting for their feedback. In reference to moving the remittance date from July to September, again, knowing that the province would be willing to delay their remittance date for the other taxing authorities, which is about half of that bill, would reduce the impact to the city and the risk that we would be taking on. So we weren't able to get a response from the province in time for this meeting. So if Council would like, we've checked with staff and we could delay this decision until the April 28th Council meeting. We couldn't delay it beyond that because we need to be able to get the property tax bills out to the public. So I will leave that with you that if we approve that today, we will be taking on potentially the financing of the other taxing authorities for that 2-month period, which is about $800 million that we would be paying in other taxing authorities in July, while not necessarily having all of our tax payments in by that time. So I will leave that with you for your consideration. So if we move to slide 8, the report highlights some of the short-term actions that the city is currently taking, and some of these you're quite aware of. So to mitigate some of these initial financial impacts, the city has issued temporary layoff notices to 1,500 staff, and those are primarily those impacted by the facility closures. We have put restrictions on new hiring and on travel. We're reviewing our discretionary costs for opportunities to further reduce our costs. But we do know that if the severity and the length of the crisis continues, such that our fiscal position deteriorates, if we do not get support by senior government, then we will need to consider further reductions. That could include grants, more discretionary spending, additional reductions in services, and that could result in additional layoffs. If you move to slide 9, just to continue, on the capital side, we have been reviewing the capital budget to determine what the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic is on specific capital projects. So our approach to date has been that projects that are underway where we have a contractual requirement and are expected to continue if we know the funding is secure, the work can be performed safely, and where work is considered essential, such as construction. We are also continuing with projects that are supporting the economy, so where we would have projects that are required for a third-party development, such as utility connections. We would continue with those to enable the third-party projects to continue. And another lens we have is that historically we played a pretty important role in economic recovery by delivering infrastructure as part of federal government infrastructure programs. So where it's appropriate, we are continuing to do work to prepare some key projects that we think would be appropriate for the recovery and for senior government funding. So that might be design work for some construction that could take place later. And again, should crisis continue longer than anticipated, we would review the capital plan again and revisit with a lens to reduce the city's contribution from the operating budget. And any operating impacts of capital, we'd prioritize some critical projects only, and those that are key to a speedy economic recovery. So we have, in the case of capital, we do have a formal gating structure in place for all of these projects, and they're going through those gates with this lens. And as we get more information, we can continue to make decisions through that formal gating process. The other action that we've taken is, as I mentioned, as part of the recommendations, is the senior government advocacy for municipal financial support. We've worked with our Metro Vancouver partners, with connecting with UBCM and also with municipalities across Canada. And as I mentioned, we have not received feedback yet. We would hope to receive that soon, and we will continue to work on that. So that's the background as to the background on the financial framework, on what we've done so far to date. And then I would pass this on to Colin Knight, and he's going to speak to the scenarios that we've developed. And again, there's no clear known scenario that we can feel comfortable with. What we're really doing is putting in really goalposts to work within. So there's an infinite number of scenarios that could be possible, but our goal was to create scenarios that we could work within to help us do our planning and to do our mitigation planning. So Colin, I'll pass it on to you. Slide 10.
Thank you, Patrice. So slide 10, we're looking at, in terms of the scenarios that we developed, we looked at a few key variables that determine the financial impacts to the city, both on this year's budget as well as potentially future year budgets. And so those two variables, I'll highlight the ones that have the most significant impact. And really that's the length of the restrictions, so the physical distancing, enclosure, et cetera, restrictions, and then after the restrictions and the rate at which our revenues recover. And as the scenarios get progressively longer, the recovery time is also longer in that it takes time to restore revenues to the level that they were before COVID, and some of that is driven by the pace of the economic recovery of both the region as well as national and global economies. So in the scenarios presented in this report, we looked at, in the first scenario, restrictions ending at the end of May with approximately 3 months recovery period. And in scenario 2, the restrictions continue until the end of August with a 6-month recovery period. And scenario 3, the restrictions continue until the end of December this year with a recovery period that lasts for 12 months through 2021. In formulating these scenarios, we looked at what we've observed over the past several weeks in terms of our revenue, specifically the areas of revenue that are not property tax and not utility, which have been heavily impacted by COVID. And the scenario there, we were looking at just what we've seen in revenues. There's a substantial number of revenue streams that are decreasing by a large percentage. And when we look at all those other revenues, which would typically in our budget be around $8 million per week on average through the next several months, we're forecasting a 50% decrease in those revenues, or in the magnitude of $4 to $5 million per week in revenues lost due to COVID-19. And those would be revenues like parking revenues, community center revenues, and library fines, and some of the provincial revenue sharing, for example, casino revenue sharing, as some examples of the revenues that are heavily impacted through the COVID crisis. Now, if we look at those revenue declines month by month, you see that they do fluctuate month to month, which is a result of the seasonal patterns in our budget, and particularly the summer months, June, July, August, tend to be periods where those other revenues are largest due to the activities that occur in parks, et cetera, in that time period. Now, you also see in these scenarios that the revenues, even after the physical distancing restrictions are ended, the revenue declines continue, which is a reflection of the time it takes for the recovery to kick in. The next slide summarizes the financial figures in these three scenarios. And so you see that in each of the scenarios, there are progressively worsening revenue impacts, going from a $92 million decline in the first scenario to a $168 million decline in the third scenario. And this is for the 2020 budget year. And then expense impacts and mitigations, which are described in more detail in the report, is a mix of cost savings that result from actions taken, which Patrice described earlier. So when facilities close, there are some cost savings which accrue, such as energy savings as a result of those facilities being closed. The temporary layoffs to the staff, which have already occurred, are reflected in these numbers here. On the opposite side, we are incurring incremental expenses as a result of COVID. That includes extra protective equipment and supplies for cleaning, and budget for some of the necessary steps that are being taken around the downtown east side and the support of vulnerable populations. And some of those costs we are expecting provincial funding for under the Emergency Management BC program, and so we'll be following up as we continue to do with the province around those costs. So we're forecasting some reimbursement for eligible costs, and then, as Patrice noted, there are other provincial support which is still to be determined. And so, if we look at the combination of all those costs and revenue impacts, the net impact on the 2020 budget would be a deficit of $61 million for the year in the first scenario, $101 million per year in the second scenario, and $116 million per year in the third scenario. And then, as well as noted in the second and third scenarios, the recovery does last into 2021, and so there's 2021 impacts as well. So the cumulative total impact in both 2020 and 2021 is ranging from $61 to $189 million adverse impact. And just on slide 15, it provides a bit of a detail of the different types of areas that we're seeing revenue declines. I think I mentioned parking, some of the park-related program fees, bylaw fines, permit and license fees, our civic theaters revenue, investment income, provincial revenue sharing, and impacts from rent and lease revenue in our consolidated entities. And I spoke to the expense impacts and mitigations on slide 16. Another point which is not reflected in those forecast numbers that I went through but is noted in the report is around the risk of cash flow risk around property tax and utility bill delinquency. So for every 10% of additional delinquency, that represents a $130 million cash flow impact to the city, and that those the city does have the power to, through a property tax sale, to recover those amounts, but it can take 3 years for that process to complete. And so in that time, that amount of funding, of additional cash flow, the city has to carry. The next slide. Patrice, I'll pass that back to you.
Yeah, great, thank you. So Council, I hope that's kind of given you a little bit of a financial kind of lens on the impact. And again, the goal is not, we aren't able to tell you exactly what the impact will be, but really to set out scenarios so we can do our planning and to give you a sense of what some of the big drivers are of the situation that we see ourselves in, both from a cost and a revenue. And you know, as you can see on the revenue side, really there's 3 areas that are driving the biggest driver of our budget gap, which is parking, park board revenues, and then our bylaw fines. And that's really 2/3 of the gap that we're seeing in the short term. So just if you can go to slide 18. We'll just talk a little bit about some of the additional mitigation plans that we're taking. So, you know, most cities are taking a really balanced approach across the, you know, looking at their financial capacity, use of reserves, balancing that with short-term changes, looking at cost structures and service levels. So our planning is going to look at a number of those things, looking at those revenue areas. Are there areas where we could bring revenues back up sooner, and really trying to balance all of those areas. So we are just in the midst of looking at that. This scenario planning gives us a base to start doing that work and look at that mitigation. So we don't know which scenario we will end with, but our hope is obviously scenario 1, but we're going to do our planning towards scenario 2, which has a gap of about $110 million in that scenario. And if things move quicker, that will be great. But if it is more challenging, then we'll have already put the effort in to understand what mitigation actions we need to take. So we will look at balancing that across our various different options for mitigation, but we do believe that provincial support will be critical if we want to continue to provide all our essential services through this year, just because of the magnitude and the speed with which those revenues have dropped this year. In addition to ongoing provision of essential services, we are going to look to provide services such as permitting and licensing that is fee-funded and is critical to the economic recovery in Vancouver. So we are putting that lens on as well as we do our planning. But again, really looking at senior partners in support of the province to help us through this time. So if you go to slide 19, I'll just summarize again for you some of the senior government advocacy that we have been working on. So that is the provincial property tax deferment program to expand that to other residents and businesses and nonprofits who are experiencing financial difficulty. And again, that really protects municipal revenues and enables us to, in turn, flow those dollars to the other taxing authorities, and really allows the structure to continue to work as it's been designed. We again asking for remittance dates change for the other taxing authorities to align with the city's revised due date. And again, we have not received an answer from the province on that. And should council choose to want to wait until we get that information before making a decision, we would have to bring that forward, the decision on changing the due date by April 28th in order for that to happen within the timeframes that we need to work within. We've also are looking for the senior government to backstop the provincial and regional taxing authorities themselves for any delinquent payments, so that we're not in the position of using our funds to finance other provincial agencies. And then also to provide direct and unconditional grants to us, to municipalities to cover those revenue losses, so that we can continue to provide our essential services, such as police and fire. Those are funded fully by property tax, and rely on property tax for those essential services. And we also want to make sure that we're able to support the recovery of the economy when we do. When it does turn around, regardless of which scenario we may encounter. So I think that's all of the that we have for the presentation, that we'd be very happy to take any questions that council has on the presentation or the report.
Great,
thanks, Patrice. Just if I can just close out real quick here. Sadhu, City Manager here. Thanks to Patrice and the team for great work on the scenarios. As Patrice outlined, we are really aiming for, well, not aiming for, but we are planning for the middle scenario, which means we've got another $110 million to find in savings for 2020 in order to have a balanced budget. And of course, we are quite concerned about the potential for tax delinquency. But at this point, if that does occur, we would need to use our various reserves in order to bridge until we are able to pursue the properties through a tax sale, which is obviously not a first choice for us. Ultimately, we are in a very strong financial position, though, as an organization. We've done a lot of work in the years leading up till now with having money in reserves and having a very, very strong credit rating. And so to our investors out there that are listening, we are in a strong financial position as an organization in order to take this on and to tackle it. And obviously the first priority is to cut our expenditures in order to achieve a balanced budget, and then look to our partners, the federal and provincial governments, as they're evaluating ways that they can help cities to ensure that we can continue to provide our essential services. And it's really obviously not something we want to do, to cut into those core services that we provide to the residents and businesses of our community. But we're definitely working across the entire organization to find ways to pursue savings and to be ready when recovery comes in order to ramp back up and bring in revenues again. So we're going to be looking at all of our options, and we'll be working with our staff across all of our various city departments and agencies to ensure that we're doing everything we can to produce those savings in the very near term in order to be ready for the recovery. So, Council, we think that it would be prudent to provide some relief to taxpayers with the date extension, and we're looking forward to hearing from the province around how they want to handle the other taxing authorities. Not knowing that at this point, we are also okay, Council, if you want to defer this decision until the end of the month, so we can really get clarity from the province around how they're going to handle it. Otherwise, we are collecting money on behalf of the taxing authorities, but we may not get that money until September, but be required to pay the province and other taxing authorities sooner, which means we would have to potentially be financing them, which is not a great position to be in. So we're kind of in this interesting position. We want to provide relief to our taxpayers, the property taxpayers in the city, but also don't really want to be financing the provincial government for the school tax, for instance. And so those are, I think, the balance that we've been trying to strike here, and it would have been really nice to be able to come to you today with an update on where the province is at. We haven't gotten that yet, and so it might be prudent to delay the decision today on this until we have some clarity from the province, at least a couple more weeks on that. So if you want to proceed today, we're fine with that, but we also recognize that we don't have the full financial picture at this point from the province, and so it may be prudent to wait. So, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Fry on the queue. 5 minutes, Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. And thanks, staff, for preparing this report, and obviously a lot of moving parts. On the subject of deferrals, have we gotten any signals from the province yet at the plausibility of this? And as we look at sort of disaster recovery, after wildfires in BC or to our neighbors in Alberta, after the floods in Calgary or Fort Mac fires, has deferment been deployed in those kind of circumstances? Is it something feasible to expect?
Maybe I can start on that. As I understand it, the deferment program that we have, the deferment program we have in BC is unique across Canada, in that the province does take on that responsibility, the financial responsibility. As I understand it, at the 2008-2009 crisis, the province did open up some of the eligibility requirements for the deferment program at that time. As far as what we've heard from the province, we've had discussions. We brought this forward with the province and through UBCM, and I think the province has said that they are working on and looking into what they can do for municipalities. We haven't received anything formal on it as yet.
Okay. So I guess, with the news today with TransLink losing $75 million a month, and, that obviously we have communities across British Columbia that will be similarly looking for recovery help. I'm a little nervous about how reliant some of our projections are on getting these significant recovery investments from the provincial government amidst all these competing interests. So and we've heard the mayor mention $200 million this weekend. What does our recovery look like without that full $200 million? And what's our window as a council for reconsideration of budget priorities? Understanding that, the specifics and line items would be at the discretion of the city manager, how could mayor and council set some direction, and specifically with regard to capital expenditures? And as a follow-up to that, what are the anticipated impacts on capital with regard to DCLs and CACs, and if we're anticipating a major slowdown in the construction industry that might impact those?
Yeah. Maybe I can start with your last question regarding capital. So our capital budget has a number of different funding sources. Some of them are reserves, existing reserves that we already have funding for. Some of that would be DCLs and CAC funding, and then some of it does come from the operating budget, utility fees, etc. So on the development-related contributions, our capital plan is built assuming that we have, based on what we've collected in development contributions to date. So if development were to, so we have a significant amount of the dollars already in the bank and in our reserves. for DCLs and CACs. If our revenue starts to drop, then we would delay some of those projects. So that's part of the gating process we go through our Capital Delivery and Oversight Committee. But we built the capital plan largely with the reserves and funds that the city already had at the beginning of the capital plan. So if there were changes, that would likely impact the next capital plan, but we would definitely use that lens as we go through our gating process for the capital plan. We are going to look at any projects that are relying on operating budget funding and revisiting those to see if those can be pushed out in order to relieve some of the lost my train of thought there. To relieve some of the pressure on the operating budget and to help fill the gap of the budget deficit. So that would be the very short-term thing that we would look at in the capital plan, and we're doing that work right now. We'll keep an eye out on things that already have funding sources that make sense for them to continue. We would continue with those, and particularly those that might have something to look at in the recovery area to make sure that we're prepared for a recovery.
So understanding that by provincial legislation, we're supposed to file by May the 15th, has there been any talk about an extension on that kind of deadline?
No, we do have to complete our budgets and taxes. Our tax bills need to go out, so we have to finalize all of our budget, etc. And we did complete our budget in December, as did most municipalities. I think if you look at changes that we would make to our budget, that's what we're looking at right now in order to fill the gap. So if we target $110 million, if we target the scenario 2, we're looking to fill a gap of $110 million. And some of that, we've already looked at hiring freezes and some discretionary spending. So we'll be looking at further discretionary spending, looking at our reserves and what other new service adjustments that we'd need to make, what other revenues we could increase.
Thanks very much.
Scenario. So that's the work we're going to be doing right now.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thanks.
I'm just taking off mute. Thanks for the report. My questions really relate to, in the context of the fact that when this report was prepared with the scenarios, I don't think that the federal government yet had indicated they expected physical distancing restrictions to last at least through August and a number of restrictions potentially through the end of the year. So my concern is around the potential for property tax delinquency, and my questions related to that are in terms of, I'm looking at bylaw 9284, and it talks about the tax penalty of 5% for something's unpaid. What happens beyond that? And it was referenced as tax sale, but is that not, question being, is that not a legal obligation for a homeowner to pay that? And how does the city typically collect on delinquent taxes? What are the steps, and what are the sort of the punitive elements after the 5%?
There is interest that's applied. The 5% penalty is for non-payment, and then there is interest that is applied beginning in January of the following year. So that we continue to apply interest, and then all of that is rolled onto the tax bill and required to be paid. So many property owners follow up over time and pay. At the extreme, those who don't, our revenue services team follows up with them prior to the tax sale to give them a final opportunity to pay the property tax before the properties are sold.
Okay. Are staff using, sorry, I'll go to another question first, and it relates to recommendation D3 on the report. And I know that you mentioned that we haven't heard back from the province with a specific answer yet as it relates to request to expand the property tax deferment program. But on D3, that is the request for advocacy to provide direct operating grants. Can we confirm if we received a no? Because I heard Mayor Stewart comment in media on the weekend that we had received a no from the province. Can I get an update on the status of that?
We have not received anything.
I can jump in on that. We've had informal conversations with the province at this point, and it's our understanding they're working on a variety of things, and I think the potential for tax delinquency has been our top ask of them and our top concern, given that that's the majority, 75+% of our revenue. And so that's what they're prioritizing first at this point. And that's what they're working on. We're hoping to have we were hoping to have some information today on what that looked like, and don't have it at this point.
And if I can, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Councillor Kerber, yeah, I can also say if you look at, we have had information there'd be no cash bailout at this point for the city, but also if you look to the TransLink discussion, that's also been rejected by the province for TransLink. So it's a pretty consistent message at this stage. So we're hoping for the tax deferrals at the provincial level. That's our biggest hope at this point.
So follow-up question to that, if we received a no on a cash bailout, does that make recommendation D3 redundant at this point from staff's perspective?
I think that we still need to continue to put pressure on the province and the federal government for support. And so, and depending on how long this goes on, that could change as well over time. So I think we still want to make sure that we're letting them know that this is really important to us, and it's really critical.
If I could also add to that, there is some thoughts that there may be cash coming from the federal government. So it's worth us continuing to ask. And I have a call with the Deputy Prime Minister later this week to talk about that.
Okay, thank you. Do you see, if I can ask follow-up to Mercer, then as the meeting chair, do you see a need to amend that recommendation to include federal advocacy?
I don't know if we have to amend it, but sure. I mean, it's happening anyway.
Okay, just a question.
Yeah, I can just jump in.
Yeah, I do have one more question I want to get in, so if you could just be quick, that would be super.
I think it's worth continuing to emphasize this. We're going to be having lots of conversations with federal and provincial officials, and it's important that it's officially a council request. So I don't think it's redundant at this point.
Okay. And people are struggling out there. We know that with having jobs, their ability to pay taxes at all. I think the Survey Commission said that 6% plan on paying not at all, and 25% won't pay in full. That'll only get worse the longer it goes on. So my question is, rather than deferring to September 1st, you mentioned impact 500K to $1 million. Is it feasible to delay any further? What would the impact be to delay to October 1st or November 1st?
It would just be the same math. Would be if we did it 4 months, it would be double that amount.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for the update and the presentation. I want to follow up on the subject of capital. I'm looking just for reference at pages 9 and 10 of the report and the contribution, looking at the visual there, of the operating budget towards the city contributions towards capital plan and budget. Can you said, Patrice or Ms. Mvie, that you would be looking at that. And I'm just curious, can you just remind me, what is the contribution in the 2020 budget of operating towards capital? What is that contribution now? Like, what does that amount to?
Just give me a minute and we'll look at, we've got that 55 million, looks like, yeah.
So 55 million.
55 million.
Okay,
now,
and so
some of that will be things that are non-discretionary, and some will be things, that's excluding utilities, just to the operating budget, non-utility operating budget. Some of them will be less discretionary, but we'll look at any that are discretionary and look at whether we can push those out, delay them, change them, and so that we can make an immediate impact in 2020. Because we're working on two things depending on the timing, a multi-year issue or a single-year issue. But the more that we can push things out for a year, then that will help us address the current year budget deficit, and that'll be our big focus.
Okay, so that's, I appreciate that. So that the work that you're undertaking would be looking at that and looking at potentially, are there capital projects that we may be funding via that means, the city contributions that could be deferred or delayed to help kind of manage our operating budget pressures?
Right. So a number of those, just to remind council, a number of them are, when it comes to renewal, is infrastructure renewal. I'm not sure if you recall when we did the budget, we showed some of the charts for how our infrastructure, the aging of the infrastructure, and why that was such a big emphasis in this capital plan. So those are the things that we want to make sure we're not creating a bigger problem by deferring and then having more maintenance, more leaks in our water or sewer systems because we haven't done that work. So we're going to prioritize the core maintenance and core renewal type of work. So all of those are the things that we're going to take a look at as we go through that analysis.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And you answered some of my other questions through Councillor Fry earlier. I did also want to follow up on, you said you'd be looking at discretionary spending as well. Do you have a sense today of what kind of discretionary spending we have in each department and what that amounts to? Because I know typically we do build in, I know when I built budgets, you have some sort of, you create some wiggle room for yourself depending on unforeseen things. What does that look like across the organization, like in a dollar value, I guess, way?
So we are pulling that information together. I don't have the top of my head by department, but certainly we have discretionary spending in areas like consulting, travel, office supplies and things like that. And again, some of those are things that maybe we need, but we could defer, push out by a year, that don't have to be procured right now. Through our supply chain management group, we have a full report on all of our spending over the last 3 years by category, and we're using that to go through by department and make sure that managers have what they need to be able to analyze the spend, and we'll be analyzing that at the citywide level. So we don't have all of that. We've got the data to just pull together to do that work. I don't have a summary by department yet, but that is the work that we're doing over the next week or so.
Okay, fantastic. And then two last questions. Just one is around, recognizing, cities across the country and around the world are struggling with the same circumstances or similar circumstances, and they are undertaking review of spending. Are we looking at are there some areas of the city that we can transform in terms of services? I get the focus isn't necessarily on transformation right now, we're in response mode, but where we could kind of reduce our overall expenditure. I'm thinking of moving certain services online, things like that. Is there an opportunity there? That's one question. And then the last question, in case I run out of time, is
just 30 seconds.
What about a tiered approach around the property tax deferral date so that people can pay? I recognize it's challenging for people, but those who can pay July 3rd, encourage that, but also allow people without penalty to pay sort of September or even end of September as well, because of the loss on interest that you pointed out to foregoing interest. So I'm just curious about that if we looked at 2 dates.
Okay. On your first question, absolutely. I think this is a huge opportunity for the city to look at as we go into recovery. How do we change how we do things as a city? We've done moved a large number of people to work from home at an incredibly quick pace, and learning a lot about that. And that may be a legacy that we have going forward. We've put more things online, and when we couldn't rely as much on paper, we couldn't rely to people coming to City Hall or going to our service counters. So there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes to enable us to continue to work now in this new environment, and I think those will be ones that we definitely want to leverage going forward.
Thanks. We're well over.
How we do things.
Thank you. Well over time. Just remind council that we do have the one speaker that has been waiting all day to address council. So I know we have a lot of questions here, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the presentation, Ms. Impey, and to your staff team. My questions, and I'm not going to ask the ones that have already been asked. I may send in some follow-ups because I'd like some clarification. However, when we're looking at right now putting together a proposal for the province or the federal government, are we looking at what we can do, and are we looking at maybe a proposal of some type to them as to, what cuts we see? These are short-term cuts. I see that you've pulled this together very quickly considering the circumstances. And I'm just wondering if we're going to start to see requests for that type of level of oversight, considering I'm sure every single municipality is kind of coming to them with their hand out. And when I look at the taxes that Vancouver collects, as you very well laid out, and I know, but it's well laid out in the presentation, I have to ask, there's only one taxpayer. Some of the provincial taxes that we collect, we're asking for those back now. And there's a number of other organizations, TransLink and others, that will be asking for that. So what is it going to take, no different than an application, to put us in a position where, we step up and show that we are leading beyond these steps. I'm looking forward to the sort of a forecast of what this will look like.
Yeah, I think very much the work that we're doing now, that this financial review sort of kicked off for us to look at what are the things that we can do as a city. Absolutely, our senior government partners will be expecting to know what it is that we're doing as a city. What we put out initially is just recognizing that there is a huge problem that municipalities are facing and bringing that to their attention. And so we want to make sure that we're clear on the work that we are doing. We highlighted to them that we've already done layoffs, which the municipal sector has done across the country. And so, yes, you're right. We need to finish this work and then be very clear and transparent on what it is that we're doing and where we need their help. And we are sharing some of that information with other municipalities as well. So we're making sure that we're looking at things in a consistent way or understanding how we differ from other municipalities. So we're doing a lot of sharing as well to help pull that together. So again, this is sort of the base for us to do that work, and then we would be sharing it more broadly.
Thanks. A few other councillors, and sorry, I do have quite a few questions here, but other councillors have touched on capital projects and capital costs, and I know we have a 5-year capital plan, and we look at it in that way. I'm wondering if there's been any consideration to creative types of partnerships, like for instance, district energy. I know that the city of Vancouver just made some fairly large investments over the budget over the past number of years in that, and we don't have any partnership for that utility. I'm just wondering if those are things that you and your staff are already looking at to see where we might be able to save and lead, and maybe even reduce this here ourselves to show the federal government that to perhaps put us aside from other municipalities for that reason.
Right. So even prior to this particular situation, we have been looking at that, particularly in our capital plan, but across how we do business and looking at the municipal toolkit. So where are we setting policy? Where are we advocating for partners with partners? And then where are we investing? So it doesn't always have to be the city who is investing. But that we can look at others, whether it's senior government, whether it's nonprofits. If you think of housing and childcare, we've had a big investment in childcare this year from the province, if you remember, and lots of work on housing as well. And some of the policy things that we've been doing around housing to get the outcomes that we're looking for without the city necessarily having to be the funder. So we'll continue to do that. And yes, excellent suggestion, and we're in agreement with you on that. Yeah.
And then just quickly,
sorry, we're at the end of the 5 minutes. We're at the end of the 5.
Okay, I'll put myself back on the queue.
I don't know.
And try and move
again, just
remind
councillors that we do have a speaker that has been waiting for quite some time and we're piloting this new thing. So I would just hope we get to him quickly. Councillor Wiebe, 5 minutes.
Yeah, obviously, I really appreciate that staff's put us in a good financial position. A couple of things. We do want people to pay their property tax early. I'm wondering, have we looked at providing a gift for people that paid their property tax before July 3rd, like a gift card to one of our golf courses, flex passes, VSO, or something to really thank the people of Vancouver that are able to pay early, recognizing that we will be in a financially tough position?
We have not done that, and we haven't sent out the final tax bills for people to know what their amount is that they have to pay. So until we send out that bill, we aren't getting advance payments from people. So it doesn't. Our model doesn't quite fit into paying in advance, just because our final bill gets calculated very close to the July due date, usually at the beginning of June, end of May, beginning of June.
But if we were to send it out and say we're hoping people will pay by July 3rd, however, we do have it pushed till September 2nd. But if you do put it in by July 3rd, you could get a city gift. That was one question. The second question will be, have we looked at reducing the percentage of the penalty in the future as well. So if someone can't pay by September 2nd, that there might be an opportunity that it's reduced for a long term, because I think it's going to take a lot of organizations a lot longer than September 2nd to pull the money together.
Yeah, I think that the goal of the penalty is really to encourage payment of property tax. It is critical to our cash flow and funding that people pay their property tax. So I think if we were to give in some way to support, it would be in delaying our census, in delaying the date, but not once we get to the date, we really need people to pay.
Okay, I was just hoping we could incentivize people to pay and then penalize less, recognizing that this is a really tough situation for many. The second one is, how was staff involved in the request submitted by Metro Vancouver and the UBCM to support kind of the elements in part recommendation D?
We were quite involved. We have within Metro Vancouver, there is a group of the financial CFOs that meet regularly, just as there is of the city managers and CAOs, and where we talked about the challenges, and as a group brought forward these recommendations with the CAOs as well. And that became a recommendation from Metro Vancouver using our intergovernmental working group that we'd established previously on taxation, and then connecting through them with other municipalities in BC and UBCM, and sharing information and thoughts and coalescing on that set of recommendations.
Okay, because I know a lot of it talks.
Involved. Yeah.
Okay, because in D1 it talks about supporting, this would support businesses, and I know that businesses are really trying to get their landlords to get mortgage deferrals so that we can get rent relief. And so I'm just wondering how we see existing, or D1, how is that going to support small businesses in Vancouver? I don't see how on the ground it will affect and support a small business owner that's paying triple net rent. I'm just wondering if you can walk me through how this is going to be supportive of the small business community.
D1 would support property owners to be able to defer their taxes. So if if someone on a triple net lease isn't able to pay their taxes, that still is relationship between the property owner and the leasee. We can't really change that, but it does it gives relief to the property owner, and they could then choose to perhaps spread they get more time to fund their property tax, and they could in turn negotiate something like that with their tenants, right? Because then they wouldn't have to have a cash outlay on the taxes, so they could negotiate something with the tenants that gives them more time to pay as well. So that would be what we would hope they would do with that opportunity.
But it'd still need to be paid, and so they'd be asking for their tenant to pay that property tax. I'm just looking at how that supports businesses.
A longer period of time. Yeah, contractually, the tenants are contractually need to pay their taxes, but this would give the landlords a tool to allow it to defer over a longer period of time, for them to pay over a longer period of time. That's all.
Thanks very much. That's that's the 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, we're going to move on to Councillor Carr, and we'll put yourself back on the list if you manage to get back on. Councillor Carr.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Let's see. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thanks for the report. 3 questions. I just can't believe that we have to be on the hook for to the province for the school tax, the TransLink tax, and stuff like that if people don't pay them. It seems so unfair. We're just the collector. Why do we actually have to pay them if the people renege on it?
So it is part of the Vancouver Charter. It's not a choice that we make.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it just seems really unfair. And secondly is, You know, the feds are paying 75% wage subsidy to big and small companies, businesses, like even Air Canada. Is there any way we could, have we tried convincing them that they should give the 75% wage subsidy to municipalities too?
Yes.
Yes, we've requested that through a number of different channels, and they have confirmed that local government is not eligible. So that is where, again, looking for them to determine what is appropriate support that they want to give to municipalities. But right now, what they've put together does not apply to municipalities. So they say they are working on that. We've not heard any final suggestions on that from them.
That they're working on something for municipalities?
They tell us they're looking at our recommendations or suggestions and are looking at something for municipalities, but we don't know what that will be.
Okay, the other one is I'm thinking that one of the reasons we're in such a pickle is that municipalities aren't allowed to implement progressive taxation, where people that have a small property pay a lower rate and people with a big property, a lot of property, pay a higher rate. So what about using this COVID thing as a chance to ask the province again for the ability to levy progressive property taxes? Then we could do it and they wouldn't have to, and it would be fair.
Mm-hmm. So the progressive property tax, it divides the funding differently amongst the taxpayers, but it is still, we're collecting enough money to fund our budget. So so it is based on, once we have our budget and spending towards our budget, it would just be how you distribute it differently. And I would just remind council that there is somewhat of a progressive property tax that was implemented when you look at the additional school tax that the province implemented. So properties over a certain amount are paying additional tax, and that is going directly to the province. It's not coming to the municipality. So if you look at the property tax bill, it is progressive between, based on the value of the property. So the property owners are seeing a progressive tax. It's just not the city portion only.
That's the point, that the progressive part, the province gets all the dough and we don't get any.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking, why don't we give them a push? Look, we won't bug you for so much money if you give us the same ability that you took for yourselves to have a progressive tax, so that we don't have to be unfair to the people that just own small properties.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Sadhu. I could jump in. My sense at this point, Councillor Swanson, is that the province is very, very, very busy doing a lot of the development of these programs. And given that we've asked for this a number of times in the past, I see zero chance at this point that they would have the time to figure out how to do this and do the analysis that they require of any of the changes that they've made past. So I don't see it as viable at this point. They're pretty busy just doing the programs that they've already announced, and even getting them to look at the tax deferment program has been quite a challenge.
So last question is, we're getting lots of letters from people saying, oh, you have to cut. And one of their suggestions for cutting is the Granville Bridge project. And I'm always saying, oh, that's capital and we're concerned with operating. But are there ways that we could be cutting capital investments to contribute to operating?
Well, as I mentioned, there are some of our capital projects that are funded from property tax or utility fees. And so those are the ones that we would be looking at. The portion of the property of the Granville Bridge that is funded by tax is the renewal portion. So it's the piece that has to happen. Some of the enhancements, those are really from development contributions. So again, the growth or enhancement piece, we don't tend to fund through development contributions, whereas the basic renewal, we can't use development contributions for that. So we have to fund out of our utilities and our taxes. So those are the areas that we want to be careful that we don't stop doing the core maintenance and renewal, because that can cause us a lot more problems in the future. That's what I meant about making decisions that balance short-term and long-term, that we need to consider that. I think the question is whether there's anything that we could phase to a different date, perhaps, or reduce the scope in some areas, or move the scope to another date. So those are the kind of things that we could look at for that kind of a project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My first question is just about the analysis of what the city needs. Are you hearing this feedback?
No.
Yes, we are. From you.
Okay.
Don't really hear it.
I don't know if I can get rid of it.
Are you on the phone and on the WebEx? You might have to mute one of them.
No, I'll go on to somebody else and I'll try and fix it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, 5 minutes.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm just gonna, I wasn't expecting to be up. I'm putting on my headphones so my sound quality is better. And thanks to staff, as others have said. I have a few questions, and my first is I understand from the report that staff's recommendation is that we would only use up to a quarter or a third of our reserves. And I guess I'm curious to hear more about why we wouldn't use more. My understanding, as we've heard from staff, is that the reserves are for a rainy day, and I can't imagine how things get worse than the current situation we're facing. And so just, I guess, looking to understand and be convinced as to why we wouldn't use more of our reserves in the crisis we're in.
Great. So maybe a couple of things is, the reserves are set for this type of situation where our revenues are impacted or our costs are significantly impacted. And we have a reserve that's built up sort of to, there's sort of a general target of 8 to 16% as a target that you should have in your reserves at all times. So moving to the lowest end of that target is something that I think we should feel very comfortable doing, and that is the purpose of the reserve. But the reason why we would not want to go to zero unless there was absolutely no choice, but I think even working with the province and the federal government, that they would understand that we shouldn't be going to zero. And so we'd look for their support so that we didn't have to do that, is we're not at the worst case as yet. We don't know what that could be. So we don't want to use up all our reserves in the first year if, in fact, something were to happen again next year and we wouldn't have any reserves at all. So I think that's one piece. The other piece is we do use those reserves regularly for if we have snow or a storm event. That's the reserve that we would use to cover all of those costs. So I think we have to recognize that there are things that we use it for on a regular basis, and also we don't know what the worst case would be, so we would want to make sure that we haven't used up all our reserves and not have anything for the worst case. So again, that's as we do our planning, we'd like to balance that out, and that's why we'd be looking for support from the federal government, so we didn't have to put ourselves in a compromising situation like that. And then if we do, just so you know, in order to replenish the reserves, we would need to raise taxes in future years. So it's not like it's if we go below our target level, it's not like that we can stay there. We would need to we need to raise taxes in future years. So we want to make sure we're balancing all those short and long-term considerations.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yep, thanks, yeah. Patrice. And my follow-up to that is I'm wondering how that decision about how much of our reserves we would use gets made. Is that part of, are those types of budget decisions coming back to council, or at this point, having approved a budget, is it largely staff-led to make those decisions?
Mm-hmm. We will come back to council with recommendations on how we fill the gap of the 110 million that we're looking at as far as our middle scenario. But again, it could be many different versions of that as well. So we are just doing that work now, and we will come back with our recommendations.
Okay, thanks. And my last question is, I heard some comment from staff that that possibly this the decisions of this report could be delayed for 2 weeks, and also heard the value of passing some parts of D in terms of strengthening those advocacy voices for the type of senior government support that we need. And so I guess I'd be interested to hear the balance of that. Are there parts of this motion that staff feel would be helpful to pass now while waiting particularly for B and C around delay to make sure we're making that decision wisely in line with provincial response?
I think it was B and C that we were referring to as far as something that if council wasn't comfortable approving B, not knowing if C was going to happen, that the latest we could make that decision would be the end of April, and we have a council meeting the last week of April, so that could be delayed. I think as far as the advocacy, we would want to have that approved right away so that we can continue to push on that going forward with some of the different meetings that we're having with even speaking with the federal government and provincial government. So I think it would be very helpful to have council endorsing those.
Yeah, if I can
Okay, thanks.
And that's it for 5.5. Sadie, we're at 5.5 minutes, but you have something.
Well, just to say, I think it would be really helpful to know whether the province is going to support the delay in the remittance, because that's obviously the part that we would have to be financing. So it would be really helpful to know on C whether the province is going to support that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to carry on from Councillor Boyle's questions, and all of my questions really focusing on what we're able to control. So further to that discussion regarding our stabilization fund, how much have we budgeted for 2020 as a contribution to that fund?
We had budgeted 20 million. We've in the scenarios, we've already taken that out and assumed that we won't replenish the stabilization reserve this year, that we would utilize all of those just to balance the budget. So that's already incorporated into the numbers you're seeing.
Right. Okay. Got it. So the
we are coming up with a scenario currently of how we would achieve the $110 million in savings in 2020, and obviously to previous questions, some of that will have to come out of the reserves, and so we'll be putting together thoughts on how we can achieve the $110 million savings. We'll come back to council with our thoughts on how we can achieve that. Some of it coming.
Okay, great. Thank you. I note that in the 2019 annual report, it states that there's $292 million in all four categories in those reserves. Has that been maintained for the initial part of this year?
Yes, we haven't drawn down on most of those reserves as yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wonder if we have a number around what is the shortfall between our cash flow and burn rate on a monthly basis, assuming nothing changes in our restrictions and circumstances as it relates to COVID-19.
Yeah, our revenue is about $4 to 5 million a week. So on a monthly basis, that would be 16 to 20 million a month.
That includes
revenue.
That's revenue. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but I guess what I'm looking for is the difference between that and the cost of doing business. I wonder if we have that number. I can get an email because I have a number of questions.
I'll send you an email. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you. I also wanted to note that in the annual report for 2019 that came to us in February, there was a reported surplus of 300 million. So I'm wondering what happens with that surplus at the end of each year.
Mm-hmm. So that is. So that is the difference between the revenues and expenses on a consolidated basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so that flows into our that's the annual surplus on the operational results. That then flows into our accumulated surplus. So in the financial statements, you see that we have an accumulated surplus of 7.9 billion. Most of that is tangible capital assets. we have our reserves for our sinking fund, and we don't touch that because that's what we use to pay back our external debts, and that's a requirement for us. And then we have our reserves, and then we have some fund balances and other liabilities. So, so what we have access to is our reserves.
Distributed. Okay.
And then assets. If we needed to sell assets, that's the other option that we could look at when you look at sort of what our
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
But based on our budget from last year, we did run a $300 million surplus, which is, I think.
Just to be clear, most of those are physical
Yeah,
assets.
it's not an operating budget surplus though, because it includes things that go into the reserves, like CACs, development contributions, that type of thing. Right?
Okay, well, I did pull it from the operating budget, but I'll go back and take a look at it. It was on page 80 and 85 of the budget book and the page 12 of the annual report.
If you read the commentary at the beginning, the difference between the consolidated budget on the accounting basis is we have we've taken revenues, let's say, from development contributions, and then those get put into a reserve. So we wouldn't count them both the same. So if you have a CAC contribution, it shows as revenue, but then we move it into reserve because we've kept that money for some specific things that we've committed to with the public and developers on how we're going to use that money. Get it?
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to ask two more questions. One is which I can get emailed.
Actually, you just have 10 seconds.
Dollars for the I know we're on a hiring freeze, and then rounding out around zero-based budgeting as an exercise by department to understand exactly what we need at a minimum to operate, and if that's part of what the work will be coming.
Sorry, we're over
those questions.
We're over the 5 minutes, so perhaps you can send that one in. Over to Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. We had a briefing last week, so I see that questions that I had, like what if the senior levels of government don't pony up, and how are we going to respond? And I feel that we're starting to get our heads around that. I've also brought up, and I'm glad to hear other councillors are touching on the capital budget and the intersection between the capital budget and the operating budget. I've asked this before, and I'll ask it again. When can council see a list of capital projects so that we can understand how they are being reprioritized and the implications on the operating budget?
We are working on that now, and we will bring that back as part of the overall review of how we're looking at approaching the.
I think somebody needs to mute their phone.
Thank you. Hopefully that doesn't come off my time. The reason that I keep coming back to the question of the capital budget is that large projects, you mentioned the Granville Connector. I'm not talking about the seismic upgrade. I think it was 24.5 million, but rather the Greenway now connector, which is budgeted at 30 million. There is an intersection with staff that are covered under the operating budget. And so that is very specifically what it's important for us to be looking at. And I'll look forward for that in your next version. Okay. You commented on the recovery process and the fact that you were looking at people that you needed for economic recovery. Are you in your scenario planning considering how economic recovery is going to change? I mean, there is no going back to normal. You know, I've talked about tourism and the decline of the cruise ship industry, hotels, Airbnb, rental availability. Are those things being taken into consideration as you're looking at your scenario planning for recovery?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The recovery is very much focused on the city's economy. I mean, obviously our work as well and how we do things as a city, but really about the recovery for the external
I would say,
economy.
as we have done in the past. One part of my concern, of course, is that the city has become so engaged in property development activity over the last number of years in particular, and the growth strategy that is included looking at community amenity contributions and other forms of developer contributions. If that is to see, we see that declining, which is entirely reasonable under the kind of economic crisis we're in right now. what plans are we starting to make to think about alternatives to our dependence on development? Are you looking at other things through your economic modeling?
Yes, and just a reminder for council that development contribution should be funding growth in amenities. So if our growth slowed down, then in theory our need for additional amenities should slow down. So we try to make sure that from a funding side, we do our best to make sure that development is paying for development and that the reliance on tax is limited. Obviously, there's timing differences and things like that, but that is sort of the concept that we work with. If development does slow down, then we are going to have to make some adjustments to our capital plan. I think one of the things that we will see as a difference is we're looking more at rental in our longer term planning. And of course, we know rental does not generate the same kind of development contributions that high-end condominiums have. So that's probably one of our bigger risks.
Would it be possible on the subject of rental? Sorry, I'm just keenly concerned about my time here. On the subject of rental, we've seen a lot of new rental coming back into the marketplace. Have we looked at now, or are we looking at vacancy rates? Because again, this is an example of something that would be affecting the underlying assumptions on which our go-forward plans are made, because what was pre-COVID is not going to be post-COVID. Mm-hmm. So we don't know the answer. That's crystal ball gazing. But I just want to make sure that we're thinking carefully about how things are changing and not just expect that we're going to be going back to normal.
15 seconds.
I just wanted to say
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Maybe I can just answer that one, that certainly our planning group and also through the Vancouver plan are very much looking at it with that lens, Councillor.
That's $18 million.
Thank you. Councillor Deschenaux, we've already had you on. I had Councillor Carr, I think, who, let me just check here. Yeah, Councillor Carr hasn't spoken yet.
Great, I'm on, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, in planning in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's constantly changing, is a delay to April 28th more likely to give us the probability of certainty in those predictions around the COVID-19 pandemic trajectory?
I don't know that by waiting 2 weeks we'll have a lot more. I think what the 2 weeks would do is just we might have more understanding of what our support from senior levels of government would be.
Okay.
We may have more on when physical restrictions will be lifted. We could understand our scenarios a little bit more, but I'm not sure if 2 weeks would be that different. But hopefully we would have more information on support we might get from others.
Yeah. I'm just seeing changing statistics and projections from the health authorities. Okay, analysis of what the city needs to retain in order to help us better plan for recovery. Is that part of the analysis you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the lens both on our services, operating services, and what needs to ramp up very quickly, which ones maybe can have a lower priority, and also very much on the capital. So that if we need shovel-ready projects for that the senior government may want to fund, that we're ready for that as well.
Okay. Are we also IDing projects for senior government investment as they put money into recovery?
Yes, that's the idea.
Okay. Are we looking at other revenue sources like pension funds or things that we know we could repay easily, for example, building housing where the repayment is the rents that are coming in over time?
I think that's something that we look at on a regularly, as we look at, we say, the municipal toolkit as to what are the things that we can partner with. So we are looking at those on a regular basis. I think this does give us an opportunity to revisit some of those new ways of funding.
Okay. Yeah. And finally, we are working with other municipalities. I see we've referenced UBCM and Metro Vancouver, which is fantastic. We're all in this together. Is working with them leading to discussions around the overall long-term goal of making municipalities less vulnerable in terms of our funding source?
Yes, very much. And that's been a discussion that we've been having within the community for some time. As you know, just looking out at our 5-year plans and knowing the pressures that we're under and have been for the last several years, we're working with FCM as well with other Canadian cities to understand that, and as well as with some of the other major cities within Canada, and really hoping that at the end of this we can look at what a different model could be for, for funding municipalities and for matching the type of revenues that we have with the type of services that we're delivering. So that's very much our thought process, and we're fortunate to have those links into working with other cities on that as well.
Yeah, very happy to hear that. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much. So that's it for the first round of questions. I have Councillor DeGenova on the queue. Councillor DeGenova.
Hello.
Hi, Councillor DeGenova. I have you on the queue. We're done our first round of questions.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just wondering if there'd be a possibility to ask questions through points of information if we had them after hearing from the speaker, Mr. Mayor.
As always, there's always that opportunity to ask points of information questions, sure. So at more.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine with that then.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just 1 second, please. So we have a speaker, council, Mr. Joseph Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm just going to make sure that you're brought up here. Mr. Jones, are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
We are. Yes. Okay. So you have 5 minutes to feedback on this. Say everything, whatever you like, and you may get questions from council. So please go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Before my prepared remarks, I would respond to what I think I heard Patrice Empey say about paying development costs. About 2 years ago in a very large ballroom, I heard Gil Kelly say that development only pays half of its costs. So I just wanted to make that preliminary point. Now to my prepared remarks. I understand that councillors now understand that the City of Vancouver is in financial crisis. Who am I to understand this too? I am the child of parents who were turning into teenagers in 1929, just as the Great Depression began. I grew up in an atmosphere of not having much money around and learning how to make do. Most of what I want to speak to is to ask a few big picture questions on 2 topics. Topic number 1 is the Property Endowment Fund, the PEF. When I read the report now before council, the first thing I did was to look for mention of the PEF. Why is this huge asset nowhere mentioned? Next PEF question. Background. The 2020 budget book makes these following 2 separate statements. 1. The PEF should manage and develop the fund's holdings in order to generate a reasonable economic return. 2. The PEF budgeted annual expenditure for 2020 includes a transfer of $9 million to City of Vancouver operating budget. The question, how can it not be worse than questionable for the City of Vancouver to fund operations by speculating in real estate? Last PEF question, why, starting in 2017, is the total for PEF capital no longer reported to the public? Back in 2016, we could see at least a total of $1.156 billion. Now to topic number 2, which is the City of Vancouver's unfunded pension liability. The 31 December 2012 valuation indicated a $1.37 billion funding deficit for basic pension benefits on a going concern basis. The 31 December 2015 valuation indicated a $2.224 billion funding surplus for basic pension benefits on a going concern basis. Question 1. How did that valuation jump by $3.594 billion in 3 years? In 2015, City of Vancouver paid out $70.8 million, while employees contributed $56.8 million. That computes to negative $14 million. In 2018, City of Vancouver paid out $76.2 million, while employees contributed $60.3 million. That computes to negative $15.9 million. Question 2. In both 2015 and 2018, City of Vancouver paid out $14 to $15 million more than employees contributed. How is such a pattern sustainable? Question 3. These days, who in British Columbia, besides City of Vancouver, continues to hand out the risk-burdened promise of a defined benefit pension? I can tell you emphatically that my former employer, the University of British Columbia, does no such thing. A dozen years or so ago, a Vancouver city councillor declared that they were a biologist. So why should they feel any responsibility for failing to notice the fatal financial statement footnote that eventually somehow mysteriously led to the City of Vancouver's bailing out a big developer to the tune of $1 billion? There is one big, bitter, lasting memory. You, councillors, please do better.
And that's the 5 minutes. So I don't see any speakers on the queue to ask questions, sir. So just want to make sure, but I think we're fine there. So thank you very much for being the very first call-in member of the public to speak to our virtual meeting. Oh, and you do have a question.
Your very own guinea pig.
And you actually do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. So please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Actually, no, Mr. Mayor, you said there's no questions for you.
Okay.
I rang it after
Sorry,
that to
thanks
be
very
on the
much.
queue for the motion.
Okay, thank you, caller. So thank you very much for calling in, sir, and for sharing your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Council. Now we've been through our round of questions and are heard from the public, and so now I guess I'll need somebody to move the staff report.
So moved, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thanks. The seconder.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. And so now we're into, I'll move over to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I saw you were on there. And anybody else who wants to move on to debate and discuss this, please go ahead. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have submitted an amendment to the clerk, and just in recognition of the late hour, I wanted to jump into that if I could,
Right.
consent to council.
And just, I'm going to
remarks.
stop your timer, Councillor Kirby-Yung, because thanks for reminding me it's late hour. We're actually right at 5 o'clock. And so we have a number of options. We could extend for this item, or we could take a break and take the break now and come back at 6 o'clock. So I'm open to suggestions as to what people want to do, but we do have to decide this now.
Councillor Dominato, I move that.
And I'm going to, actually what I'll do is just throw you over to the question queue and clear that. So if anybody wants to speak, yes, Councillor DiGenova, I've got you. Please go ahead.
I'd move to extend, Mr. Mayor, but I would ask that it be a unanimous decision so that everyone could participate.
That's okay. It doesn't, well, it'd be great if it was unanimous. I agree. So we've got a motion on the floor.
That's my motion. So I'm asking that we consider extending the meeting if council unanimously agrees.
I don't think you can set the condition on that. You can just,
okay.
So your motion,
Are we sure?
And how
Okay.
far would you like to extend? To a certain time or to finish the business of council?
I was just trying to be helpful. So my motion's not seconded. I'll withdraw it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick on the
I was just going to suggest that there's a lot of meat on this, and the prospect of finishing it expeditiously before a dinner break, I think, is a bit of a stretch.
So no motion?
I was just going to suggest that we break and come back at 6
Okay.
as originally planned.
Looking for a motion. Any motions? Councillor Dominato?
Hi, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was going to extend to finish this item.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Sorry about that. I was going to move to extend, finish this item, and then we can revisit where we're at and take a break for dinner and so on. But just to at least
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to extend to finish this item. Do I have a seconder?
Second. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor. Just 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to shift us to another queue. Does anybody want to speak to extending this? Please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah, I'll be voting against the extension. I think that there is a lot of meat on the bone, as Councillor Hardwick said, and I think that we should take the time to deliberate this and not push this before dinner. So I will be voting against and having a 1 hour dinner break now so we can come back refreshed and deal with this when we're ready.
Okay, thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to call the vote then on the motion to extend until we're finished this item. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Dejanova.
Sorry, Mayor, are we voting in favor of a break or in opposition of a break?
This would be, the motion is to extend past 5 o'clock until we finish this item.
Gotcha, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that has failed. So now, councillors, we are on a break until 6 o'clock. So we'll get you to call back in just slightly before 6. Okay, thank you so much.
quote, end quote.
Hello, Council. We're back in at just 6:06. We got some feedback there.
So we know who the feedback is.
Just ask people to mute. Thank you. Okay, just to recap, Council, we've had our presentation, our very first virtual speaker from the public, and we've gone through all the questions, and now we're on the debate section. Councillor Kirby-Yung has sent in an amendment, and we're just, I think we'll wait to get that up on screen, and I'll start Councillor Kirby-Young's clock to talk about her amendment. Do you want to do a... Yeah, folks need to mute their phones.
Councilors.
We're just going to... Somebody's typing furiously. Need to mute your phone. Or mute. Who is that? Okay. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. Then Councillor Kirby-Yung, we're going to get the amendment up on the main screen for folks to... Right. It's moved with it. That's what it was? Move with additional language? She's a mover. Okay. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, over to you for your additional language to this report.
Is anybody there?
Oh.
I'm here, Adrian.
No, that was Colleen. I'm here. Yeah, it's Adrian.
Council, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Can you hear me, Council?
Yeah. So I see a lot of us don't have our mutes on.
Can you hear me, Council? Can you hear me, Council?
Like Christine, you're not muted.
I'm muted on my phone rather than on the computer. I find it easier to unmute when I start to speak that way.
Oh, okay.
But thanks for taking that.
So, Council, can you hear me?
Again, it's very echoey.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the screen, and hardly anybody is muted. So please, everybody mute your phones.
They were all muted a second ago. Someone keeps resetting it.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung, can you hear me? Councillor Kirby-Yung, can you hear me? City Manager, can you hear me? City Manager, can you hear me? Apparently, clerks, nobody can hear me.
Kennedy, we cannot hear you right now. We can't hear anything at this point.
I think there's people on the phone that you can't hear on the computer.
I can hear Patrice. I can hear Patrice. I can hear Sadu. I don't hear Kennedy.
I think somehow we're not hearing the mayor.
Yeah, I think did we all dial in on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so I think they're having a conversation through WebEx, because when I unmute my speakers, I hear them talking. So
I'm using the computer on my Jabber headphones, and it seems to be working just fine for me.
My headphones aren't working. That's why I'm down me.
I'm the same as Pete.
Me too. This is Councilor Blau.
Yeah, we can't.
Test 1, 2. Can folks hear me now? Can folks hear me now? City Manager, can you hear me? City Manager, can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Can one of you try your
That
mics?
are you still on the phone?
Sounds like Rosemary and the mayor are working on something here, so we just got to sit tight.
Okay.
Okay. I got kicked out of the WebEx too. It says it disconnected. I was trying to restart, just FYI. So I'm losing everything.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Hooray! Okay, good stuff. Great. Okay. Thanks very much. So,
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I'm being continually kicked out of the online meeting.
Pardon me?
I'm being continually kicked out of the online meeting. It keeps disconnecting me.
I can't hear you very well. Could you get closer to your microphone, please?
She's being kicked out of the online meeting.
Okay.
Those of you that have if you're having a hard time having people hear you, there's a section on the audio for the WebEx where you can go to the speaker and micro.
So I'm going to try to move along here and just see how we do. So where we were, Council, was we had the motion had been moved with additional language from Councillor Kirby-Yung, and Councillor Kirby-Yung is first on the queue to explain her additional language. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, are you available to speak for up to 5 minutes? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can speak to it. I just can't log it on my queue, but I can speak. So I'll provide some comments, some context around the additional language. And I noted that the purpose of this council meeting today was to discuss the city's dire financial state and our anticipated difficulties. And yet, what we have in front of us in the recommendations in the report are solely advocacy. It's solely advocacy at this stage. We do know the pandemic is persisting and will go on. According to recent information from the federal government, we should expect into the summer for the current state of physical distancing and restrictions through the end of 2020. This is the crisis of our lifetime, not just from a health perspective, but for our economy. And we know, and I believe, if your businesses are losing revenue and your residents are losing income, it is unrealistic to expect the city doesn't need to reduce our expenses. And I do acknowledge and appreciate staff have done some early work on that. And we also have to recognize that the impact will be felt through 2020 and into 2021. And again, it will be significant. For the city, that does mean delivering a very different budget. The request from the province for $200 million, while admirable, was a hope and a prayer strategy and a Hail Mary. And we heard from the mayor today that the province has said no to cash bailouts. We're not showing here with the recommendations to our residents that the city needs to make some tough decisions in tough times and showing residents we have a plan. I believe that our residents need to hear from council, their elected reps, that we are stepping up. The city has identified we're losing $4 to $5 million per week. We know where that comes from in sources, which does not also include property tax delinquency, which could be equivalent. We know from the Mayor's Commission survey, 6% of homeowners do not plan to pay their taxes, and 25% say they will pay less than half of them, and this could grow as the pandemic extends. I think we need to take surgical instruments to our operating and capital budgets now, focusing precisely on core services that relate to health and safety and will support economic survival and recovery. That means identifying baseline costs to support sewer sanitation, garbage pickup and recycling, maintenance, and a reasonable level of public safety for fire and police. It means ensuring a sufficient level of resourcing and permits and licensing to enable businesses to get licenses and industry projects to move quickly, and recognizing the economic contribution of the arts sector. And then we see if reducing to those expenses can meet our anticipated revenue gap and what room there might be to deliver other services in addition and support council's priorities. We need to look at the capital projects, especially ones that impact on the operating budget through debt servicing, but that will be the baseline. And we need to do it and have it come back to council, I believe, before we talk about selling off city property or laying off firefighters. I realize that staff have done the early work, but council has not given any formal direction, and our residents expect that council should be setting priorities and setting direction in this new normal. I'll close by saying these are tough times. They will pass, and tough people will sustain. In the meantime, we need to signal to residents and our small businesses that we are prepared to take those tough decisions, and that we do have a plan, and that council is moving forward on that plan. So that is the background for the amendment. Council has the language in front of them, and I'm happy to read it if you require me to read it into the record, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so thank you very much. And we have next on the list,
Happy to
Councillor.
doing the seconder.
It's already been seconded. It was moved with additional language, and so we're on to Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova? Councillor DeGenova. Okay, we're going to move on to Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DeGenova will be back on the queue. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I'd like to speak in support of this motion. I think it's extremely important that council be showing leadership in this regard. We need to be looking at what we need to have versus what's nice to have, which is why I've continued to talk about the relationship between the operating and capital budgets, for example. So, you know, I wholeheartedly support Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment.
It's just additional language, not an amendment. We're just in, this is the main language. So, okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. On to Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
I just wanted to first clarify if these amendments were moved as part of the motion or as amendments after.
Yes, moved as part of the, so it is there is no amendment yet. This is moved as part of the language of the report.
Okay, I just wanted to in particular speak to the middle portion of it. The first part seems like basically what we have heard staff say they're already working on, but the second further that I have some concerns about, and in particular, I'm concerned that what's identified in these amendments don't include critical social service supports that we are seeing right now being more badly needed than ever, both in the downtown east side and for vulnerable populations across the city. I'm concerned that in the middle portion that we aren't identifying critical pieces of our budget, such as grants to seniors organizations that we know are stretched deeply right now in meeting the needs of our vulnerable residents who are seniors across the city. And so largely I'm concerned about the way that this middle portion identifies some pieces and leaves out others in a way that, I'm hearing an echo of myself.
Okay, we can hear you fine with no echo.
Okay, great. So concerned about what's left out of there that may be intentional or not be intentional, but certainly could be worrying to citizens and residents and is worrying to me. So I will just say for now that I am going to ask that we sever the three of these portions when we vote on them in the final motion, and I won't be supporting the middle portion. As I said, I think they're key pieces that many of our residents would consider core needs, particularly in the middle of a crisis, that aren't identified in there. And I'll just finally say, I think the conversation about reasonable levels of public safety is one we could have in a more robust way.
Okay, thank you. We've had a couple of questions about severing. As it stands, this is not a severable addition to the report language. In order to do that, these would have to be separate lettered items.
Okay, then while I still have the floor, can I move to cut the middle paragraph, the end further portion from the additional language here?
Right, so you'd have to send in, so if you could email that in, what you want deleted from letter F that would be helpful to us, but just so people can think about it while you're doing it, you are looking to strike further that options take into account. Which paragraph are you looking to strike?
I'll leave it for now, and if it doesn't come up, I'll add myself back to the list to and send it in. So
okay.
I'm good for now in my time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, Councilor Kirby-Young.
Go ahead.
I have tried. I'm restarting and trying to log into the meeting, and I cannot get into it. And I know that we had committed that all councilors should be able to participate, so I can keep trying. That's not to delay, but if it gets to the point I can't participate, I'd like to ask for a recess. I just want to flag that.
Right. So staff are going to help you.
I have no queue. I have no ability to log in.
Right. So as long as you can listen to the comments at this point, of course, we would, if it came to a vote, of course, we would make sure that you're able to participate fully. But right now, we're going to try to get staff to help you get back on while we continue the discussion. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm generally supportive of a lot of the ideas about presented here in the additional language, particularly around showing the due diligence that we're doing that additional research work and being responsive to changing dynamics, especially with senior government support. Echoing Councillor Boyle's concerns, I do have a lot of concerns around what has been in this new version that's put on screen. It's the third paragraph, which really I find gets pretty prescriptive on priorities that Councillor Kirby-Young has presented, but priorities that don't reflect a lot of my concerns around the operations of the city. I do know the specific absence of social services and support for vulnerable populations and community centers and the like. So I have submitted a quick amendment to that language, which I think Councillor Boyle was suggesting, which is to identify that third paragraph, or I see now that it's being amended to be lowercase Roman numerals 2.
Okay, so you're looking to strike, and you've emailed this in, but for those just on the phone, you're looking to strike out further that such options identify baseline costs to support sewers, and then ending with to support council goals. So that entire paragraph.
That is correct. Yeah, and otherwise very supportive of doing that due diligence to make sure that we're looking at all these options, but I find that to be far too prescriptive and really identifies some priorities that I don't share.
Great, thank you.
On a point of parliamentary procedure, it's Councillor Dominato.
Yes, Councillor Dominato.
I know that I can move when it's relevant at this point. I do think we need to move a recess to ensure that all councillors can participate if we're having technology problems.
And
we had this challenge last.
I've only heard from one. I've only heard from
Kirby-Young
one.
has indicated she is having difficulty.
Thank you. That can be up for Councillor Kirby-Young to indicate. Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you.
I would like point of personal privilege. I'd like to do that because I'm not able to listen to the discussion, and I have to move this language and troubleshoot with IT at the same time, and I have no connectivity. So I'm not able to participate in hearing the discussion. And
okay, so we'll take a recess now until Councillor Kirby-Young gets your onto the WebEx. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right, and ask, could everybody mute, please? Okay, Council, I think we're all ready to go, so I'm going to call us back from a recess. Just let you get a second to get situated here. And where we were was Councillor Fry had moved a motion to strike Roman numeral 2, that paragraph from the language under letter F. Do we have a seconder on that?
This is Councillor Boyle. I'll second that.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move us on to the amendment queue. And if you'd like to speak to this, please put yourself on the amendment queue. Councillor DeGenova, please go ahead. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes. Just need to take yourself off of mute.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm trying. I'm also having some technical difficulties. I was calling a point of privilege before you recessed. I don't need a recess, but I will put myself on the car after Councillor Carr in hopes that I can resolve this with my echo and mute here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Carr, just need to unmute.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yes, I do support the striking of that paragraph. And the reason I do is that I think it's imprudent of us to identify at this point what we might consider to be, or what some might consider to be, the priorities or core areas to support as opposed to other areas. And the reason why I think it's too soon to consider that is that we haven't really thought through as a council, nor have we talked and thought through with our staff what kinds of activities the city is currently undertaking that might be really critical for us to be able to lead in the support of recovery in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. And maybe those activities include the arts, maybe they include childcare, maybe they include making sure that we are, dealing with the housing crisis. So I simply can't at this point say with any prudence that we should focus in this way. Instead, we should keep our minds open, gather the information so that we have informed decisions as we talk through as a council and talk through with staff what would be the priorities in terms of financially core and important activities for the future of this city.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor DeGenova, back on the queue.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I think I've worked that out now. Unfortunately, at this point, I appreciate where Councillor comes from. I appreciate the need, the want to preserve social services, but right now I don't know what that means. I know that this is very thoughtful in when we look at basics, this is what the basics are. And in considering that and core services, and there's a reason that they're called core services, because these are needs, these aren't wants. And I'm not saying that, trust me, with a background and a passion to help people, especially in the nonprofit world, which is what brought me here to serve, and I'm honored to have the privilege to do that. I'm not saying that people should go without housing, but I don't think that we can do everything. That being said, I think there are opportunities for other levels of government to help, but we have to show leadership first. And I think that we need to do that for the people in our city who are scared, who have anxiety, who have had their entire lifetime's work ripped apart, small businesses that won't reopen. We just saw one recently on Commercial Drive, Federico Supper Club. It's been an institution in Vancouver. I look at, the unintended consequences, and I think that we really need to consider not only the core services, but also it's our job to have a plan here. This is about leadership. It's not time to surrender right now, and this is the hardest part of our job. I truly believe that. That's my opinion. But Councillor Boyle's point, I think it would be nice to be able to do those things. And I'm not trying to point fingers at the federal government or at the provincial government, but I think we need to look inside, and core services have been set out in pie charts for us, in reports from staff, and we need to start to look at what can we do, because I don't want to make promises that I can't keep. I will not do that. I think that it's important that, if anything, we under-promise and over-deliver, because this pandemic, the global pandemic that we have felt the local ripple effects hit us here in Vancouver very quickly. I look at some of those core services. I look at fire and the way that they're making sure that everyone in Vancouver is safe, not only on the front lines in Oppenheimer Park, as we've heard from them about, and in fire safety, but also all of the work they do throughout our community. With police, just Vancouver Police Department put out a news release. I had a chance to look at it at lunchtime, and they've arrested and charged 40 people who were involved in commercial break-ins. These business owners who've been devastated, who are doing the right thing, who don't want to get those $50,000 fines that the city's put out. Those are the people that we also need to protect right now. So I look at, the either or, and maybe there's a middle ground. But right now it's important that we make some tough decisions. And I think, in speaking to how do we help small business and work our way up, but I don't want to overpromise. And I think talking specifically about some of these core services, to the points about arts and kids and the communities, and those are all things I've heard from different councillors in discussing this motion and the strike and replace. I'm concerned that they won't be able to get there if there's no sidewalk to walk on and they don't have proper water supply. I'm concerned that if we don't see social distancing and physical distancing, properly carried out, and we don't continue to have a steady hand here and show leadership and be strong for our city, I'm concerned that there will be further devastation. So for that reason, it's not that I don't support what Councillor Fry is putting forward, but I do support what Councillor Kirby-Yung put forward originally. And I think that that's really important. It shouldn't have to be an either or here.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I don't support Councillor Fry's sever or cutting out this because I think it's really important that we start being realistic about the fact that we are going to have to go back to basics to get through this thing. We have to take care of the core services and the have-to-haves. We have to take care of the people or the inhabitants of this city. And that we have to prioritize above and of everything else. There's lots of things that we'd like to be doing, but in the immediate to medium term, we're just not going to have the means to do it. And I think it's important that we have this conversation sooner than later. We all have been in communication and briefings over the weeks since this began, and each step of the way we're starting to open our eyes and realize how serious this really is, and the impact if the senior levels of government don't come in and come to the rescue, when we have to really cut down because we can't borrow to cover our operating budget. We've got to make it work. And so obviously, it seems obvious to me that core services are the baseline from which we will move, and we have to look at things through that lens. And to cut it out, and to me, it's just delaying the inevitable. And for that reason, I just can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be supportive. Going back to basics right now in a time when we need to show leadership and we need to adapt to a new norm. This is the time where the city has to step up and do what is needed, because the city will not be the same post-COVID, and we all know that. And it's our role as council to create that new norm and help nudge this city in the right direction. We got a strong financial position, and we need to recognize that this is the time we step up and lift up our communities and lift up our groups and do it in a way that works. Yes, we need to balance our budget, and those tough decisions will come to us when we have the information. We don't have the information at this point, so this is prejudging that component. So for me, I will be supportive of removing this component of it, getting the information and options from staff, and making the tough decisions, but recognize that the City of Vancouver is in a strong position moving forward globally if we do this thing right. We started a citywide plan, and I think there's an opportunity to shift that and create a strategy. And I've heard a plan a couple times. This doesn't show me a plan, and a plan is what we need. We need a plan to bring everyone along so that this city becomes a leader in showcasing what a post-COVID city looks like. So I will be supportive of this reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just following on Councillor Weeb's comments, I think I agree with him that we do need a plan. I think I've made some comments publicly in the last couple of weeks that it's really important that we don't simply bank on unconditional grants coming from the province. That being said, advocate, yes. We have to remember that in terms of our different levels of government, they're all interrelated, federal, provincial, municipal. We are essentially creatures, municipalities are creatures of the provincial government through statute and exist through that. And there's a very strong interdependency in our country between transfer payments come federally, funds and taxes that are collected go to the province. And so I anticipate that the province may step up in some way to help municipalities through this difficult time, because they are limited in terms of their ability to raise funds through property taxes and a few other fees and areas that staff have talked about today. However, we can't simply just wait for that. And so for me, actually with, Councillor Weeb and I think are aligned in this, is that this is a planning exercise. And that's exactly what I see in what Councillor Kirby-Yung has brought forward is let's ensure that we're doing the due diligence on our end, which what cities are doing across the country right now. I think it was Montreal or Ottawa I was reading about. All of these cities are similar circumstances, and they are reviewing their spending. They're also advocating for support from their different provincial governments, but they are doing the work in-house. And I think this is simply laying the groundwork to, it's a planning exercise. And we're not making a budget decision today. I think that, to be clear, that's not what we're doing today. And so that will come, and we'll have an opportunity to debate priorities and how we address, shortfalls in revenue. I have confidence in the staff in some of the conversations that we've had today and what was brought forward in the report. And a number of councillors, I think, asked a number of really good questions today about what are some different areas we should be looking at. And so that will be coming back to council. And I think this provides a roadmap for doing that work. So I'm so supportive of Councillor Kirby-Young's language as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And I just want to reiterate, as I said earlier, I will be supporting this strike out of this section. I feel very strongly that support for low-income people in our community, support for seniors in our community are not luxury goods. We have, as one of the key lessons in this crisis, I think, been talking about and learning how much we need to be in this together, that our safety and our well-being are only as strong as the most vulnerable among us. And so in this conversation about what is nice to have and what we need to have, I think we need to go back to those key lessons from the midst of this crisis. Absolutely. We should be reviewing our spending. That's being done. That's already part of this motion. But I disagree strongly that the services and supports that we provide for vulnerable members of our community might be considered nice to have rather than as part of our core services. And so I won't be supporting the language in this. I echo what others have said, that these are difficult conversations that we will need to be making, but I'm not supportive of the way that they have been narrowed in the language of this particular section.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So we have a staff recommendation. It's mostly about advocacy to other levels of government, which I think is good. We have some reserves, which is good. We have property, which is good. So we're not in a crisis. I agree with Councillor Fry's amendment. I don't like the list of services that he's proposing to strike out. I think it should be much broader. You know, people are talking about back to basics, back to core services. Well, it depends on who you are, what basics are. It depends on who you are, what core services are. If you don't have a house or a place to live, housing is a core service, is basic. If you don't have a safe supply, getting drugs and working on that kind of stuff is a basic. We have an oath of office that says that we're supposed to especially work in the interests of people who are vulnerable. And like Councillor Wiebe, I think we need to try and use this pandemic as a chance to come out of all this with the kind of city that all of us need, not just some people, not other people, but all of us. And I think a good start on that is the preliminary findings from the Vancouver Plan public consultation, where people said their big concerns were housing, homelessness, people struggling on the street, climate change. Those are where we have to redirect our efforts, I think, coming out of this. And try and use this pandemic as a spur. I mean, if governments can make transit free, can give us safe supply, can prevent evictions for 3 months, can give contract workers $2,000 a month for EI, surely they can make the changes that we need to stop climate change and to end inequality. So I'm going to support Councillor Fry's motion and support the advocacy to the other levels of government and work to see what we can do to maintain the services that we have here. The other point is everyone's talking about recovery. You don't promote recovery by laying people off. Those people can't spend money if they're laid off. They can't help our small businesses. They can't help the larger businesses. So it's counterproductive. If you're having a recession, the way out of it is to spend money, not to cut money.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the debate so far right across the board. I think I can see how the concern from Councillor Fry in his amendment to strike the third part of this is that it is prescriptive, and I would agree that it does list a number of priorities that may not line up with everybody's priorities. But I do caution us not to sort of over politicize a very real situation that we're in. And the reality is, if we were actually a business, which we refer to ourselves as an organization, as, you know, sort of, we talk about clients in terms of the people we serve, which are actually residents of the city. So if we really were to look at that from a business mindset, you would do exactly what this motion is put forth by Councillor Kirby-Yung, and that is to go and look what is the absolute critical things that we need to do in order to maintain the organization. If we don't know that information, all other information is irrelevant. So we actually have to just know what it is. And I would say that I've been paying very close attention over the last 18 months, and I still don't know exactly what these numbers look like. So even though it seems contentious and it divides between perhaps political priorities, I would caution council to not get into the weeds on that right now, and to look and see if we don't know what it means to maintain sewers or what it means to maintain sanitation. It doesn't matter about other things, because all people need those things, every single person in the city, or we're not going to have a city to actually govern. So we're at a point right now, and I think it's heightened by some of the media and comments made in the media over the last 48 hours that has everybody feeling quite urgent and panicked, which I think is regrettable, to be quite honest. But in this particular moment, regardless of what's listed in here, that is prescriptive, I will agree. I'm going to look past that. I'm not going to support the strike because if we don't know the basics, if we don't know what it actually means to be able to open our doors and turn the lights on, nothing else matters. We don't even know what we need to ask of the province, and we also don't know what we need to ask of the federal government to support us. So there is no going back and there's no recovery. We are right now in a moment of having to understand exactly what our situation is. And I believe wholeheartedly we don't have that information yet. And so that's what I see in this motion. I also heard from the staff today that they are going to get that information together. So I think what this simply does is that it names it in this motion. It is naming the very specific considerations that we all have to take. And then we can look and see where else do we have those priorities? Because absolutely nobody on this council to me has demonstrated a lack of interest or desire to support seniors, to support low-income folks, to support people in the downtown east side, those that are struggling with drug addiction. I haven't heard anybody on this council to date that isn't interested in supporting those folks. But we actually can't if we don't understand where our baseline is, which is why I ask questions about zero-based budgeting, because if we don't have that, we can't even open the doors sustainably in the long term. So I'm not supportive of the strike. I appreciate what it's coming from. I think we have to look beyond the prescriptive nature of this particular amendment and get the actual details that we've been asking for as a council so we know how to move forward collectively.
Thank you.
So privilege.
Yes, Councillor Weep.
There's a lot of banging and clattering because it's 7 o'clock. I wonder if we could take 2 minutes to make some noise and then come to the meeting.
Council.
Is that a motion?
I'll second. Councillor Dominato.
Okay. Take a 5-minute break and bang your pot.
Thank you.
We're back at 5 after 7. Thanks. Okay, Council, thank you. It's 7:05, and so we're Councillor Kirby Young. Can Council hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yep, gotcha.
Great. Okay,
Yes.
so Councillor Kirby Young, you're on the last on the list here. Speak the amendment. Councillor Kirby Young.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Okay, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, my mute would not go off. My apologies. I appreciate Council's patience with the tech difficulty. Yeah, so I appreciate the discussion, the dialogue around council, and I am hearing some of the comments. I feel compelled to respond in hearing comments that we're not in a crisis, and we are. We've heard very significantly today from staff in the report that regardless of property tax delinquency, which is another significant and imminent and very real challenge facing the city, that we have up to $189 million shortfall through the end of this year, not including that. I heard comments around we can make transit free. Well, transit has been free, and yes, albeit ridership has been down significantly, but with people not being asked to pay fares or people not being on paying fares at the same level of folks that are actually taking the bus, what is the result right now? We're seeing 30 to 40% anticipated coming in service cuts, with a number of bus routes and others being canceled dramatically. In response to the comments around we're seeing as well as the government able to step up and support that funding, I really hope that we can sustain some of that in terms of legacy towards social programs and pick up the slack where the city has stepped in other areas. But we are, and experts have said, in the greatest economic crisis we've had since the Depression. And the spending that is happening now is happening because it has to. It's going to take years to dig out of that, and we can't expect we're going to be able to see that level of spending at other levels of government. So I'm just offering these comments as a bit of a reality check. I know that these are really tough times and these are really tough decisions, and nobody wants to take them, and no one wanted to be in this situation, but it is a reality check. And I have to say, it's unfortunate, but reality bites, and it means making some tough choices. And what I hear from the conversation today is not a willingness to put anything on the table at this point. And what I'm hearing loud and clear from residents and the feedback from residents, the volume has been significant, both emails, conversations, phone calls, social media commentary that has come back, is that people are expecting us to step up and make some of those tough decisions, and they recognize that we have to. Everybody recognizes that we have to. Everybody is feeling the pain. Our residents have lost their jobs. They're losing some of their income if they're still employed. They have reduced hours. Our small businesses are closed. The remainder are struggling to stay afloat. Is that everybody knows and wants to feel that council understands that, and we're in it together, and we are prepared to roll up our sleeves as well. And so that was the spirit of what I put the amendment forth in. I know that nobody wants to accept that it's difficult, but I think that it's our responsibility, and that's what we do. Sometimes we take in those tough choices in tough times. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry? Take your mute off, Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. Is he on it?
It may be helpful to press *6. I had to do that, otherwise I wasn't able to mute myself. Perhaps I might assist Councillor Fry.
Okay. Councillor Fry, you're on the queue. Okay, Council, now we've made this mistake before I have calling a vote when somebody was knocked off, and so I'm worried about that at this point. So I'll make one last call for Councillor Fry. Yep, we're going to try.
Right. No, it's fine. Yeah.
Folks, I need you to mute your phones, please. People, mute your phones, please. Councillor Fry, is that you?
On the exempt side or the exempt side? Yeah, exempt side, yeah, we can pick. For sure. The challenge with that, generally is that.
Okay, folks, we need you to mute your phones. Okay, one last call for Councillor Fry.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato on a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, 1 second, please. Okay. Yes, Councillor Dominato?
Thank you. Recognizing it seems that Councillor Fry may be having some technical difficulties, I don't really feel comfortable moving ahead with a vote with when councillors we've had throughout the day, councillors challenged with being on.
No, we won't move forward to a vote. We won't move forward to a vote. We're just going to try to fix it, and I do have Councillor Dejanova on the queue to speak still. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
No, I was just going to call for recess as well, Mr. Mayor, and I can't get off the queue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle?
I just wanted to clarify, I got a text message from Pete that he is here but muted, in case that's helpful.
Okay, can he unmute because he was on the queue?
Mr. Mayor, this is,
I had to see star 6 and that worked for me. I had the same issue.
Star 6 will unmute
Okay,
you.
Council, there is technical help that's being provided offline, so it's easier if we don't all speak at once. City Manager, you had, did you have a point for this? Share with us? Nope.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've got Pete on the Councillor Fry on a cell phone here, and he's trying to get back in. He's for some reason can't unmute his computer, so he's asking if we could just sit tight for a sec while he works on it.
Okay, Council, so we'll take another recess for until Councillor Fry is back on, and then I don't have anybody else on the queue, so we will move to a vote on this amendment at that point. So we'll take a recess, then it'd be great if the City Manager will let us know when everything's okay. Thank you.
I believe so, yes.
Hi, Council.
Yep,
I think
okay,
everybody's back. Councillor Fry's back. So I've got no one else on the queue, so we're going to call a vote. I'm going to carefully monitor the voting panel as well, and just to make sure we have everybody. So I am going to call a vote on this.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I did add myself. Sorry, I did add all
Oh, you
my.
did. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I just sent in an amendment. And I'm sorry it's last minute, but in realizing that we had received some indication from staff that they thought it may be wise to refer recommendations B and C to the council meeting of April 28th. That still would give them time to make the decisions they needed to, but in order to hear some further response back from the province. So that is what my referral is. It's just in line with the recommendation of staff.
Yes, but we are voting on the amendment to Councillor Fry's amendment at the moment.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you'd have to go
Thanks.
on the main queue. I know this is it's tough at the best of times, but thanks everybody for sticking with this. So we're going to go to the vote then on Councillor Fry's striking the second Roman numeral from Councillor Kirby's Young's edition. Okay, and that is passed council with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. So back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, did you have anything else?
No, that's good. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, we've got you on the queue now, and you can go ahead with your amendment.
Thank you. Appropriate time.
Yes, okay.
Yes, I did send in an amendment just to refer recommendations B and C to the council meeting of April 28th in order to hear more information back from the province as per staff's recommendation earlier in this discussion.
Okay, thank you. We need a seconder for that one.
Second, Councillor Wiebe.
I heard Councillor Wiebe first, so now we're on an amendment queue, and if folks would like to speak to this referral, Councillor Dejanova, I have you on the list first. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Take yourself off mute, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, if we have a moment here, since we're waiting for Melissa.
There she is.
I'm off mute. There we go.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate Councillor Carr bringing this forward, and I appreciate what the city manager and what staff had said, but I also understand that a lot of effort has been put into this report, and that this is a short-term measure. As I've read the report, and I think that it's important that we act now. There's nothing saying that we can't move forward with the province. There's going to be a lot of work to do here, and I think that the more certainty we can offer people in short order, the better that that's going to be for them. It's not time right now to lay down and surrender and say, let's wait and see, with trying to figure out how we can move forward in this very thoughtful report and the recommendations that we currently have also that have been put forward by Councillor Kirby-Yung. I think that, there certainly is some direction that staff could work on, in my opinion, up until April 28th, and there's no reason that we can't discuss it further. This is such an important issue that, Mr. Mayor, you yourself or 2/3 of council could call a special council meeting in between if we needed to. But considering the number of people that reached out to me that heard on Easter Sunday, a day that they were looking forward to spending with their family that was already very different to them, that they were concerned, that it was about bankruptcy, that it was about deciding to lay down and surrender here. And I'm not saying that that's what's happened. That's what I've heard. And I want to send a clear message that there's leadership here. The council is willing to move forward, and we're willing to do what it takes. That being said, I know that there will be lots of people handing cup many municipalities who need that funding and other organizations and agencies. That being said, there's concern about huge property tax increases when people can barely even pay their mortgages and rent, if they can even do that. So for that reason, I don't think we can afford to wait. I don't think the people of Vancouver can afford for us to wait. And for that reason, I won't be able to support Councillor Carr's amendment that we hold back and don't start making those short-term changes that Ms. MP has very well explained. And I think Council's done a very good job amending these. So for that reason, and to other councillors' points, I haven't heard a single councillor say that they're not ready, or council member say that they're not ready to roll up their sleeves and maybe find some new ways before we talk to the province. That's not saying we won't work with the province or the federal government. Of course we will. But I think that it would be better to come to them with something in hand instead of looking for a handout. So for that reason, I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yep, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, I always appreciate the discussions that we have on these items, but I won't be supporting the amendment to refer. I think that 2 weeks in the time of the pandemic seems like a lifetime to people because they are really anxious right now. And there's a lot of great work that is being done behind the scenes by staff, but the city has not seen the specifics because they see fantastic work out on physical distancing and some of the immediate response measures, but they haven't seen any specifics from us yet as a council and as a city as it relates to concrete steps that we are taking to assist them, and they are looking for a glimmer of light somewhere. And I know that in speaking with lots of different groups, such as the Business Improvement Associations across the city, they are fully supportive of and indicated their full support of this recommendation. I know that small businesses would look at it as a glimmer of hope. If people can't pay, they can't pay, but at least it makes the runway longer and gives them a shot. Right now, people are focused on, am I going to be able to pay my mortgage or my rent in May, let alone having this other living deadline and stressor. And I think that they're just looking for that sign of concrete, what is the city supporting, and not having a clear message from council today that they support that, I think is going to continue to leave that uncertainty and that anxiety level there. I also think it's helpful in the advocacy work that staff and the mayor are doing on other levels of government for council to send that clear signal that this is something that we are unanimously behind. And of anything, this is something just like when we've advocated really strongly as a council, for example, for the split tax assessment. So we advocate really strongly for this and say this is the one really significant thing that you can do to help the city and in turn help our small businesses and our residents there. So that will provide people, I think, with some level of comfort that the city is prepared to stand up and take a position and champion on their behalf as early and as actively as we can. So I think that there is more harm than good done by delay for the reasons that I stated. And so for that reason, I do not support the amendment to delay. Thank you.
You, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I was originally going to ask, there was a point of information around avenues for, addressing any emerging information with respect to this matter. And I heard, I think, clearly through Councillor DiGenova that, if there's some emerging information that comes from the province, there's certainly ways and we have tools to reconvene, whether that be in a special council meeting or to have that business brought to the April 28th, the scheduled council meeting at that time. And so with that in mind, I'm of the view that we should pass these recommendations today. I feel that there's been a lot of time and energy and effort put into bringing forward this update and financial update to council with proposed short-term actions that we can take at this time. There is an enormous amount of anxiety out there with respect to the pandemic. I mean, people have already talked about this, about, we're seeing layoffs, we're seeing businesses shutter. There's a lot of uncertainty for people. It's a very unsettling time. And I know, for instance, we've already heard through the the federal government around things like income tax, that we have an extended period to file income tax. And I think for residents of the city to know that they will have an extended period of time to file their property taxes will bring some sigh of relief for many, having that added flexibility. I also think that staff have really clearly articulated some areas that are challenging for us around the looking at, for example, Clause C, the remittance dates around other tax authorities that we collect on behalf of. And I think that we should be making those requests, as well as endorsing the Metro Vancouver municipalities' recommendations around the property tax deferment program, for instance, which would allow us to remain whole, and other municipalities as well. So and then we have the added language that's provided today. So I am supportive of the report as it is presented, and I think we should be moving forward and passing it today in the recommendations, because that allows that further advocacy work to continue as well, and those asks to be made right away as opposed to 2 weeks from now.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the referral. And the main reason is I think all of council said that we want to ensure that property taxes do get deferred, but there's more creative solutions, and we're looking at different cities step up. This report was written in April 6th, and I think that we need to show a partnership with the province to come up with solutions on Part C. I think we need to work together. I think that the city has been very clear that this is something we're looking for. I think council has been very clear today that this is something we're looking for, but maybe we can ask for something that's larger, because recognizing that times are getting harder and harder, and that a 2-month deferral does not help a significant portion of the public. And I think that we need to look at what options are available. And this is where we stand up together with the province and say, hey, we're needing to move in this direction, but we need something that's going to be bigger and stronger, that's going to work for more of us in the city. And so I'm looking forward to that advocacy of working with the province in a more collaborative way to ensure that we come up with a solution that works for the residents. So I will be supportive of this to see if we can work and find something that's better for the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to expand a bit on the reasons why I think referral is important in response to other council members' comments. We know we have time to do whatever we need to do in order to get the tax notices out, et cetera, if we delay to the 28th. But as staff noted, there are in discussion with other municipalities. There is a growing collaboration. And I, for one, I still have hope that the province is going to come through, knowing the dire circumstances that municipalities are in, and not just our city, but every municipality, so that that there is this chance that that can happen. And so I think B is very difficult if we already commit to delay when we may not need to, and we still have time to do that delay if we do need to at the July 28th meeting of this council. And like Councillor Wiebe, I believe that in C there is this, again, collaborative working relationship that is being developed amongst municipalities that could be then a collaboration with the province that can end up again deferring, meaning that we don't have to have so much of a worry around any budget decisions that we make, because we know that revenues will come in. So I just think that it's prudent for us, while we still have insufficient information and there still is time to make a difference in terms of money coming in, and really, like all the deferment programs, it's wonderful. I think the province has been fantastic in doing the ones that it has, where we do get the money, they cover it for us and then recoup later. So where there's still that chance, I'd like to see us focus on every effort to make that chance work out successfully.
Okay, thank you. I have put myself on the list, Council, so I will relinquish the chair to Councillor Bly, but we'll operate the timer here. And Councillor Bly, if I get out of line, please feel free to call me out on it. I have a point of information to the city manager. What happens if we decide this evening to defer these taxes to collection till September, but the province does not defer their deadlines and insists on us paying the school tax, the metro fees, and the other board fees, what is the financial impact for us if we make this decision tonight, but the province does not defer their deadlines for taxes we collect?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for raising that point. I was trying to sneak in there to get a couple of points in, and I think you've hit exactly on the point that I wanted to raise. Firstly, my recommendation earlier was just to refer B, not C. I think we still need C so that we can go to the province. But just the school tax alone, if the province doesn't allow us to pay it later, is $700 million. So in the instance that the province does not agree, we have to pay, and doesn't agree to us paying it later, we basically have to pay $700 million in July, but we don't get our taxes until September. And so we're effectively, as I was saying earlier, financing that $700 million alone. So it's considerable. And then there's the other taxing authorities in addition to the school tax. So it's a fair amount to be financing or bridging with for the city alone. And so it would be prudent for us to understand exactly where the province is going to be on paying the other taxing authorities later.
Okay. Any other considerations in terms of the, which financially, I guess, would there be any other, if we vote for this evening, as recommended in the report, and defer taxes, put in this grace period until September 2nd, is there any other things?
The other cost, obviously, is which is in the report, is between $500,000 to $1 million for the city and the provincial portion. So it's probably about $500,000 for us to do that. So there's a direct financial cost to us in addition to just the challenge of having to provide that funding before we get our taxes in.
Right. So again, I know there's something coming from the province this week, I hear, and I do have a call with Minister Robinson scheduled for this week as well. So maybe there is information coming, but I'm not sure. Okay, thank you very much. And if you don't mind, Councillor Bly, I'll take the chair back and turn it over to you. You have the floor now for 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So just to ask a follow-up point of information to the city manager, I'm looking at this report, and if we were to support this referral of recommendations B and C, A is basically saying share this information with the Park Board, Library, and Police Board, but of course, this is a public document, so they, in theory, have access to it right now anyway. And D is talking about sort of more of the ask of financial backstop and to cover grants to cover revenue losses and things like that. So, and there's been much debate and a potential amendment from Councillor Kirby-Yung. So I just wonder, what is the risk of deferring this report entirely to April 28th?
Well, I think the components of the report that are asking the provincial, the other levels of government for support, that request has come from staff so far. That request has come from the mayor. It hasn't come from council yet. And so I think the other components of the report that would remain intact would enable us to speak to the feds and the province at the request of the entire council. So it would be good to have council confirm that they to the feds and the province that these are the asks that you have for them. And so that's why I'm suggesting you leave C, D, you leave those in there in order for us to go and have those conversations on behalf of council. What we want to do is between now and the end of April is to really get confirmation of what the province is or is not going to do. And that will enable council to make an informed decision about delaying the due date on the taxes. So you'll really understand whether indeed we are needing to put out hundreds of millions of dollars for several months until we get the tax in ourselves.
Right. Okay, great. So thanks for that clarification. And so one quick follow-up is that D2 is talking about delinquency, but we won't fully know what delinquency looks like if we don't have a clear picture of when remittance is due, which is in recommendation B.
Well, D2, what it's asking for is basically to, for some kind of program like the tax deferment program, but that would enable the city, ask the province to enable the city to not have to pay them until we have our own taxes.
Right.
That's what I was saying about we're basically financing the province. If they don't move the OTA payments, the other taxing authorities, then we are responsible for paying them before we get our own taxes in, which causes our own cash crunch.
Yeah, I understand that, so I appreciate that. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I can make my comments. I won't be supporting the referral, certainly with the comments from city manager regarding C. It's quite clear that we need to have some, we need to sort of make this request on behalf of this council to ensure we're not at risk of having to pay that and not being able to collect it. And so with B, if we, put forward this recommendation to the province, and I don't think there's anything stopping them from coming back with something better, as Councillor Wiebe had sort of highlighted, like we could do better. I think we need this type of certainty and clarity for not only our city sort of administration and council, but also for the residents. So I don't see any real value in delaying this, and I think we need to move ahead. It's already a public document. It's already an ask. We've seen it in the media. We need to just kind of move ahead now. Certainly, if C is a major risk to the city, so I won't be supporting the referral.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a point of information through you to staff. I'm a little bit confused as to why this would be a staff recommendation if staff have suggested that it be referred to April 28th. There's a number of councillors who said it. I won't belabor it, but there are a number of people out there that have anxiety, that are having huge financial impacts. And I disagree with another councillor who said we're not in a crisis. We are in a crisis. It's been declared as a state of emergency at different levels of government. So I'd like to know, why would this come forward to us, and why would we have just spent an hour and 40 minutes plus time before the dinner break discussing and debating this? Why didn't staff pull it off the agenda or withdraw it from the agenda, or ask to have it heard at a later date?
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
We thought we were going to have clarity from the province by now of what their steps would be to provide support to municipalities, and so we felt like we were going to have that, and we did consider withdrawing the entire report, but we felt that it was important to have council on the record as asking the feds and the province for these types of supports, which is what is in C and D. And so it's our recommendation that we wait and see on what the tax due date is until we have a sense from the feds and the province what types of programs they may be rolling out to support municipalities, and how the provincial government is going to treat our relationship with the other taxing authorities and what we need to pay. So that's what we're really recommending. Be moved to the 28th of April. It's a couple of weeks, but having the recommendations in there from council allows us to go back to the feds and the province to indicate council's requests.
Thank you.
My last
No, you're out of time. You're out of time, Councillor DeGenova. And we have Councillor Dominato. You have three minutes left.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up. Thank you for clarity on the rationale, sir, for now wanting to sort of move away from this for a couple of weeks. Do we know of other BC municipalities or metro municipalities who've moved to defer the remittance date by a couple of months?
This is Saudi, City Manager. We are aware, all of the CFOs and the city managers have been working together on a joint approach. So we would have a kind of unified approach to this. And a number of the smaller municipalities have indicated that they're not able to defer because of their cash flow and the lack of clarity from the other taxing authorities and the province in particular. And so at this point, it's we're all hoping to defer to September 2nd, and we were going to be the first out of the gate. But with the lack of clarity from the province at this point, we're recommending we wait and see. But I think many municipalities will be making efforts to either delay their penalty date or to delay their due date.
And if I can provide some information, Councillor Dominato, is initially there was a broad agreement across Metro for this motion, for this recommendation, but even in the last few days, it's become clear that some municipalities have changed their minds just based on their local financial situation, and also the uncertainty of the provincial measures has really impacted a lot of their decisions. So there is right now a kind of a hodgepodge. I don't know of one municipality yet, and perhaps the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, that has actually extended a grace period for their taxes. Port Coquitlam, for example, has they're collecting their taxes in July, but they're moving their penalty. They're removing their penalty until September. So it's a mix across the region right now.
Okay. I think that helps clarify, because I think that's where there's just been some confusion around the recommendation, and then obviously the waiting for further information from the province and trying to align those. I appreciate that clarity, and I see just looking at Toronto, what they've done there. But I think that I mean, I had also raised earlier the question of whether we could look at a staggered approach to allow people to still pay if they can, and also have a window, a sort of no penalty window as well. But anyways, I'll leave it at that. I think there's other people in the queue. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carr, your 3 minutes.
Yes, I have an amendment that I have forward in response to the discussions, and especially the information further supplied to us by the city manager, and that is to amend to the referral to the April 28th council meeting from being B and C to being B and E. That is as per what we've had as clarifications, that makes the most sense.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Anybody?
Second.
Okay, I think, right, thank you. I think I heard Councillor Dominato. Yes?
No, that was Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, we'll go on to the amendment queue. If anybody wants to speak to this change, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Dejanova, go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Just take yourself off mute. Councillor Dejanova?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment. The amendment, Councillor Carr is moving to her own amendment. I think that it is, it's important that when we spend so much time debating and discussing an issue, that I understand new information comes, but what I also understand is this new information didn't come in this past hour. I appreciate the work that staff have put into this, and I'm still not convinced that
You're cutting out there, Councillor Dejanova.
I'm trying my best here, Mr. Mayor.
Yep,
I may be having some technical difficulties as well. And it took me about 20 seconds to start speaking, so I hope you'll give me back that time if I
Yep, please go ahead.
But I do think that it's important for people who've spent all day to either speak to motions at council or who've been waiting patiently because they're concerned about bankruptcy. They're concerned about the statements that have been made about where the city is at. And what I'm hearing is we don't know where we're at, but on April the 28th, we may be in the same position, and then we'll be another 2 weeks behind. And the way I see it right now is we need to be leading. And if other municipalities want to come along with us, I invite them to do that. But right now, I'm very concerned that if we just wait, that really what's going to happen is things are going to get worse. We are in a crisis right now. This is having an effect on people. This is going to possibly create more homelessness, more inequity, more poverty in our city. And we can't get behind the curve on this one. We have to flatten the curve, but then we have to make sure that we take a running start at improving the economics of our city. And I appreciate the thoughtful work that staff have carried forward here. I am not convinced that we can't do this and move forward with the province. Also, $700 million. I'm not saying that will be easy, but I'm sure that staff wouldn't have come here with this without an idea as to where that $700 million would maybe be found, or amendments could be made to this at a later date. I understand we have a deadline in front of us, but at the same time, I think that after days of doom and gloom, the people of Vancouver, they deserve certainty. And to Councillor Swanson's point, that's not just the people who perhaps have a home to live, it's the people in the downtown east side who want to see us take action now and make sure that we do our best for them, that we move forward swiftly to ensure that we are not only looking after the public purse here, but really that we're searching for those pennies to make this matter. And I think our staff have done an excellent job. That, they may feel that waiting for the province and other municipalities to catch up, is the right thing to do. And I support other municipalities catching up. Let's try and work with them. But I don't think that we can wait to do this. I think that every day we wait, we leave people with more and more uncertainty, and I'm sure that it's keeping them up at night the same way that it's keeping me up. So I, wholeheartedly thank you, Councillor Carr, for this amendment and the amendment to the amendment. But I'm too invested in moving forward with making an impact and a dent and trying to find a way to move things forward and upwards and onwards for people in the city, so I won't be able to support it.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else on the queue, so we'll call the vote for the striking the letter C and replacing it with the letter E. So Councillor Dominato and Councillor Fry. Okay, so we have that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Dominato, Fry, and DeGenova in opposition. Okay, thank you, Council. So I'm going back to the amendment queue. Councillor Carr, did you have anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. So Council, we're on to Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes, and this is you're in the main queue.
For final comments?
Yes.
To the motion. Okay. Sorry, we're still voting on the amendment, the amended amendment, correct?
Yes, we're still.
Yeah, we haven't.
Right, because it was
Right.
moved as a right. I'm sorry. Yes. So the amended amendment is where we are right now. Thank you.
Okay. So I've made my comments, so I could be taken off the queue.
Okay, thanks. So we don't have anybody else on the queue, so I'll call a vote on the amended amendment. Okay, that has passed with Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and DeGenova in opposition. That amendment's passed, Council, so I'm taking us back to the main queue, which, of course, we have to consider the rest of the motion that has not been referred. So would anybody like to speak to the rest of the motion? If not, Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I will just make some comments, as I think. Well, for me, this report has brought up a lot of considerations, and I think is important to articulate, because this is, as I'm sure we all could agree, the first of many conversations we'll be having at Council when it comes to the financial stability and viability of not only the city, but the people that live in the city. So I think it's important to point out that we are governed under this structure whereby the provincial government has the power to support municipalities such that bankruptcy or insolvency can be avoided, but only if the net ask is reasonable and manageable. So I'm sort of speaking here to the overall approach, and I think we've heard throughout the day today how important it is that we spend time, and I appreciate that staff has said, yes, we're doing this, but I do think the order of things is very important. When we look at the appendices of this report, there's a letter signed by 20 municipalities in the Metro Vancouver region alone for the entire province, asking that the province grant whatever, but very much significant financial supports to ensure the viability of all municipalities. So I think it's worth asking, and I certainly have been asking myself whether or not the province can afford these asks. Will they be looking to the federal government to bail them out so that they can meet these requests? And with the updates from TransLink today, we have to consider the financial shortfalls that the province is going to be facing. So, you know, when I think of notwithstanding the TransLink announcement, but, you know, there are other grants and dividends that come from other industries, gaming being one of them, that will not be recovered. It's not a cash flow issue. It is that is revenue that will not be recovered. And I believe it's about $1.4 billion in dividends from the gaming industry that goes to funding healthcare. So then we have to think about healthcare and how the influx of non-COVID related elective and non-emergency medical needs that have been paused will flood our healthcare system as soon as this curve has been flattened. So then I start to wonder, well, how is the province going to be able to manage that? And what are the costs of being able to move through this unplanned health crisis and deal with what would be normal business in our healthcare system? So there's a lot of big picture questions that, in my opinion, remain very much unanswered. So in my mind, I think the economic impact of this event is going to be felt over this fiscal year, is way beyond when this fiscal year is complete. So I think we've heard a lot of debate around navigating uncharted waters. And for me, that because of this, it makes sense to consider first all spending and prioritization that's happened in the years leading up to right now, this moment. From that data, I believe that we can glean what would be the best way way forward to chart a course out of this critical time as independently as possible. And that really was that line of thinking around the zero-based budgeting. Like, let's understand what that actually costs for our city. So I think at the end of the day, we've talked about capital projects. I think we've talked about you know, the funding challenges around city contributions to essential capital projects like sewer main replacement and the work that's happening, the seismic upgrade of the Gamble Street Bridge. And our hands seem somewhat tied. So I think we need to look and see, well, what can we actually do so that we can ensure the financial health of the city post-2020. So all that being said, I'm going to support the recommendations in the report. However, I must say that if I was sending this letter with my name on it, I would want to know that I can look the province in the eye and know that I have done everything in my power to demonstrate a reasonable effort to control what I can in addressing the financial shortfall. So I appreciate that these are very unprecedented times. However, we're batting 0 for 2 when it comes to ask from the province. Need I mention the split class assessment and the additional school tax repeal, both supported by this council. So I think it's safe to say we ought to come up with a plan that does not hinge on the province delivering an unconditional grant for the amount requested. Given there is only one taxpayer and the province is not in a position to give away money, somebody will eventually have to pay this bill.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I was just hoping somebody could put up the amended motion that we're voting on.
Definitely, we will have clerks put that up for you. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. The clerks will put that up, of course, before the vote. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to you. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Councillor Bly is channeling a lot of my thoughts, and really the spirit behind the additional language that I brought forward today is that when I look at that report and I think about, is that a realistic ask to ask, and that's even prior to property tax delinquency, but to try to close $189 million, is there someone in the background? To try to close $189 million gap in the province, you say, oh, we have enough, and can you help us, can you bail us out? But we haven't shown that we've sharpened our pencils yet or what it is that we can do. And I think that that's just unrealistic. And I think in terms of being a good partner and showing real need and the fact that we've taken the time and the work and we've made the best effort that we can, that it's premature or incomplete, perhaps cart and horse, to make that ask without being able to demonstrate sort of the case and the need and the fact that we've gone through and done that. And it's really putting a business case forward to be able to show to the province where that true need is. And I think without having the information around some of our really critical costs, that whether or not the council has a difference in the philosophy of what is and is not a core service, but they are mandated and they are identified in the Vancouver Charter that we have to deliver. So if and when, and it's not an if, I think it's going to be a when, council hits these leaner days and our receipts continue to get lower and the pandemic continues to go on, if all the experts are to be believed, that at that point, we're going to have to see some of those tough decisions, and we're going to know that legally we have an obligation to provide those services, and we need to know what they're going to cost. So I just feel I'm glad that the additional language is in there. I'm glad that it looks like, despite the fact that the identification of core services, if you will, has been struck out of there, I'm hopeful that council will see fit to support that. But I think also that it's disconcerting to members of the public who are under such duress and stress to bring forward a report that promises them a glimmer of hope at the end of the road that says, okay, we're at least going to give you a little bit more runway on the due date on property taxes, and we're going to do our best to try to advocate for that. And then we pull it back and say, well, no, the city needs to have more certainty first before we can provide that to residents. The residents want to feel, and the small businesses want to feel, that we're putting them first and we're caring about them, not the city's financial needs. And I just feel that the balance has been off in terms of the flow of this report and the context of the conversation. And I'm just trying to sort of steer us back towards thinking first about the guy who runs, or the girl who runs this, or the person who runs the small business in the city and has had to shut it, has put their heart and soul into it, and they don't know if they can open again. The person who still has that business open and doesn't know if they're going to be able to keep that door going, even if it's just for takeout. The resident who has lost their job or had their hours reduced, and they don't know if they can pay their mortgage, their rent next month, and they don't know if they're going to put food on the table. And that's the people that we need to send a signal to. So I really caution us for bringing these reports forward and sending these statements and these signals if we're not prepared to back them up. And so for that reason, I'm going to support things like changing the property tax remittance date for the reasons I've spoken to, and the additional language that I brought forward, so that we are sending that signal of comfort, to create some level of comfort that the city, that we've got this. And it's tough times, but don't worry, your councillor tough and your mayor's tough, and we're going to work on this for you. We're not just going to put out our head and ask the province without a plan. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start with, first of all, thank you to staff that prepared this report. And one of the things I think we do need to acknowledge in all of this is I think everyone around this virtual table, I will call it, cares deeply about the city, cares deeply about the people and the residents that live in our city. And none of us had a crystal ball. We had no idea that we would be grappling with these issues. And I can probably say I speak for council, I speak for our staff. I mean, we are, you know, the word unprecedented keeps on getting thrown around, but in an unprecedented time. And so we are sort of working our way through this. And I think when we're faced with incredible challenges like this, a lot of unknowns, I think we have to be bold. I think we have to be nimble. I think we need to plan. I think we need to think outside the box. And I asked a number of questions today. I asked a number of questions in our briefings last week, and I appreciate that you know, staff addressing some of those concerns and questions, because as I've said, you know, before, is that I don't think you can simply bank on unconditional grants. I'm not saying they won't come. I believe the province probably will step up in some way to help municipalities. You know, I was reflecting today on where we find ourselves, because like I say, I don't think anyone around this table expected to be here, but you know, thinking back at the timing of the first case of COVID, which came at the very end of December, and weeks prior to that, we've been debating the budget, and which had, to the tune, exact same number that our staff were talking about, sort of filling the gap in scenario 2 of 110 million in proposed increased spending, and some of that related to fixed costs and things that had to be covered. But you know, if only we'd had, you know, if we had delayed our budget, I wonder if the conversation would have been different, or if we'd known, if, you know, there had been this pandemic a few weeks earlier, you know, if we would have approached that budget discussion a bit differently. But that's all behind us, right? It's water under the bridge. And so our job now is to look at today, look at ahead, and how do we prepare and mitigate. And I have very much appreciated that the range of questions are being raised. We're hearing a lot from residents and the challenges that they're facing. And I think that's why you've seen the federal government, provincial governments really step up to help people, because people are losing their jobs, people are losing their businesses. This report proposes that extension of the property tax remittance for our residents, and I think that's incredibly important and is a signal. And if we have to change and shift gears here because we get new information in the next week or few days, we have ways to do that. I think the advocacy points that are identified in the report are, I'm very supportive of us advancing those. But I do think, as I said earlier, planning, this is a planning exercise, and also transparency, the fact that this report has come forward and there's deliberation on it, but also for the public to understand the circumstances we're in and what we're trying to work towards and how we're trying to deal with these challenges. And I think the public does understand that we've never been here before. They've never been there before. And we're muddling our way through. But I think doing the due diligence and looking at all of our spending, looking at all the mitigation efforts and the steps that have already been taken, I think we need to acknowledge that. And I also, you know, and so I'm supportive of the report as it is presented today and with the amendments that were made. And so I'll be voting in support of it.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'll be supportive of the report, and I really appreciate that staff were able to make this report happen on April 6th. I mean, so much has changed since then, and to really kind of be a leader and stepping forward, I think, is really critical in ensuring that we're going to be ready as a city moving forward, and that's the leadership we need to show. I think that we don't make any changes by pushing and and I think the goal is we really need to find solutions that are going to work for everyone, because right now there's so many people that are in this crisis and don't see a way out. And I think that this is where we got to be creative and innovative, and there's some leadership here by the city. And so I look forward to seeing what this partnership and advocacy can work, and working with the different levels of government, because no one can handle this alone, but together we can make a better city, better province, better country together. So I really appreciate the work by staff, and I will be supportive, and I really appreciate the comments from the rest of council.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Oops, sorry, I knocked you off the list there. One more, just 1 second. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Can I go ahead now, Mr. Mayor?
Please go ahead.
Thanks so much. I just really wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Impey, Mr. Knight, Mr. Johnson, for all of your work, for the work that has brought us to this point, and the work that you do that is aside from this report, but also is a part of that. It's a part of the organization of the City of Vancouver and our staff, organization that makes the City of Vancouver into not only a municipality but a leader in Canada and beyond, has a lot to do with our team and the leadership that you've shown during these difficult times. I wanted to really thank you for that. And I don't say those words lightly. I know that there have been long nights that have dragged into mornings, probably for each of you. I know for some of you, those continue on. And I appreciate the work that's gone into this, so I will be supporting this. I find it hard to support referral because I do feel confident that our staff could move forward. That being said, what we have on the table right now, I think that these are short-term measures, but hopefully they'll offer some of the residents of Vancouver and beyond, people who count on the City of Vancouver, who work in the City of Vancouver, who have loved ones in the City of Vancouver, whatever that may be, they'll rest a little bit easier or rest at all tonight because of some of the actions we've taken today. I know that it's uneasy times for families that have businesses that literally, and I think it's been said before, no one had a crystal ball. No one could see this coming. But that being said, now that there is this devastation, it's our job together to pick the pieces up and lead. And I hope that other municipalities in the Lower Mainland and Metro Vancouver come with us and do that. And I appreciate the province and the federal government, but I've said it many times today. There's only one taxpayer, and we collect money for the province. We collect money that goes towards municipal funding and projects. We might not all agree on them, but I know that we all agree that we want to make a difference. We want to make people's lives better. That's what I've heard from each and every one of my fellow council members. And council, I wanted to also thank each and every one of you, because I think that this is something that, I've really seen us trying to work together, bouncing ideas off of each other, trying to make sure that we do input those ideas. And sometimes they might clash, sometimes they might not be the same, but I think that we really have to move forward with looking at maybe some unintended consequences, but showing that leadership, because I do have a feeling in the pit of my stomach that the municipalities that might at the end of the day end up with some funding are the ones that might not depend on it, but have a plan. And when we look at how people do run their businesses, that's how they do it. They look at investing in those that are strongest, and I think that we can be that. There are people in our city, the most vulnerable people in our downtown east side, need us to be that for them. And, I also hope that we can find efficiencies and savings, and I'll announce in my notice of motion later on. But the fact that we are paying and moving forward with cleaning SROs and looking at maybe how can we recover some of the costs from the private SRO owners to help out a little more in the downtown east side, to stretch those dollars a little bit farther. That's what I want to know, because I know there's people in the city that could use it. I know that our budget does need it, and I know we don't have a nickel to spare right now. So I really do appreciate the work we put into this. I appreciate Mayor Stewart, the conversations that you're going to have, and I appreciate the conversations we're all going to have, because it's going to take each and every one of us and all of our ideas and working together alongside staff with their hard work to make sure that we not only flatten the curve, but then we start to lift people up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I too, of course, will be supporting this and really echo the comments that have been, I think, so thoughtfully spoken by my fellow councillors. Who would have thought that this would be our term in office? In this COVID-19 pandemic is really going to be this term in office. This is our reality. I know that for all of us, we've been worried about people in our city, businesses in our city, the services that aren't there any longer, our staff, keeping us awake at night, really, and people who are really, really suffering and really scared. And yet, on the other hand, too, I've been hearing such amazing stories about people helping each other, and you know, postings in my own condo elevator that say, if you need help, you know, getting groceries, medications, walking your dog, I'm here. You know, unit 207, whatever. I mean, it's very, very hopeful. I want to start by just saying the work of staff has been phenomenal in this regard. It's been difficult work, I know, but this is thoughtful work. This is very pragmatic work that you've brought forward to us, and I really appreciate all the hours that you have been putting into this, and I know there's many, many beyond the regular work days. I also want to really appreciate the collaboration with other municipalities, because in the end, you know, we are in this together. This is not a singular crisis for Vancouver. It is just for all of our municipalities, our provinces, our countries, and the world. And I think that that it is, in fact, that collaboration that is the hope at this point. I think it also points out, though, the vulnerability of municipalities in terms of how limited our finances are and the sources of income that we have. And I hope the end result of this will be a rethink around the resourcing of municipalities to support the incredibly important work that we do at the local level, where most of the people of this country live. And I am actually hopeful as well that the province will respond. We've given a bit of room here. I think there's very collaborative and diligent effort to work with them. They have been incredible. They've shown incredible leadership on the COVID crisis as a whole. And I am going to count on them to really come through as we move towards solutions and recovery. So those are the reasons why I'm supportive of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, I have a point of procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
In the original recommendation C, which is now B, it had language that said that, and I quote, subject to recommendation B being approved. And I see that the clerk, I said the amendment has just removed that procedurally. Can the clerk just remove language, or does that need to be an amendment from council?
I'll check. 1 second, please. Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung, it's because it was a connecting clause that the clerks can remove that. So that's why they've removed that clause.
Okay, thanks for the recommendation. I would have amended otherwise. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Council, that's it for those in the queue for speaking. So we'll call a vote on this one, please. Councillor, yes, Councillor Swanson. I know you're having trouble. Did you have, go ahead.
Could I just have a vote assist on this?
Okay, sure. How would you like to vote?
In favor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just
wait. Point of privilege, could we see the bottom of the screen also? So we can see the bottom component of what we're voting on.
Hi, Tamara. I'm good, except I've screwed up and I lost my place where you're supposed to vote. I'm just looking at the motion.
That's okay. Councillor Swanson, we have you recorded as in favor of this. Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sorry, I'm just reviewing the language that it just came up on screen. Just a moment, please. Personal privilege.
Don't really get a personal privilege in the middle of a vote.
I cannot see the language on F, but I'd like to see the language before I vote. That's my personal privilege.
It's been emailed as well.
I'm trying to find the email. I would like to see it before I vote, and I cannot see it.
It's been emailed to you as well, and it's the same
I'm finding it now. If you can just give me a moment as a point of privilege, because there are a lot of emails. Thank you.
Don't get a.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's unanimous, Council. Thank you very much. We'll just quickly move on to the some of the other business we have here. First are the bylaws. We have 9 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by Council. Council members who are not present for the meeting related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. So I'll go through all of them, and then we can vote on the list.
Point of procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
okay.
did you read out the vote results?
I did. It was unanimous? Yep. It was unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. So bylaw 1 is from public hearing, the public hearing on May 15th, and will require most of council to review in order to be eligible to vote. Council members, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you'll be voting on the enactment. Councillor Bly.
I have, and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
No, I have not.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yes, I have and will.
Councillor Hardwick.
I have not.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes, I have, and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson.
Sorry, what are you asking me?
Oh, I'm asking you if if you reviewed the information from the public hearing on May 15th and whether or not you will vote on it, the bylaw.
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
I have and I will.
And I have as well. Okay, on to the second one. Bylaw 6 is a public hearing enactment bylaw from the previous term. Therefore, several members were not on council at the time of the public hearing. However, at the March 31st special council meeting, many councillors noted they had reviewed the proceedings for the item. Councillors, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting related to Bylaw 6 and if you will be voting on the enactment. Councillor Dominato.
No, I have not.
Councillor Swanson.
No.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yes, and I will.
Thank you. Does any member wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? And if so, can you put yourself on the queue? Anybody want to hold any of these for debate, for vote, or for separate vote, or for conflict of interest?
Point of procedure.
Sure.
Bylaw 6 and Bylaw 7 are the same address, and so I just want to make sure that the councillors that weren't able to review it prior are also recorded to not being able to view the second one.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just following the script here.
So Bylaw 6 and Bylaw 7 are to the same location.
Right. One is a noise bylaw. They're quite different.
So that those councillors that missed that public hearing are okay to vote on the second.
I think they're different. They're different matters at the same address, and one requires a meeting, and the other one required no meeting. I think.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. Yep. No problem. Right. So, can I have someone move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 9, please?
So moved.
Point of procedure.
Yes. Go ahead. I'm sure that is, but.
I believe bylaw 9 is now needs to be struck since we have not taken the decision to change the date on the property tax.
I think you're right.
And delay it.
Thank you very much. So it's bylaw 1 to bylaw 8. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. So would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 8?
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. A second.
Bly.
Second by Councillor Bly. Thank you very much. So we'll do yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 All opposed say nay. Thank you very much, Council. That carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can now be found on the city's website. we're going to move to a notice of council members' motions, and I'll just wait for folks to put themselves on the queue. And I've got Councillor Desjardins over here. And again, remember, you just read off the title and then make sure that you send the title into the clerk. And Councillor Desjardins, please go ahead.
It is titled SRO Cleaning Cost Recovery.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Swanson?
It's called Ensuring All Vancouver Residents Can Comply with Public Health Guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I have two. Just give me a second as I switch my screens here.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The first is mitigating COVID-19 financial impacts on the City of Vancouver and its taxpayers. And the second is I'll be bringing back strengthening representative democratic practices in the City of Vancouver.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to turn the floor over to Councillor Bly just momentarily to chair while I read the title of my motion, which is COVID-19 salary adjustment. Thank you very much, Council. That finishes notice of members' motions. We move on to new business, inquiries, and other matters. We'll start with new business. Councillor Carr, you have new business?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I would like to table a motion, and that has been circulated to Council and to the City Clerk at the beginning of the meeting. Motion to establish a COVID-19 response and recovery working group of Council. Yeah, if notice isn't called, I'm happy to introduce this motion at this time. I'm not calling notice.
Okay. Right, so you'd like this debated now. So do we have, just 1 second, please. So, Councillor Carr, we have you moving this motion. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Dominato and I are moving it to co-moving it.
Okay, we just need a mover and a seconder. Just a main mover and a seconder.
Second is Councillor Dominato.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. So we have a mover and a seconder. And so what I'm going to do, Councillor Bly, I'm going to recognize you're on the queue here. Did you want to speak to this item? Did you have another item that you wanted to speak to?
I have an inquiry.
Okay, so I will put you back on the list, but right now I'm going to give Councillor Carr, so we're in debate and decision. Councillor Carr, please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I feel very strongly that we are in an unprecedented time in this city's history, and that there has been, because of the COVID-19 epidemic, a real focus on responding to this incredibly urgent situation. It has absolutely impacted our city in so many ways, socially, economically, fiscally, and through, I think, the immense and very actually heroic efforts of staff, we've been responding in exemplary ways, mostly coordinated through our Emergency Operations Center. It's taken a great deal of staff time to do so, and Council has been incredibly supportive of the work that staff have been doing. But response, I believe, has to be coupled with thoughts now around recovery. The sooner we think about, plan, and prepare ourselves the best way possible for recovery, the better it's going to be. And it's going to take a lot of thought, a lot of information, and my desire in working with Councillor Dominato and moving this motion forward is that if we could establish a mechanism that would enable councillors to be able to communicate with each other in a more concerted way. It's quite isolating, although I do appreciate Zoom technologies that allow us to communicate electronically. I think we're not feeling as much that whole body when we don't see each other on a daily basis, and collaborate, communicate, discuss, etc. So the real point of this motion is to establish a working group of council, one that is not formalized so that it does not have decision-making power, but one that would enable council as a whole to talk to each other, to collaborate, to seek out information, to discuss that information, and to think through the potential recommendations that would enable our city to move forward in the most positive possible way towards recovery. That would leave our city, in fact, even although it will never be the same, potentially it could be even better off. That working group would provide recommendations that would come to the public council sessions, so that all of the meat of what we do would be on public record, and discussions and all decisions made there. But my hope was to deal with this tonight, which I'm very happy we are able to do, because we are really coming forward in a very short timeline with some very heavy decisions around our budgets, and I think that opportunity for staff, council to work with each other and provide staff with more synchronized recommendations would actually make it easier for the final decision making that we have to do.
Thank you very much. If anybody else wants to speak to this, please put yourself on the list. Otherwise, we'll move to a vote. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes, please.
I just wanted to be, I'll be brief. I'd like to thank Councillor Carr and Councillor Dominato for their work on this motion and bringing this forward. And as I've alluded to before, I've really been, I've been proud to work with all council members, and in the way that we've seen this pandemic hit our city, and really encouraged by a number of the ideas that have come forward, especially with a group of us sort of just having different ideas. But I think that a working group would be a good way to move this forward in a formal but informal way. So thank you, Councillor Carr and Councillor Dominato. I will be supporting this, and I look forward to the meetings and and I appreciate the thoughtful motion.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I have a question through you, Chair, to staff, which is as we figure out how these types of working groups function, I'm curious to hear from staff how items would flow to and from this type of a working group, and how what type of staff time this type of working group might require.
City Manager, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure, to be honest. And I had raised concerns with Councillor Carr about this previously, because all of the staff are going flat out, and you know, it could be a considerable amount of time to provide information to this working group, to sit in working group meetings. So it's something that I'm concerned about, and we would need to work out together, if it proceeds, how we can do it without it consuming a lot of time for folks that are pretty stretched right now.
Okay.
Okay. So I will just say, having heard that, I am open to supporting this. I too appreciate the collaboration that went into it, and especially I appreciate the recognition of how critical our recovery will be in terms of the kind of city that we become. And so I'm very interested in what those conversations are, and how we move them forward. I remain concerned, as I've flagged with folks around this as they were drafting this motion before, I just remain concerned about how staff time can be best focused, and in making sure that we're not diverting staff from the critical work that they are working so flat out on. And I just also want to flag that we have seen at all levels of government a real commitment to not overly politicizing this type of work. And so, and we have, as a council, I will say at 8:30 in the evening today, have sometimes taken more time than might have been needed to pass certain things. I am very happy to see the collaboration. I support the democratic process, and I just want to make sure that we're all conscious of making the best use of our own time and of staff time in crisis. So we'll be supporting it and happy to participate, and we'll continue to raise those reminders so we can respect the work we have ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just a couple of comments and follow up as well to Councillor Carr's comments is appreciate the work of staff in terms of the emergency response. I think it's very clear that there's a sort of division of effort here in terms of council's governance role and strategic role, and then management in terms of their role in doing the emergency response, establishing the EOC. I think there's been conversations in recent weeks and months around how when it comes to a public health emergency and a public health response, you don't want that to be politicized. And in fact, you don't want politicians in charge of the health response. And that's why we have experts like Dr. Henry and Dr. Tam and others guiding us through this at all levels of government. From my perspective is that we are as elected councillors, we are elected by the public to represent public interest, and we are often a conduit for feedback, whether that be from residents, neighbors, partner groups, nonprofits, stakeholders, vulnerable persons, and feeding through their feedback as to what they're experiencing, what they're observing. And we're an important conduit in that conversation, and that can help shape policy and response, particularly as we talk about sort of the recovery aspect of this discussion. I know we're not there, we're still in the thick of pandemic response, but I think it's enabling this working group to put sort of a strategic lens and to do it in a collaborative fashion, and also recognizing that at least I think our intent was really to be very similar to what was established for the Auditor General, where it's not staffed, so there's no significant resourcing going into it. It would be we'd be sort of self-manage ourselves and coordinate our own meetings and conversation. And obviously we have no decision-making power. We can simply make recommendations that would come to a standing committee for deliberation if we see fit and to some consensus. And so I think there's value in us convening in this fashion, and so I just wanted to address some of those concerns that were raised, and that this is being brought forward in a thoughtful manner. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'll just chime in really quickly. I'm happy to support this and was pleased to be part of helping to put this together. I think for the benefit of some of the folks who might be listening online and haven't had the opportunity to review this beforehand because it is a new motion, I think it's important to clarify what this isn't. This isn't a decision-making committee. This would be, minimally or unstaffed. In order for us to have these kind of collaborative conversations and allow us to come up with recommendations to bring to standing committee so that we can then iterate because we're all hearing all sorts of different inputs and ideas. And so far, it's been a challenge for council, I think, to input a lot of those ideas because we are making space for staff to do the important work of EOC. So this is an attempt to actually channel a lot of those inputs that we're getting and make good sense of them and have those conversations as a council on committee, and then refer any recommendations that we come up with to the standing committee for a fulsome, staffed, minuted, and publicly accessible conversation. So really happy to have been working on the collaboration that got us to this point, and I think it's going to be a good opportunity for us to really share ideas that we're having a difficult time sharing now because of especially with the complications of not being able to physically meet. I think this is an important move for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick?
Hi, sorry, just moving screens.
No problem.
I enthusiastically support this. I think it's terrific. It's been somewhat frustrating as an elected representative of the people of Vancouver not to have been able to be more involved. And while I respect and admire the hard work that staff are doing, I've felt powerless. And I've also felt personally that I have something to contribute to this exercise, having gone through not the same. I mean, this is really unprecedented. I know it, but it bears saying again. But I sure went through it in 2008, 2009. And so I don't have any illusions about how bad that this can get. And I do know how important it is that we do the best that we can for the people of our city. And so for an opportunity to come together as a council and bring our experience and knowledge, for me, what I'm hoping to contribute, and I'm hoping to listen and understand others' perspectives as well, but then to be able to help lead through this, I think is critical. So I'm grateful for the mover and the seconder, and I look forward to working with you all in trying to sort through this process, and it is a process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep my comments brief on this one. I think we're hearing from a number of folks who have been supportive of this, and I too was grateful to be part of the sort of group, and I think we've struggled to figure out how to participate and how to add value as councillors in the weeks when it very much was not our place to sort of be in the triage, and we saw the response to our EOC be quite incredible, truthfully, in organizing themselves. And so I think this is a healthy way for this council to continue on as we educate ourselves and inform our decisions with various discussion and without having to make a decision, which is what we'll be doing here in council, as Councillor Fry pointed out. So happy to support and grateful for the collaborative process to get us to where we are right now. And yeah, look forward to what could come from these meetings if this motion passes.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm really excited that we're kind of seeing this collaboration across council to really move forward and hopefully work out some of the motions that some of the councillors will bring forward, and so that we can spend more time on the working component and have more kind of concise asks as we move forward. And I think that this is really important as we kind of step up and pull a leadership role here in these coming days. And I think that we step aside and allow our staff at this moment to really focus on the triage part, which I think has been done very well and is going to position the city in a great spot. So I'm very supportive of this and really appreciate the collaborative effort.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, so a point of information, if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff.
Yes.
And it just relates to notice that the motion is citing sections of the Vancouver Charter 159, 60, and 164. And I don't see anything around forming committees or committees of the whole that speaks to public engagement. Can you just confirm, please, if there's no obligation for these meetings to be public, or for the public to have the opportunity to listen in on these council committees as a whole?
Was that a question directed toward me?
Yes, it was, City Manager.
Yes, please, Mr. City Manager. Yep.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's my understanding that these meetings do need to be open to the public.
Are we getting head nods from clerks? So that's confirmed in this room too?
Okay, so follow-up point of information then through the chair to the city manager. And if you are able to answer it, is do you see, there's no reference to that specifically in the motion, do you see a need for there to be, or is it inherently covered somewhere else in the charter that will govern that can be referenced? I want to make sure we're meeting our public obligations, but I want to know what they are, and then let me know.
Well, we can only go in camera under very specific circumstances, and those have to be indicated in a public meeting at first. So any other meeting of council is open to the public automatically.
Yeah, I think that's the spirit of the transparency that we all believe in, which is if council's doing council business, it needs to be open to the public. So I think that's been our challenge with these types of committees structures in the past, but obviously there's a desire to do this, and we'll need to spend the time to help to create a structure that can meet those obligations and allow council to have the discussions that you want to have. I'm sure we could find a way forward.
Okay, so these meetings will need to be posted on the city website then? Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, just like a regular council meeting.
And I would suggest to council that I am looking at 5 staff right at the moment who have spent all day working very, very hard to bring this to the public. And so, again, we think often of staff resources, that are presenting to council, but don't forget the clerk's office and the technical folks who also will have to be brought in to facilitate these meetings.
Okay.
Councillor
I'll
Bly.
leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a question to the clerk, I believe. We went through a very similar process in terms of where council can work through response to a particular topic if that is passed by this council, and we struck a working group under the same section, I believe, of the Vancouver Charter that's identified in this motion, that is able to meet without making any decisions in order to be informed by experts and discuss a particular topic. In that regard, it was the Auditor General and the Auditor General Office. And essentially, this is of similar nature and intent to respond to the pandemic specifically. So this is not about something not being in the public, but we have, as this council, passed a motion within the last, I think, 6 months, and that working group is actively meeting to execute on that effort. So I'm not sure why we're getting a different story now when it's speaking to the same section of the Vancouver Charter. So I'd like to have an answer to that before we can move forward, or I can move forward on voting on this.
City Manager?
Oh, okay. I thought that was directed to the clerk. I think my
Was it?
understanding
Oh, I'm sorry.
was a limited number of councillors, I think. Was that not the case?
I didn't hear the comment, sorry.
Sorry, I'll turn it over. Maybe we'll turn it over to the clerk.
Through the chair, the working group that was set up for the Auditor General motion comprised of members less than 5, and I think the difference with this motion is it's open to all council. So as soon as you have more than 6 or more members participating, is constituted as a formal meeting.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, could I jump in?
Sure.
I would recommend at 8:45 here that we don't try to work out the logistics on the floor here. I think we understand the intent of what you want to do, and I think we should find a way to enable it. But I'm not sure exactly what that should look like, and I'm not sure that doing it right now. Like, I just saw this motion a couple of hours ago for the first time. My recommendation would be, if council wants to do this, that you approve it, and we'll find a way to enable it and create the system that you'll need in order to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it for the
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to put myself on the queue, but I can't. I have my queue open.
Here you are.
Can't
Okay,
do that.
go
Thanks
right
so
ahead.
much. I'd like to speak. I'd like to also speak to this, and just considering the city manager's comments. I appreciate that the city manager is only in motion now, and I appreciate the comments of others. This is a depth that we're in. There's not a lot of time to move slowly, and that's what I've been told as a councillor over the past few weeks. That's what I think the ongoing theme and topic. So to be told that we need to slow down to put together a collaborative group that I think really is a way that council can participate together. Just it seems different than everything else we've been told. So for that reason, I certainly support it as it stands right now. And unless there's a legal reason not to move forward with it, as in it legally is out of order, then which I don't think it is from reading it, then I support it as is, and thank again Councillor Carr and Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Oh, you were there. You're not there. You're there. You're not there.
I'm trying to be there. I don't know why it's off.
Okay, I'll put you on. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I am supportive of the spirit of this motion. I think that council, and for good reason, I think our staff have been focused on the emergency response measures to the pandemic, and that's where the focus has been, and that's where it needed to be. But I also think that there is a role for the elected representatives to play of Vancouver, and there hasn't been a chance to have that fulfilled. Having said that, the reason that I asked the question, knowing that it's qualitatively different than the AG, which is less than the majority of the number of members of council, is just to be clear moving forward that these deliberations or discussions, or if council decides to invite, and I know there's language in the motion about bringing experts in or different stakeholder groups to share input and info and advice, will be held in the public eye, and there will be transparency, and then we'll have the opportunity to see some of these discussions and the discussion across council as to what priorities are viewed, what things are viewed as priorities, which ones are not, and so on and so forth. But it is a mechanism for us to bring in folks and perhaps bring in people to provide input, and perhaps we can look at it in that perspective, that we invite a number of delegations to come in and share and present to our group, and while being caught, and so we use it as an opportunity and information flow to share that and send that into the response. Strategies that the city will be developing for economic recovery, for example, and supporting our small businesses that we have across the city, or our art community, a number of other groups that we can invite in, and do it that way. It will be obviously a lot more challenging to put forward recommendations and develop and do those, because that will take more time in the public eye to work through those. So I'm cognizant of the realities, but I think together we can have conversations about how best to facilitate and move that forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I very much appreciate the comments made by the city manager around ensuring that the support would be there to enable this committee. Again, I think the hope, this was many people discussed the formation of this working group and the desire to see some avenue for greater collaboration and brainstorming amongst council members in dealing with the crisis and that we have ongoing within the city right now. But the point is, there's no intent to overly burden staff in any way. We recognize that staff are very much already working very long hours and under stressful situations in dealing with the response to the COVID-19 crisis. So in listening to the city manager's comments, I believe that he will enable this in a way that will not be too much of a burden on staff. In fact, minimize it as much as we possibly can. And yes, the intent was always to enable through this committee councillors to hear jointly from people who may be experts who aren't necessarily within the city itself, but might be experts in some aspects of economic recovery or social recovery. I mean, there's a number around where you're probably like me listening to radio show after radio show that has some of these experts on it in terms of trying to figure out how we move forward as the actual more acute stages of the COVID-19 crisis and pandemic wrap up, which we hope will be sooner rather than later, but we don't know. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, for your comments on that. And I think that that the technicalities are something that will be fairly easy, I hope, and my intent would be to see this move forward quickly, in fact, within the next week, so that we have a chance to actually have some discussions before even our next open council meeting, which is the 28th of this month.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Carr. That's with that, we can call a vote on this motion. Just getting it set up, Council. Just take us a second here. Okay, there we go. So we can call the vote now on this. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, that's it. It passes with none in opposition. Thank you, Council. I'm going to go back to the main queue now. I think, Councillor Bly, you had a inquiry or other matter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll make this as concise as possible. I just wanted to bring attention to the referral reports of the meeting of March 31st, in which we were debating four referral reports to public hearing. And why I bring it up is I'm wanting to share my concern with the process that happened with those referral reports. And I went back and reviewed the recording of that meeting, and I believe that there was a lot of confusion about what people were voting on, and what happened as a result is the word that was used many, many times by a number of councillors, three of the less contentious reports were not moved forward to the next public hearing because a number of councillors had identified that they were concerned about the public hearing process, and in the comments named quite a number of times that they'd be more comfortable considering these reports in a couple of weeks when we had had a chance to really understand what the public hearing process would look like. And we've had a number of those conversations in a briefing, and we continue to talk about that at the beginning of our business this morning. But inadvertently, what's happened is because of the way people voted, those reports actually did not pass, and therefore will not be able to be brought back to this council for 365 days as per the bylaw. However, I believe in that meeting, there was, as I say, a number of references that councillors would be more comfortable considering those reports in a sort of a short future date, say 2 weeks, to the next council meeting, be it this one or April 28th. And at no time were those councillors corrected that actually was not going to be possible pending the vote. And coupled with that, we had the mover of the motion actually drop off the line and then have significant technical issues and not be able to get back on the line. And of course, that was the deciding vote as to what would happen. So there seemed to be a series of errors in that particular proceeding. And I raise this as an inquiry because I think it's important that the public understand what happened and also what our options are to rectify the situation, so that we can take that information back in consideration. And of course, I don't need to name the fact that we're in very unusual circumstances, and we found through our entire 11 hours today a number of technical issues and glitches that have occurred and prevented people from participating throughout this meeting. And we all are very, acting patiently and understand that we have to work out through this new technology how it will look going forward. But we do have 3 applicants that have projects under existing plans that was sort of would never have necessarily seen a speaker come up and speak to them. And now they're sitting on these projects for another year. By no fault of their own, and I'm concerned that due process was not met during that proceeding. So I bring that up as inquiry and look to you, Mr. Chair, for some direction in terms of how this council can address the concerns and also rectify the situation.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Bly. I'll start, and then maybe we can move to the city manager or clerk. Yes. So, I admit that I think there was, I made some errors in these long council meetings. You often get those. However, we are bound by the charter, and what has to happen if somebody on council recognizes an error is to raise a point of order. And we all know how to do that because it's done very many times here. So that needed to happen, and it didn't. The other thing that could have happened with those is a straight referral. Those did not happen either. So the result is, as you say, after the meetings are, after the meetings adjourn, those decisions are made, and but there is a way to fix that would be for a reconsideration. So a council member that voted with the majority could bring forward a motion of reconsideration, and then if that passed with the 2/3 vote, then we could basically have a do-over with all the proper information.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
I don't think we get that in other inquiries. Is there anything else from?
Yes, I just want to. I do appreciate the comments, Mr. Mayor, and so I just want to clarify: can a reconsideration for those three applications, or for that decision, I should say, happen at any time between now and, let's say, a year from now?
It would just be a regular motion that's brought forward through the regular process with the clerk, and that could be brought forward. The only reason that might want to be done earlier is because, as you mentioned, the applicants are sitting in limbo, and at this point, they're thinking that that their application wouldn't come back for at least a year. So that might be some time boundaries on it, but that's the procedure as I understand it.
Okay, great. So what I'm hearing is that if we feel, if anybody that voted in opposition feels comfortable with the public hearing process in the next, between now and, let's say, 4 weeks from now, then a reconsideration could come forward. And so hopefully the applicant may be alerted to this discussion and understand that this is not sort of an issue that's sort of dead in the water for them, so to speak, that we are actively working through this public hearing process, and that reconsideration could be part of the go forward plan once we get a real sense of what the public hearing process looks like. So I appreciate the clarification.
Okay,
Mayor,
I think that's it.
jump in?
Yes, go ahead, City Manager.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. The 365-day reference, I don't believe is correct. I did send a memo out to council kind of outlining the various kind of legal components of this, but the mayor is effectively correct that the referrals can simply be brought back as a reconsideration motion. And that's outlined in the procedure bylaw. That wouldn't need a 2/3 vote of approval, and council could do that at any time. In the meantime, the applications just remain on hold.
But the 365 days is something that I have heard being referenced from a number of staff to in the context of this discussion, that the applicant couldn't simply just reapply. Is that true?
Unless they were significantly different. Unless the projects were significantly altered.
So I just want to clarify with the city manager, because that's the reference to 365 days. That
A city manager? Do we have you there, city manager? Okay. Councillor Bly, the reconsideration motion is a majority, not 2/3. But it would have to be forwarded by somebody who voted on the winning side when the vote was cast. Have I still got you there? Can anybody from council hear me? Oh, really getting the bugs out of it today.
Welcome to TELUS Cloud Conferencing. Enter your access Enter your attend. Your line has been muted.
The mayor,
Press star 6 to unmute your own.
Council chambers. So were there any other questions for me on that, or?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Can't come up with anything?
No. Nope. No pretend questions here.
Okay, thanks. Hope that covers it. So we'll just hold for a moment while we get the clerk and the mayor back on, although I think Councillor Bly, you are the acting, the deputy mayor at this point, is that correct?
I am. Am I able to chair my own inquiry?
Oh, I think you're done with your inquiry, right?
Fair enough. Okay, so let's go over to Councillor Dominato.
I think I'm back on. I'm back on. Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, so I had a similar inquiry, and it was to get clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, that my understanding was that in dealing with those 3 referral reports, that the applications were not denied, and therefore the 1-year waiting period did not apply, that it only applied in the context of a public hearing where an application was denied, not with respect to a referral report. And I believe that's now been answered. And I appreciate that clarification, because there is a lot of misinformation out there, including I was asked by media about this on the weekend, and the media thought that the applications had been denied and that there was a 1-year waiting period. So thank you for clarifying that. My other question is with respect to, I appreciate the information around that if council wants to bring those items back, that a motion of reconsideration can be undertaken. I would also like to understand if staff would like to put them back on the agenda, how they might go about that, and if necessary, a legal memo. That's my inquiry.
Thanks. Yeah, we've done a couple of legal memos on this, and we tried to answer all of the questions. At this point, we're repeating ones we've already provided in the memo. The council has indicated to staff that you don't want them referred, which is why it was when it was turned down. And so at this point, we need a reconsideration from council in order to bring them back. And I think it's anyone that voted against referral can do that. It's a relatively straightforward process.
And so may I ask a follow-up question for you to the mayor was the discussion that council had that day with respect to the public hearing process it's not considered then at all in the context of this conversation that we're having now?
That's right. Once a meeting is adjourned and the decisions are made and recorded, then that's it. You can't raise points. So what would need to have happened if I made an error, which has happened before, is that council raises a point of order, or in extreme case challenges the chair. But that didn't happen on the day, and I guess apologies for that. But because it's in the books now, there's nothing we can do based on the meeting as it was taking place at that time. So it'd have to be a reconsideration motion.
And then, so finally, my last question is through inquiries does this bring into question, because there was questions around calls being dropped at the last meeting and technology challenges, is it necessary to redo that entire meeting because of, is there a due process issue around that entire meeting?
No, there isn't. We've talked to law about it. Ultimately, the mayor was chairing. The mayor made the calls that he made, and those decisions were made. It's same as if someone were to walk out of the chambers and get locked out, or the council proceeded and those decisions were made. You had quorum at the time, and so that's I think we've all learned through that process that when someone disappears on the web discussion, that we need to check in with them and before we proceed. But those are the decisions that were made. There was quorum and the votes were made.
But luckily, there's a remedy. So if councillors would like a change, then put forward the reconsideration motion, and then we can proceed.
At the time, there could have been a rescission request made by the councillor that had been cut off. That wasn't made either, and so the meeting concluded.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
Yes, just getting off mute here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Please go ahead.
Thanks. My inquiry, because I believe I was the counselor that was just referred to, and I did, and I appreciated Councillor Carr had sent an email, and I had tried my very best to get back on my computer, as we've had technology today even. Staff were trying to help me. There were issues with that. But Mr. Mayor, today when that happened for other councillors, you just immediately called a recess, or there was just we waited for you. So I'm just wondering, is it because this process is evolving? This may not have happened. It would not have happened had I been on the queue to vote. I'd moved the motion. By the time I got back into the meeting, I was trying to not only bring up my screens, but figure out where we were in the meeting. I take my voting very seriously, and I was just trying to figure that out. And at that time, the meeting was close to wrapping up. So I've made inquiries with staff about this. I've asked legal questions. So I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, if there's a reason why today, when other people had technology issues or dropped off the line, we took a recess for them to come back. But I'm just saying I didn't have that opportunity to vote, and no one took a recess for me at that time.
Yep. So so I have admitted a mistake a number of times here. So once again, apologies for that. The remedy would be for, again, when chairs makes mistakes, and that does happen to all of us who chair council. Anyone in council can call a point of order, or in an extreme case, challenge the chair. But what I think we learned from that is, and as I read it in the script today, if any councillor is unable to vote, there's an automatic recess. And if it includes me, because my internet at home might drop out, is that the meetings can't proceed if I'm chairing. They can't proceed until I'm back on, as well as anybody else. So again, the mistake was made, and again, apologies for that. However, there is a remedy for this, and it could have been done, notice could have been given today, but it wasn't. So that's okay. There's another council meeting where notice could be given of a reconsideration motion that would require half of council to support for it to go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to voice what did happen, because it was not recorded at that meeting. So I'd like the record to show that I did have technology issues, and I would make sure that if I need to, is a point of privilege in this meeting, that I did, and appreciate you explaining that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi. I have another inquiry on a different topic, and wondering if we can get an update on the status of the safe supply implementation now that we've had the kind of endorsement federally, as well as and that's going to go through.
You're a little muffled. You're a little muffled, Councillor Kirby-Yung. But what
let me try it again.
Okay.
I can do it again quickly. I wonder if we can get an update on the status of the self-supply implementation now that we had the endorsement from the federal government and the intention of Vancouver Coast Health being the implementing organization there. Just wanted to know where that's at.
Sure. I don't know if staff are here, but I'm happy to give an update. From what I know is that I have been convening meetings with many folks that are involved with this, nonprofits, doctors, and what I know is that it is starting to roll out, and in fact, in good ways. I do have a text into Patty Daly just to see what our latest numbers are and if it's having an impact. But I think probably the best thing to do would be for us perhaps to get a report back from either a staff member or Vancouver Coastal Health, and just to let council know and the world know how it's working. So I can tell you, when I talked to Dr. Christy Sutherland last week, she had been moving many of her patients onto Safe Supply. They were getting up to 28 days of medication, so they could take that home and self-isolate. And however, what we do know is that many people are not yet connected with doctors. And the great thing about this is that many of the staff at the Portland Hotel Society are, when they find people are coming in for Safe Supply, they've heard about it, they're actually getting also connected with MSP. So there are a lot of good things happening, but it just needs to happen faster. So I will try to get a report back from perhaps city manager from our staff, or if not, Vancouver Coastal Health, as to how this is moving along.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that when we held the listening sessions with all of the different council Type A advisory committees, that was a point of real interest, and I think that people are interested to hear how that's going and where it's at. So I appreciate that.
Great point. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Yung bringing up that is an inquiry, and I look forward to hearing back. And just to add, if I may, that I understand that the reference to Safe Supply is transitioning over to Pandemic Withdrawal Management Program as a way to not confuse what's actually being activated in the medical community and the community in general in the Downtown East Side through PHS confused with Safe Supply, because I understand that they are showing up as two fairly different and distinct efforts. So I just wonder if we can, and there apparently will be some public-facing document coming out through Vancouver Coastal Health in the coming days. So I'd like to just add on, if I may, and Councillor Kirby-Yung wouldn't mind, the specification around the Pandemic Withdrawal Management Program and how that is distinct from what we call Safe Supply.
I think that that both the health orders are just temporary would be what the distinction is. Is that and that is part of our effort. These measures, again, we've been lobbying, all of us unanimously pushing for in Vancouver. They required the same permissions from both the federal and provincial governments. However, when the provincial government brought it in, it applied to the entire province. So what that means is doctors are being trained now right across the province to implement this, which is a great it's a great outcome in a terrible circumstance. But I think the language is different, but the results are more or less the same. But the thing I think have to push for is for this to become a permanent tool in our fight against overdoses. So I think that would be the distinction as far as I understand. I do know that doctors are keeping very careful track of the results of this for their patients, as they always do, and that is going to be compiled into reports and used as information as to why this might be extended beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, and to make sure it addresses our other health emergency, which is our overdose epidemic, which is, of course, today is the 4-year anniversary of the declaration of the health emergency. So I hope that help clears it up, but I would say they're basically the exact same things, just one's temporary and one's permanent.
Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, Council, I think that's it. No other folks on the list, so could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thank you very much. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. All opposed say nay. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, Council. Very, very much appreciate it. We will see you tomorrow at the in-camera session at 1 o'clock, I think. Won't see you tomorrow, but we'll hear from you. Yeah. Great. Thanks for the great work tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you very much.
Great camera. Nothing better than that.